And here it is. Here it is. Roll up, ladies and gentlemen. One man went to mow. Here it is. Here I am. Hope you are there. The session starts again. You know what goes on here. That thing that we do round about this time is being done exactly right now. So if you are available, surrender yourself to the session. You know the score. Hit the like button. Hit the subscribe button. Then kick back and take it easy. And let us take you on a wild roller coaster ride for the next however long hours. One man went to mow, the eagle has landed.
Another Savior, holy, 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 Bianca Ojukwu. Another Savior, holy, 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 Bianca Ojukwu.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight. And they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwanam no. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo. It's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along. Holy, 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 holy. Is another Savior. Another Savior. Holy, 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 Bianca Ojukwu. Another Savior. Another Savior. Holy, 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 Bianca Ojukwu. Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight. And they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your dịka ya bika kọkwana m n'ụwa o. Ana m ekele Maazị Uche Mefo nwanne.
And there you heard it. Holy, 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 holy Nnamdi Kanu, another savior. A highly inspired Ndigo song, extremely moving. Alexander Gomez super chats. So holy, holy, holy Nnamdi Kanu, another savior. The voices, the dulcet tones of the Igbotics. So holy, 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 holy Nnamdi Kanu is, pardon me, a lot of you may notice that I'm carrying a bit of a cough. So holy, holy, let me just have a sip of water. So holy, 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 holy Nnamdi Kanu is their other savior. As guys, I bring you this. Why I gave Ebele Obiana a dirty slap. Bianca Ojukwu speaks, says the first lady smelled of whiskey. So Omuti, a drunkard, this is what the reputation of the woman is. So you can be a drunkard and then you can have your drunken spats, but you have to know your superiors. And if you don't know your superiors will assert their superiority over you in order that you acknowledge that space that they are your superiors. Why I gave Ebele Obiono a dirty slap, Bianca Ojukwu speaks, says the first lady smelled of whiskey. So Amugbo and Omuti, this is the thing that went down for 8 years in Anambra State. 320 million Abacha loot. Federal government pay $320 million Abacha loot. Federal government blames not paying poorest Nigerians in the last 7 months on technical issues. So they've relooted the Abacha loot that was recovered, as we knew they would. So now technical issues is now the latest development. 7 months they've not been able to disperse this money that they told us they were going to give to the poorest of the poor, which itself is a scam. But even within that scam, they scam the scam. $320 million Abacha loot. Federal government blames not paying poorest Nigerians in the last 7 months on technical issues. So technical issues, where is the money and where is the interest that the money is accruing? All of that and everything is just GBT, the narrative of the Nigerian space. The GBT continues, Electoral Act. So this is a verdict that came in today. I want you to have that at the back of your mind. That is very important that I'm bringing it to your notice that this was a verdict that came in today. Electoral Act, Senate not aware of court judgment on Section 8412, says spokesperson. So this is a verdict that Abubakar Malami has gone to procure in no less a place than Umahia in Abia State when he got some justice there to declare the Section 82.4 that precludes him from running as Kebbi State Governor as unconstitutional. And of course, that judgment came in today, and the reaction of the Senate is this: Electoral Act, Senate not aware of court judgment on Section 84.12, says spokesperson of the Senate. So that is the Senate's position, but what is the government's position? Nigeria government to effect court order on section of Electoral Act. So there is Malami. He's going to act on that judgment immediately and straight away, because you have to understand that there's INEC has already issued out their timetable where they want all the names of the people running in elections to come in, and the parties have to run their primaries by a certain time, and any government functionary by constitution has to be 30 days out of office before he is able to vie for an elective post. So there's a real very narrow window of time constraint on this. So for Abubakar Malami now to move seamlessly from the ministerial position into a state house or even into Aso Rock, whichever his ambition is, he has to remove this clause out of the way. And everything is using now, all of the apparatus of state he's deploying now to remove this offending clause that prevents him from getting the immunity that he needs. So he's moving very quickly to the Senate are saying they are not aware even of this judgment, but this is the Nigerian government's position. Nigeria's government to effect court order on section of Electoral Act, Abubakar Malami. So quite how they will effect that, I don't know, because the Senate they are entitled, they essentially have say over what constitutes law and constitution within the Nigerian space. An act has been passed, an act of parliament has been passed, which has been assented to by the president himself. But now a satellite court in Abia State, Umahia, has made a pronouncement to truncate that a parliamentary act assented to by government, and the person that purports to be the Minister of Justice is going to effect the judgment of a satellite court in Abia State over and above acts of parliament and presidential assent. Self-interest, of course, Nigeria government to effect court order on section of Electoral Act. Abubakar Malami clearing the space for him to pick up immunity, which is essentially what he's after. Still on that space, Electoral Act, Malami reacts to court order for removal of section 8412. So there it is. It's just self-interest all the way through. Why I gave Obiano's wife okay, I think we've already captured that, so let me just delete that. So this one, an interesting little ditty. FAAN, so that is the body that looks after the airports in Nigeria, slams life ban on immigration officials who extorted cash from a 14-year-old girl. So you know, in instances and on I don't let me not preempt it, because I suspect it may well be the case of an unaccompanied minor, but that's my feeling, but we've not read it yet. But the headline is alarming enough. FAAN slams life ban on immigration officials who extorted cash from 14-year-old girl. So there it is right there. Nothing ever changes within the Nigerian space. That is the sum total of what that headline tells us. So we may or may not land on this last one. War, Russia speaks on Nigerian students trapped in Kherson, Ukraine. So it looks as though Russia may be well offering those students slots in their university, which may well work out in favor of the students, who will get, no doubt, a better education in Russia than they would otherwise have had in the Ukraine. So we may or may not land on that headline. So plenty to go through. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax. But before you lean back or kick back or take it easy, click, of course, on the like button. You know we are pushing that. So don't be that person that will say, no, I'll do it later. Or don't be the total moron that thinks it's being stubborn by not clicking it. Just click the damn thing as you have been told to do. So as you go about clicking the like button and, of course, the subscribe button as well, let me provide a little bit of a musical backdrop. We go to the east and partake in another Python dance.
Do I pop? O Mary, o Nindizu, o Nioya, Abakare, Mama Daora, Una Bori Mary Nandi, Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Una Bori Mary Nandi, Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2. Python dance 3. Una Bori Mary Nandi, Nandi bu onye du aimo. O Mary wo Nindizu, Ndiro ya Abakare, Mama Daora. Una Bori Mary Nandi, Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2. Now Python dance 3. Una Bori Mary Nandi, Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2. Now Python dance 3. Una Bori Mary Nandi, Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2. Now Python dance 3. Una Bori Mary Nandi, Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2. na python dance the train. Una boy ready Nandi. Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, python dance 2, na python dance the train. Una boy ready Nandi.
And there you heard it. The rumors persist in the East. Python dance, Python dance, Python dance, the dulcet tones of the Okoros. So Python dance, as guys, I bring you this. Why I gave Ebele Obiano a dirty slap, Bianca Ojukwu speaks, says the First Lady smelt of whiskey. Bianca Ojukwu has given a reason why she gave the immediate past First Lady of Anambra State, Ebele Obiano, a dirty slap. Bianca and Ebele made the news on Thursday, March the 17th, when they had a scuffle during the inauguration of Charles Soludo as the new governor of Anambra State. In a viral video, Bianca gave Ebele a slap after the latter left her seat to allegedly insult her. Mrs. Obiano, who was left ruffled after her scuffle with Bianca, was also filmed on camera calling Bianca an ashawo. In an interview with Arise TV, Bianca, who is the wife of late Odumegu Ojukwu, said Ebele was noticeably absent at the inauguration. In an interview with Arise TV, Bianca, who is the wife of late Odumegu Ojukwu, said Ebele was noticeably as absent as the inauguration ceremony started. Bianca said Ebele then arrived an hour later. I did not pay any attention to her arrival. Surprisingly, she then walked towards me and I thought she was coming to greet me. Instead, she verbally attacked me with her voice raised, taunting me and asking me what I was there to do, using unprintable, vile language. She asked if I had come to celebrate their last day in office, but I ignored her completely. Then she kept on aggressively putting her finger on my shoulder and shouting. While I ignored her verbal onslaught as advised by people sitting around me, I requested twice that she refrained from touching me with her hand. She proceeded to do so yet again and tried to touch my head and remove my head tie. It was at this point that I stood up to defend myself and gave her a dirty slap to stop her from attacking me. As she made towards me, I then pulled away her wig. She then held onto her wig with her two hands and tried to take the wig away from me. The former ABGA chairman, Ume, told her to leave me and told everybody to leave. I was stunned by the stench of whiskey in her breath at such an early hour of the day. How could the First Lady be so drunk at that time? I stayed back to watch the ceremony till the end and left with my dignity intact. So there you have it. Don't mess with Bianca Ojukwu. This is the wife of a warlord. So you mess with her, you get a dirty slap. A dirty slap. So I like that very much. So well done, Bianca. $320 million Abacha loot. Federal government blames not paying poorest Nigerians in the last 7 months on technical issues, i.e., technical issues. They've used their money to buy estates in Dubai. Disbursement of the recovered $320 million Abacha loot to poor Nigerians has been halted by the federal government. Recall that the federal government had said that the recovered loot will be put into the conditional cash transfer scheme targeted at the poorest of Nigerians in line with its agreement with Switzerland government. Henry Ayade, a spokesperson of the CCT scheme, has disclosed that the payment has been halted due to technical issues which are already being sorted out. Ayade also revealed that the last payment was in August 2021, and this is what he has to say. The disbursement has not been stopped. We paid last in August 2021, and because of some technical issues, the payment has been delayed. But things have been sorted out now, and by next week, we would resume payments. But also assured, be also rather assured that all backlogs would be cleared. It is not true that we have stopped payment. These funds have been approved and we are going to pay it. So they've relooted the looted Abacha loot. This is Nigeria, everybody now criminal. So quite what they will explain to the Switzerland government, we don't know, but we all knew they were going to reloot it. The technical issues for 7 months. So they've packed it in some escrow account, made some 40, $50 million of it. They will pay these people half or 10% of what they are claiming that they have paid them and just loot the rest. Criminals, the totality of all of them. Electoral Act, Senate not aware of court judgment on Section 8412, says spokesperson. The Senate on Friday said that it was not aware of any court judgment which struck out the controversial Section 8412 from the newly amended Electoral Act 2022. The chairman, Senate Committee on Media and Publicity, Dr. Ajibola Bashiru, stated this whilst responding to a question put to him on the matter by correspondents in Abuja. The Federal High Court sitting in Umuahia, the Abia state capital, had earlier on Friday ordered that Section 8412 should be deleted from the newly amended Electoral Act 2022. President Muhammad Buhari had penultimate week written to the National Assembly urging it to delete the controversial section by way of an amendment. The two chambers of the Federal Parliament refused the president's request by voting against it. However, the court, in a judgment delivered by Justice Evelyn Ayadike, held that the section was unconstitutional, invalid, illegal, null and void, and of no effect whatsoever. The judge said it ought to be struck down as it could not stand since it is in violation of the clear provisions of the Constitution. The Senate spokesperson insisted that he would not react to a story read in the media. Bashiru said he would only react when a copy of the verdict is served on the National Assembly. The senator said, "I am not aware of the suit and whether the National Assembly was a party or was served and or represented. I have also not seen or read the judgment or whether the National Assembly has been served with the judgment or any order of the court. I cannot react to newspaper reports of court judgments without seeing the actual court judgment." President Buhari had, whilst signing the amended Electoral Act, urged the National Assembly to delete the provision. He said it violated the Constitution and breached the rights of government appointees. The president thereafter wrote a letter to both chambers of the National Assembly seeking an amendment by way of deleting the provision. The proposed amendment was rejected in plenary by the two chambers. So that is the position of the Senate, but this is the position of the Malami government. Nigeria government to effect court's order on section of Electoral Act. Abubakar Malami making the headline. The Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice Abubakar Malami said on Friday the federal government would act on the judgment which ordered the removal of the contentious Section 8412 of the Electoral Act. Justice Evelyn Ayadike of the Federal High Court Umuahia on Friday ordered the AGF to delete the contentious section of the Electoral Act. President Muhammad Buhari had, in his address during the signing of the Electoral Act on February the 25th, asked the National Assembly to remove the section which requires political appointees to resign from their positions at least 3 months before the party primaries or convention. However, the Senate rejected the president's request for the amendment of the clause as however, the Senate rejected the president's request for the amendment of the clause at its March the 9th plenary. In a statement issued by his special assistant on media and public relations, Umar Gwandu, the AGF said the federal government would take the necessary action on the court ruling. The statement reads, the judgment of the court will be recognized by the government's printers imprinting the Electoral Act. The act will be gazetted, factoring the effect of the judgment into consideration and deleting the constitutionally offensive provision accordingly. This provision of Section 8412 of the Electoral Act is not part of our law and will be so treated accordingly. This is in line with the dictates of Chapter 7, Part 4, Section 287 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria as amended on enforcement of decisions that makes its point. Let me take that last paragraph again. This is in line with the dictates of Chapter 7, Part 4, Section 287 of the 1999 Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria as amended on enforcement of decisions that makes it a point of duty and obligation on all authorities and persons to have the judgment of the Federal High Court, amongst other, to be enforced. So immediately and straight away, he's going to delete it, of course, and that is not going to be then the laws that they'll be passing on to INEC that they should use to superintend the upcoming election. So Malami clears the coast for himself. Electoral Act, Malami reacts to court order for removal of Section 8412. The Attorney General of the Federation, Abubakar Malami, has stated that he will comply with the court order for the removal of Section 8412 of the signed Electoral Act. In a statement made available to correspondents on Friday, signed by his media aide Umar Gwandu, Malami disclosed that Section 8412 is not of Nigerian law. The statement reads, the Office of the Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice will accordingly give effect to the judgment in line with the dictates of law and the spirit of the judgment. The judgment of the court will be recognized by the government printers imprinting the Electoral Act. So they will delete it because they'll have to send the Electoral Act to the INEC. You see that this is the act which you predicate your activities upon. And in that act that they will print and send to INEC, they are going to delete that clause that prevents Abubakar Malami from getting his immunity. The act will be gazetted, factoring the effect of the judgment into consideration and deleting the constitutionally offensive provision accordingly. The provision of Section 8412 of the Federal Electoral Act 2022 is not part of our law and will be so treated accordingly. This repeats what we've just now read. So that essentially is it. Abubakar Malami clears the coast for himself for his immunity. FAAN slams life ban on immigration officials who extorted cash from 14-year-old girl. Following a tweeted allegation on the 19th of February 22 by the mother of a 14-year-old girl traveling on Lufthansa airline that two officials of the Nigerian Immigration Service extorted the sum of 8,000 naira from her daughter, a team of FAAN aviation security officers were commissioned to investigate the allegation. Upon investigation, they found the allegation to be true, as the officers involved were identified with the help of footages on our CCTV facility and the cooperation from the Nigerian Immigration Service. Consequently, the officers were made to refund the exact amount collected from the passenger. On their duty card, their duty card rather. Let me take this entirely all over again. Following a tweeted allegation on the 19th of February 2022 by the mother of a 14-year-old girl traveling on Lufthansa airline that two officials of the Nigerian Immigration Service extorted the sum of 8,000 naira from her daughter, a team of FAAN aviation security officers were commissioned to investigate the allegation. Upon investigation, they found the allegation to be true, as the officers involved were identified with the help of footage on our CCTV facility and the cooperation from the Nigerian Immigration Service. Consequently, the officers were made to refund the exact amount collected from the passenger. Their on-duty cards were also withdrawn permanently, and they have been banned from working in any Nigerian airport to serve as a deterrent to others. We would like to commend the mother of the child, who has confirmed receipt of the money, for deeming it fit to escalate the case and assisting us tremendously in the course of our investigation. Also, we would like to express our appreciation to the Comptroller of Immigration MMA and her team for their cooperation and support in addressing this issue. The authority will continue to identify and sanction any airport official, including FAAN officials, found to be extorting passengers or perpetrating any act of illegality at our airports. FAAN, committed to her core values of safety, security, and comfort, and that is signed by Faith A. Hope, General Manager, Corporate Affairs. So there you have it. Cut and release, but not cut and release this time. So that's the diet. Let's now see if there are any talking heads. So we've got Charlie Boy. So Charlie Boy, what says you? What are you making then of the immigration service? Just cutting one of their own.
Yeah, I think that I think that's good what they did, because you see me do that to a lady. It's unfair, but that's what we do in Nigeria airport. The people when go to the airport in Nigeria, they'll bribe you. They want money. Just to get a simple card, they want bribe you with money. That's Nigeria.
But it ended well though. The culprits were caught and dismissed. But we know that's really the most you can hope for.
Yeah, but I think Nigerians need to stop bribing people in the airport. You know that woman?
Well, it's very difficult for you not to bribe them when you have your flight to cut and they are telling you they are going to hold you there. So you either bribe them or you miss your flight, and then you have to go broke at the hotel. It's just easier to bribe them, isn't it? So they've got you hostage, and you don't really have a choice.
Yeah, it's sad. But I hope this is a good step into the right direction.
All right. All right. And to the Ojukwu space, Bianca Ojukwu, she is saying that she was forcefully approached by this Ebele woman, reeking of alcohol, whiskey, at the early hours of the morning. The woman poked her twice on her body, reached to remove her head tie, and that was that step too far. A dirty slap from Bianca. What says you?
So Obani's wife was drunk?
Yeah, she was drunk.
See,
can you imagine that?
Do you know the governor that guy is a drunkard too? You know that woman?
No, he's a drunkard. They are all drunkard. Wike, he is a drunkard. So Biono certainly a drunkard. Who is not a drunkard? They are all drunkards.
Yeah, but I think Bianca, she's white. She felt like unprovoked. You shouldn't come in someone hitting her. I think she did it for slap her because she felt like you're coming too close to me, personal space.
Well, there it is. You invade that person.
I was watching. I watched. You know Wise News, woman.
Do I know Wise News?
No, Wise News.
Yeah, why is it news?
Yeah, no, Wise. The news, Nigerian news, Wise.
Arise News. All right. Yes, yeah, I do know Arise.
They're saying that the old governor wife used to do that to everyone. She used to do that to everyone. Be harassing everyone.
No, yes, he has a habit of slapping people. I think in yesterday's session, quite a few people even told us that.
This is a lesson to Nigeria. Don't let people like that. And she planned to run for Senate.
Yeah, there you are, you know. So I especially loved the way she described it, and I gave her a dirty slap. So there it is. You know, so
Yeah.
hold on. Hold on. So and I gave her a dirty slap. So there it is. So yeah, well done her. You know, so let me take you on to pardon me. Let me take you on to the Abacha space. $320 million was what was recovered from the Abacha loot. They told her, rather than use it to build something of meaning and note, they told us that they are going to give it to the poor, which is just a waste of that money because you rather want to create something that the poor will use to elevate themselves out of poverty. But they said they are going to give it to the poor. But now, even giving it to the poor is a difficulty. Technical problem is what they are telling us, but they've stolen it. So they've relooted recovered loot. Only in Nigeria, Charles.
And sad for the money they put in overseas banks. They put in private banks overseas. That's what they tend to do. It's kind of sad. That's why I think there's foreign countries to stop them from putting money overseas.
No, they should not give them the money back. You know, so if you are going to reloot it, then why should you be able to just let the foreigners keep it? Because it's so offensive. We go through all of these pains to recover this money, and then you resteal it, and then you are telling us technical issues.
See,
You must be a punk.
That's why the honorable governor went to Houston. He has money there. He overlooted from the government, secret money he put in the bank. That's why I think that's why he wanted to get out from the country, because he have a lot of money overseas. That's what is snapping. That's my theory why he wanted to left Nigeria quickly, because he knows he has money overseas. That guy's a criminal.
Okay. And what are you making of Abubakar Malami procuring this court judgment that seeks to delete an element from the Nigerian constitution, and he then, off the back of this judgment that he bought, he has proceeded to delete from the Nigerian constitution? This criminal guy again, Abubakar Malami.
You see, this is why I keep telling people, your vote doesn't matter in Nigeria. What's the point of election? It's pointless. Your vote doesn't matter. The people just rigged the election. You see, and this is why some people say no election. I get what people saying, that it's pointless. The youth want to vote somebody for the future, but they rigged the election. It's not. They rigged the election. They rigged the election. Look. Most of the governors are incompetent to be governor. Look at the guy in Abacha State, in Imo State. They're both bad governors. They did to loot the money. The guy in Abacha, the worst governor ever in Nigeria. He's the worst guy.
Who is he in Abia State?
Yeah.
Who is he? Is that Dave Umahi? Who is he?
I don't know his name.
Ikpeazu. Charles, let me help you. Ikpeazu.
No, it's not about that's Ojo Zakalo.
Ikpeazu. No, we are talking the current.
Is not a governor now.
We are talking the current governor. He's not talking the past governor. Yeah, it's Ikpeazu.
But there is no allegation against Ojo Zakalo as we speak.
But we're not talking about Ojo Zakalo.
We are talking about Ikpeazu.
We were actually talking about
there is no allegation against him now, by from the EFCC of corruption. Maybe after he finishes his term, but the one that is on there is about 7-point-something billion naira against Ojo Zakalo. That is the one that they are even prosecuting. I think they have. There is something that is going on right now with the EFCC against Ojo Zakalo as we speak.
No, they've jailed him once and then they escaped, so it's permanently
on their books. Review. There is a review from the EFCC.
Because it's permanently on. There's so much case against Ojo Zakalo that it's only in Nigeria that he will still be a senator, but it's unbelievable. But there it is.
But then, do you think that bad governor is co-op? I think it's co-op, the guy in Naba. the governor of Aba. He's
Why
corrupt.
do you think that? Just because you think they are all corrupt? Do you have anything especially, or just because you think they are all corrupt?
No, the reason I say that because he can't even be a simple word in the state. He's just dancing.
How do
Just
you know
telling
that? I'm sure he's building roads. He cannot not do
no, he's
something.
not.
One man, Charles, sorry to come in here. You see, Ibazu is not doing anything in Abia State. In fact, if when
No, he
my
cannot
mom,
not do anything.
I
Maybe he's not
support you,
doing
my brother.
enough.
I support you.
He must be
he's
doing
not doing. You see,
something.
He
one man,
do
see, one man,
quite
see,
nothing
one
in
man,
that state.
one man, see. You see, my mother is from the same, from my mother's hometown to Ibazu is not even up to 20 kilometers. It's not up to 20 kilometers. And I know that place very, very well. You see, so the man is not doing anything in Abia State. Go and look at the video where some journalists were interviewing him concerning flyover or overhead bridges or whatever that he was doing. Go and listen to the
Yeah, so that
repulsive
he's doing. So
statement.
he's doing flyover.
No,
But
he
that
said that it is not it's not everybody that's supposed to go on a flyover. Is that the statement that's supposed to come from a governor?
I don't know about that.
Well,
You cannot be
well,
Is
a
that not the
governor
one,
and
governor
one,
not
that is
do
giving
anything.
500 naira?
one man.
Yeah.
Yeah,
500 naira, 500 naira to pregnant women that just gave birth.
Hold on, Vin. Let's hear
one
from.
man.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, point of correction. I don't know why Nigerians. That is overhead bridge. That is not a flyover. When you want to talk about flyover, come to Texas. You know, those things is overhead bridge, not flyover. Nigeria, I don't know why our people are so dumb. They keep using that word, even in Port Harcourt too. I tell them that's overhead bridge. If you want to see flyover, come to Texas. You will see what they call flyover. That's exactly what we're supposed to have there. You know, we don't have any flyover in Nigeria apart from like Lagos. You know, maybe some part of Abuja. I mean, standard flyover.
What's the distinction? What's the distinction?
The distinction of flyover, see, the difference between flyover and overhead bridge is that flyover can connect you to other towns of that city, because when they plot the flyover, it will be like a kind of a hub,
A network,
then the road will go several ways, will hook you up to several ways, so that at least to ease the traffic at the major city. But here they will just build something like overhead bridge where people can cross, or car can go on top, then they'll call it flyover. I mean, what kind of, we should stop saying, not using that word flyover. Which flyover? There's no flyover in the
one they are building in Onitsha from Apsaba to Onitsha. Is it not an ordinary bridge that they have been using to do politics for how many dispensations now?
And that's a bridge.
No.
Is that supposed to be a bridge we are talking about?
No, we are talking about flyover.
Second Niger bridge. Is that the kind of bridge that will make everybody be talking?
No. We are talking about flyover and overhead bridge. So I'm trying to the distinction between flyover and overhead bridge. The distinction is that flyover will give you, accessible to other part of this due to the way they spread it. You can connect to any part of the smaller city or town within that region. But overhead,
my brother, you just call it a network, an overhead bridge network.
I didn't say overhead bridge network.
All right. Thank you, UK. So, Charles, round off your thoughts on Malami, and then we go on from you to X0.
Yeah, you see, my P1, that's the reason why I keep telling people, Nigeria can never work. The reason I say, how can you elect somebody, but they rig the election, elect someone else? And Tinubu is the old guy. You mean Tinubu is a guy, he's the next Buhari. He's sick. He's a guy who's trying to deceive Nigeria to vote for him. He's not stable. Tinubu, he's a good guy. Tinubu is a good guy for the Yorubas. He's a good guy. He's a very good guy for the Yorubas. You like him, but he's not good for west of Nigeria. Most of his fans are in Yoruba land. He's not popular in the East and the Delta region. Okay.
How do you know that? Have you sampled the opinions there?
Yes,
Charles?
I know that for sure.
Well, how can you don't know for sure? You suspect it to be the case.
But one man, you're not from that region. I'm from that region, so I know.
You are not from that region,
Yes, I
Charles.
am.
Come on, you are not. You are not now. You are
I'm
from
from
California. You're
I'm
from
from the Delta.
California now. Oh, yeah, come on now.
I'm from that region, woman.
You are
I know what
not.
I'm
You
talking
are
about.
not. You are. Maybe your background is from that
You're
region,
from Alafim.
no. Your background is from that region, but you are from California now. Come on now, Charles.
And
Now, eh?
well, I mean, you know that's the truth. You don't want to hear. I know
California dreaming, eh?
that's the truth.
That's the
Actually, said,
truth.
why Tinubu didn't visit the East and the Delta region? Why hadn't he
No,
visited?
he's saving it for later now. He's saving the best for last, you know.
He knows that the people don't like him there. That's why he didn't visit.
All right. All right. All right.
And look, I saw one comment. One guy said, "One guy make you." I watched the article today in Nigeria. Like I said, if the people don't, if the president doesn't really develop the East or the Delta region and care about them, Nigerians can have a big problem. Because one guy was saying that when we take
But the East and the Niger Delta region is being developed.
No. One guy said that the East and Niger are being deprived. There's no development. The pollution there is terrible.
But who's responsible for the pollution?
Is the federal government?
Is it not you guys with your ways?
A woman, how can a federal government build a train in New York but can't build a nice train in the East and the Delta region? How is that possible?
It's coming there because Amechi is already doing the groundwork for that. Is not they're not going to build it all at the same time. It's where the need is most pressing, and the need is most pressing in that Lagos Ibadan axis. Nobody who moves around in the east that they will need a train. What do you need a train for?
And also they can't face the pollution. Do you know the East people?
Oh
people that will be crying.
What do you need a train for? You've not even handled. You've not mastered the.
Woman, you don't know what you are talking about. You are just
don't
saying
want
this
to
and you don't know what is going on in the East.
Woman, you don't want to scatter this session.
Hold on.
You don't want to scatter this session,
no,
woman.
it's Charles now. So don't worry. I'm talking with Charles. You've not mastered the motor car yet. You want a train. Have they mastered the motor car yet in the East, Charles?
Do you know the East and the Delta were requiring to the federal government to fix the land they're destroying? Do you know this erosion happening in the East requiring the federal government to fix erosion, but they can't do anything about it? Why?
Yeah, why can't the state governors do it, Charles?
No, the federal government can fix the environment part, but they don't want to do it.
But why can't your state governors do it?
No, I think that's
all those monies that Obiano stole.
I think the reason why the federal government doesn't want to enter in the East and they're doing off the hatred. They don't like that region. That's why they don't want to enter about it.
But they're building a bridge there, as I say all the time. Are they not building a bridge there?
No, you see, the only one Nigeria bridge is pointless. Just one bridge. What's that do nothing?
Just one bridge. That's the biggest infrastructure that this government has built.
The best thing, the environment. That's the pollution and the erosion. That's a big problem having a region.
Instead of that Niger bridge, they should have built a fourth mainland bridge because that is where the economy is, the economic need is. So that was just a gift to the East because there's no financial test case, sufficient enough. They should have built it.
Why must it be a gift? Are they not part of Nigeria?
No. It's because of the agitations of marginalization. That's why the more pressing need was for a fourth mainland bridge because that's where the population is, that's where the economy is, that's where commerce and industry is. But they've moved that money to the east to go and gift them this second Niger bridge, and you still hear people like Charles belly aching.
No, Charles.
Yes.
Charles, can I come? You see, one man. Building a second Niger bridge is long overdue in that place. If you have passed, I don't know how many times you've gone there.
But it's not the most immediate of needs in terms of the best spend of our federal funds.
Okay.
The best spend of federal funds will be the fourth.
I hear you.
Bridge.
But let me.
Woman, can I ask you a question? Did we need a road to Marathi or a train to Marathi?
Hold on, bro.
No, we don't.
Hold on, bro. You see, the Niger bridge, the second Niger bridge is not a gift. It's a federal government
infrastructure that is building there. If you look at the traffic that is going from east, especially transportation,
It's only
massive.
Christmas. It's only Christmas traffic now. It's only
But
festive season
even
that day.
no. See. Who are if you have you ever look at the census of the people that travels from east to Lagos? Have you done that?
You know,
For
it's go
you,
and visit. No. I know the traffic there now. It's
No,
go
but
you
and
don't
one
know.
man,
visit.
the
No,
bridge is
it's
You
needed.
don't
One
know.
man,
You
the
don't know,
bridge
no,
is
bro.
it's
needed.
not.
There's no doubt about it.
You don't know.
No. But I'm saying
You
it's
don't
not
know.
the most pressing.
You
That
see,
they could
when
have.
we come
They
here,
should have spent it on a fourth
one man,
Niger bridge.
when we come here, where you talk about the
Don't worry
eastern
now.
part.
Don't
Look,
worry. You
you
don't
see
have
that,
to do this every day now. It's an open mic
I'm not
session now.
doing
You're
this
not
every day
compelled.
because it is
You
the
are
way
not
you.
contractually obliged. So it's an open mic session now. It's free will.
Of
So
course,
you
it
speak
One man knows
is,
what
freely.
he's
but
doing. He knows what he's
You
doing.
speak freely
one man,
now,
I
and
know,
let
I
me.
understand you, but
You speak freely, and let me speak freely too.
yes,
I
yes.
don't stifle your voice. So why are you trying to stifle mine?
But you are stiffening my voice now when I'm talking, and you are
Because you
still
want to
also
attack me. Tell me what I cannot or cannot say. Don't tell me
you
what I
are
can
in
or cannot.
London. You are in
No, I
London.
can
You
be
are in London.
wherever. Don't tell me what
You
I'm
do
not
not
telling you
know
what you
what the
cannot say
people on
now.
the
So
ground is passing through,
why are
one
you
man.
telling me what I cannot say? Don't tell me that now.
But I guess
I'm,
you
Of
I'm
know,
not
course, but
restricting you.
it's the same way you cannot tell me what to talk about.
Oh, okay, but
Because,
you can't restrict me now. I'm not restricting you.
but can you allow me to just express myself here now in this
Okay,
platform?
express yourself, but don't attack me. So carry on.
I'm not attacking you, but
All right.
the language you are using is not palatable at all. Let me
No,
tell you
there
one
you
thing.
are. You are not obliged.
If you have passed that Niger bridge, before this time, you will know that the people over there are suffering. The South and the Southeast all will pass through that second Niger bridge, and it is a
Who is not
very
suffering?
vital.
Have you ever tried to drive from Lagos to from the mainland back into the city on the heavy weight of the traffic, 4 5 hours in traffic?
One man, see, let me tell you, that
Is that
is
not
why
where the money is?
we are talking about the decongestion of Lagos. If you decongest Lagos, all these things that we are talking here will not even exist. It won't exist.
How did we even get here? It's
Lagos
too early
is
in the
choked.
session to be doing.
Lagos is choked. Lagos is choked.
I agree with Vin.
And the resources to develop Lagos is limited, and that is why you see people packing other. If you have
And they're
gone to
still
that
moving
place,
that limited resources to go and build some white elephant project in
But
the
how do you decongest Lagos?
anyway,
People
Charles,
just
continue. Charles,
say
by
you
building. Yeah, no. So good question, Henry. By build, Lagos is not just the satellite of the island and the mainland. You still have it extends all the way to Badagry, and it cuts even past the Lagos Ibadan Expressway. Then there's Ibeju, Lekki, all of these spaces. So it's by building all these road networks to interlink it more, and then that expands it more, and that needs the Fort Niger Bridge. But they've gone and parked that money in the east to assuage their cries of marginalization, which is not the best use of funds.
but woman, the East and that all marginalized. They all marginalized. All, you know why? This would be a big natural disaster happening in the East in the Niger Delta region. Because Nigeria government polluting the region by oil. They're polluting the region. People are dying. Being polluted. People in Bastard take care of drink good water, all polluted by oil. See, I think the federal government have. I think that's hatred what they're doing. I think that's hatred. How can you be a federal government and people crying for environment problem and you can't even fix it?
Do you know how much they've given to that space to clean up?
But it's the federal problem. They
And
should
it's
fix it.
been chopped up by the
And they build a wall to a Niger country. That's disgraceful. When the environment problem, you just build a big wall in the north to a Niger country. We can fix the environment problem in the east and the Niger Delta. See, now you know why the east of Delta angry. If you get one native to be one, this one will be fixed first. You must fix the erosion, the environment problem, Because people in the East are crying after the federal government do something, but they're not listening. They've been crying for 30 years to do something about the environment problem.
Do you know that second Niger bridge? Do you know that it's not just the bridge? All the satellite roads that interlinks it and then brings traffic from the totality of the East, that's been done as well. It's a huge piece of work. It's a huge piece of work that has been done there. Huge.
Why did they put a?
Do you know what that will impact on the economy? That's $100 billion that they've just gifted via that bridge to the East.
But why they had to put a toll in that bridge? You know,
have they put a toll? They should put a toll. Yes. They put a toll in Lagos Ibadan now. Why would they not put a toll in your bridge?
But they should not have done
Lagos Ibadan is different from the East.
Yeah.
Look at that.
If different road, you see. If they bring that thing to the East, they will burn those tolls.
Now, I'm telling you. Who is going to pay for it then?
Go and ask Tinubu why they are putting tolls in Lagos. It's Tinubu that you should ask. If they bring that rubbish
No. I'm talking about Lagos Ibadan Expressway. Remember, there's a toll gate in Lagos and Ibadan where you have to pay a toll to
yes, there's a reason why Obasanjo removed that toll before. But this thieving government,
the money has been earned back. Yeah, that's it. But they should put a toll on that Niger bridge, of course.
No, they shouldn't, woman. It's like, how do you put a toll in the whole region?
So you want something for nothing? No, you want something for nothing, Abi? Is this it?
Good for city,
woman, are you sure you've not been slapped today?
If I haven't been in the course of this session, I will be. I don't know.
One man need to slap. You see, one man is you are drinking from a gallon of water today. Why?
Yeah, because I have maybe like a cough and a cold. I'm trying to flush.
Let me tell you something. One man is a good businessman. There's something one man is doing. There's something one man is doing that is working. You see, all this is a way of talking about when it comes to Igbo issues. He's dragging. That's why we are here. Because we know that when we are not here, nobody's going to defend our region.
Nobody will. They will shave our head in our absence.
No,
I'm telling you.
No, everybody gets it. It's only that you guys cannot take it. It's only you guys cannot take it. Everybody gets it, but you guys
one man, we are taking it.
No,
you know me, I'm a
retired
military officer. There is nothing you will throw here that I will not take.
Yeah. Man, no, you are doing a good job, man. In fact, apart from that, this platform is something I enjoy. I enjoy the platform.
You see, when people say, "Oh, I will leave the platform," I just laugh. Anybody that's been on this session for more than twice. Not you. There's countless people that have done that. I wasn't targeting it at you, Vin. But countless people, they say, "Oh, I will never come back here." I just laugh now. Because if you have been here more than twice, it's impossible for you not to come back. When you've heard that Lekoko screaming and shouting, you've heard Mike talking nonsense.
Hold on.
You always come back now because it's so addictive, So don't worry about, I'm not going to come back. Of course you will come back. Where else are you going? Thank you, Charlie Boy. Let's go on from you, Charles, to the mighty X0, who usually only joins us in the afternoon when he's at work, but it looks as though he's joining us this time around.
I am one man. I'm regretting because my battery is running low. I'm regretting.
Don't worry, we'll save space for you. If you recharge, then you come back in. People like your reaction. Anytime you hear Igbo, they say, "You this small man, you are a terrible host." Here in Ghana, we don't host like that. You're a terrible man. You're a bigot and a racist. So people like the rant. So yeah, let's go on to X0. So X0, I don't think we've heard yet from you the goings on in Anambra State. Why I gave Ebele Obiando a dirty slap. Ojukwu, she goes on Arise Television to defend herself. She said the woman was reeking of whiskey that early in the morning. She came screaming and shouting, prodding at her, which she tolerated because the seniors around her told her to hold her station. But then she reached for the headgear. And the one thing you never do in life, you know how long it takes women to tie gele. You've been to parties now, then you're reaching for a gele. So that was that step too far. Up she popped, she's taller than her, and then she slapped her down and then yanked off her wig. So street fighting, Anambra style. What are you making of her? Your ex-governor's wife, reeking of whiskey.
Woman, nobody's going to pin this on Anambra, and nobody's going to pin this on the Igbo people. There is something we must understand. Even the law, the international law, in whichever country you go, states that the best way to engage somebody that is looking for your trouble is to walk away. You walk away, you avoid trouble until they touch you. So the woman, our queen, was touched. Our royalty was touched. She wasn't just the Obiano's wife wasn't just talking in front of her or trying to, provoke her. Obiano's wife actually touched her shoulders twice. When she warned her the first time, the second time she did it, that's why she stood up and gave her a dirty slap to jolt her and to prevent her from attacking her, because she was about to embarrass her. She was about to embarrass her. We all saw the video of how the woman left her position and sashayed drunkenly towards our royalty. You know who that woman is? You know who Bianca is? Bianca is our untouchable. Our untouchable. We can die for her. And you come up because you all these bloody thieves everywhere who, because they have been in office for 8 years and stolen blind the people. They think that the money has blinded their senses. They don't know what they are doing again. You now stand up. You say you want to go and talk to Bianca.
Esiro,
that woman
are you in Nigeria? Esiro, are you in Nigeria?
No.
Fine, Jim, calm down. You are not in Nigeria. And you are abroad saying you want to die for somebody that is in the war front in Nigeria.
Hey, no, bro, listen, even people are dying for their wives. This is our royalty. That's what I'm telling you. You get the message.
I know who you means. I'm only just asking you, the way you say you want to go, you can die for her. You are already.
Am I not a Nigerian?
You should be getting the next flight to Nigeria to go and fight for her.
No. Please don't sound like that. The way I am talking, from my voice, from the tone of my voice, don't I sound like a typical person who is in Nigeria? Has anything changed? Do I look like a person who has come here to eat burger and change his life? I'm a pure Nigerian to the core, a pure Igbo man to the core. So I don't do that. Sure? Come to Europe and start doing this thing. That's what I'm saying. That woman is our untouchable.
He is. He even takes the love rice to work for lunch. He doesn't go and eat sandwiches.
I even took fufu to work.
Rice or apple.
Yes.
I even took fufu to work. So no shaking.
Yes.
Bro, I'm not kidding. That woman is our royalty. So the slap she gave to that woman was needed. And if I knew you were going to bring this topic up, I would have given you 3 videos of our Igbo youths, what they have done with they've made some prayer sessions with that woman's name, with Bianca's name,
Even the king of Oka has given her, he has given her 7 days to come and publicly apologize and come and do spiritual cleansing. Otherwise, the gods, you don't touch Bianca is. Does she not know who Bianca
there is a title Bianca holds in Nnewi, the Iyom title. It's not for ordinary people. You have to come to a certain level before they give you that title. That is just your listen. Apart from that, she's human too, and I really did not expect such a thing to happen. See,
my brother, hold on.
Let me land this point real quick. See, if you look at that video very well, the person on the right, is that not Obiano? Because I noticed that person saw everything that happened and decided to sit down. That person could have saved the situation. There is a man with a red cap.
No, they say the woman overrides her husband. That's what they say.
Then,
she even said the man. Obiano even told her. Obiano told her to sit down. She told Obiano, "If I slap you," we heard the video. You're an Igbo man. If you're an Igbo man, you heard it.
Wait for here if I slap you.
I'm telling you that he said, "Mmagi." You know what is Mmagi? You know what is Mmagi? You know what that means? I was watching the video. I watched 3 different videos here. I watched 3 videos. I don't know which
one of it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I saw the video.
I saw the video that she said it to one man.
Bro, are you just trying to doubt? Are you just trying to argue for the arguing's sake, or you are trying to listen to me?
No. What I'm trying to tell you that nobody heard what she said, and don't claim only you heard it.
That's why I say you are trying to argue with me.
Come and tell
you are just trying to argue with me. There is more. More videos came out, more videos from different angles, and I saw the one that shocked me, the complete video. A lot of people saw the one where the cameras were taken away. Are you an Igbo man?
I understand Igbo maybe more than you.
We are not an Igbo man now. Don't worry, it's from the creeks. We know.
Okay. There's something with when a woman say "mama," she didn't complete it. She said "mama." That means I will hit. That's what she said.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. No, but she didn't. You don't have to say the whole sentence. When somebody is
did you hear that? Did you hear that?
Yes, irrespective, the first act of aggression was clearly demonstrated by the former First Lady, who drunk at 10 a.m. in the morning, reeking of whiskey, approached Bianca, prodded at her twice, and reached to Yankata. So that's sufficient enough. You know, even her going up to her aggressively is sufficient enough for her to have dirty slap, though. She made sure to qualify the slap as dirty, you know.
No. That's beautiful.
Not a pat on the cheek or a dirty slap.
That's beautiful because she left that place, and my happiness is that she left that place with her pride intact.
Yes, but I'm also happy that she then proceeded to sit down and continue to see the event through, and then, like she said, left with her dignity intact.
Yes, she granted an interview too.
Yes, she did. You know, I'm so happy that it ended well for her, because if it didn't, a lot of people would have been mad, because this is not going to be left like that.
Imagine if she had wrestled Bianca to the ground.
Yes, and pulled her rapper or something. That would have been a total disgrace to the Igbo land. That would have been a total disgrace, because there are very few people we respect in Igbo land. Very few. That's because
you know that Bianca used to be Fani Kayode's girlfriend back in the day.
There you go. There you go.
When you used to be Bianca or something.
How old was she then?
No, that was in the Cambridge days. Days.
When they were all 18, 17, things could happen. Of course, everybody. But I don't know why Fani Kayode even brought that out, because if it's not.
Remember when he brought it out? He said I breezed through her. I remember his words.
Well, but you know, there's something about that woman. You see. That scandal, that one, when Fani Kayode said it, would have been the end of her reputation. But instead, some people are that lucky. You know, she stayed her ground, and she said she doesn't know the guy. And that is what we believe. You know, she said she didn't know that guy. And that's what we believe.
All right. In any fight, I'm always on the side of Bianca, because I've always admired her for long enough.
One man, leave Bianca alone.
I just like her dignity. Of course, she's a striking beauty. We all know that. But
do you know what is going on right now?
The way she's so dignified, I like that. You know.
See, in the midst of all this trouble, you know what is going on right now? People are looking for the man who held her. They said that man held her in a way they did not like. They are asking who is that man. I'm telling you,
he enjoys small, Abi.
It's another problem now. Yeah, some boys are saying that man must be brought to book. I say, for separating again.
This guy just wants to.
You know, some guys, when they are separating women fighting, they are not really.
I don't carry fake news. I
know what you are saying. I saw that story, but you know, those are the side stories. No, I know. You know something. I know. I saw it
right now.
I know you saw it. I saw it. But you know, it's not gonna hold water. That's not the man was just trying to calm her down. You know, the man was just trying to.
But you used that opportunity to offer small to committed torture.
But you to look at it. How old is that woman? And she's still beautiful. That woman is over
50. She's only 50.
Yes, and she's that beautiful that people want to hold her.
She's 53 or 54.
Oh, You look at other 53 or 54-year-old women.
Will you guys allow her to remarry? Will you allow her to remarry?
No.
I don't think they will. Yeah,
we don't want.
It will dishonor the stature of Ojukwu. So she might just have her own secret affairs, which people can give a blind eye to because she's human. But coming out to say she wants to be Mrs. someone else, even she, I don't think she will want to do that.
What if it's somebody as esteemed as the Oni?
No,
Maybe if she marries the Oni?
Why are you bringing Oni in this?
No.
Because I'm looking at somebody that is high enough to.
No, nobody in Igbo land. There's no high person anymore. Like right now, there are very few people we can respect.
See, there are high people. I am one. I am high. If you are not, I am. My brother.
No, when he's saying high, he didn't mean like Igbo smoking.
I think he just likes to argue. He just wants to argue. You know what I mean?
Sorry.
All right. Sorry. It's going to be one of those sessions.
In Igbo land today, there are very few people because we hate the kind of politics that is going on right now.
Okay.
In Nigeria.
Sorry, Exiro. Lord Michael just said something interesting there that I want to do a round-robin question on. Because he said it's a prince, but there are very few people that are not princes in Nigeria. I also a prince, both paternally and maternally. But, but Jake, I can go and bring my beads. I have title beads. Jake, are you a prince of some form in your community? Are you a prince?
No, but I know Igwe.
You know an Igwe. All right, UK, are you a prince?
No, we're not from the prince system. In my place, it's by a lineage.
Yes, lineage.
All right. Exero, are you a prince?
Yes, my three generations ago was the last king by lineage before they started doing it by what was it called? Rotation.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Engineer, are you a prince? Engineer is asleep again.
Are you referring to me?
No, engineer.
Are you referring to me?
No, you are prof. Engineer I went to, but you are an engineer too, so I can see where the confusion is. Flash, are you there and are you a prince?
No, I am not, but I am the first in my generation.
The first what?
The first that will be in my own generation.
What does that mean?
He's an elect.
Okay, okay, I get you. What about you, Henry? Are you a prince? Okay, we don't have Henry. Prof, are you a prince?
I'm not a prince, but I'm a prince in the Lord Jesus Christ.
All right, good. We all are that. So we already know Lord Michael is, but I suspect that Mike is not a prince because if Mike is a prince, I'll go and throw my title beads in the well.
Wow,
Mike, are you a prince?
Why would I want to be a prince when I'm already a king? Serious man,
a king of what?
King of history.
Come to my domain. You know that your back.
Okay. So it was just interesting to find out. All right, thank you, gentlemen. So round off your thoughts on the Bianca Ojukwu interview, and then I'll take you to more serious matters. $320 million missing. So round off your thoughts on the Ojukwu matter.
Yes, I'm very happy that Bianca Ojukwu was not scattered, was not touched. She left that place with her pride intact, and we are very happy for it. Let me just make this. I know a lot of people watch this program. This is the last warning to anybody that will come to Bianca again. It will never happen again.
I don't think so, after the whole of
Bobo serious, go. This Bobo serious,
This is the last. My man. No, we know they use that one play. This is the last warning. The last warning. In fact, we are making serious preparations that these things can never happen again. Special place for her every time she goes out.
No, I think they just have to increase security around her.
One man, can I say something?
Yes, UK.
Yeah, the thing I want to say about the two slap To me,
the two dirty slaps.
Yeah, to me, I mean, I don't want to support any of them because two of them, they are, I mean, I'll call them a woman. I will call them a mother of that state. I mean, because people are looking up onto them, up to them because they are mothers. Yeah, I know that Obiano wife, what she did was not good, by trying to provoke that lady or trying to make that lady, because there's what they say in Igbo land.
No, say it in Igbo first before you translate it.
Like two people can, I don't know how to, but let me just, mad people, two wrongs, let me just say it in English, two wrongs cannot make a right. Yes, exactly. So this is to show you the kind of moral decadence in our society. In when Igbo was Igbo, two of them, they will find them. I don't care what anybody will say. In Igbo land, they will find them. In a typical core Igbo land, they will find two of them for fighting first. Before they will begin to, separate, or who find force, who find this thing. But just to tell you that the leadership, there's a failure in leadership, there's a moral decadence, whatever thing that is going on in that country. That's to show you the level our people, they have been reduced to. That is what I just want to say.
I disagree with you. I will make that point. If somebody stands in your front and speaks to you anyhow, of course you don't touch. But if that person touches you, that is where you start your self-defense. And I don't think those two slaps are too much.
No.
Those two slaps are,
no. See, I'm not talking. See, I'm not even talking. I'm telling you if we do the things
according to tradition,
and according to how things are being done.
UK, let me help you out. X0, just go on your internet and look for Omena Landibo and try to read through. You will see part of what UK has said. What you are saying is Oyibo own. What the Igbo culture really says is what UK has just told you. We are not adding sentiments because it's this.
Okay, but if you look at the titles, they all hold.
No, it's not about
the woman. I'm coming. Bianca's husband was Eze Buruburu. You know what the meaning of Eze Buruburu? The king of all.
As long as you are not God.
My brother, in Igbo, in a typical Igbo land, if even the king, when they offend, they have to. They will do their own ritual. If you read Igbo history, if two people fight, first of all, two of them will pay for fine on that land.
But this is not two people, though. This is one person and the wife of we
call it a fight. We call it a fight because there was a retaliation.
If you fight a king, it's not two fighting, no. If you fight a queen, it's not two fighting. It is not two fighting. I will disagree with you on that.
It is two fighting in Igbo.
No. I will disagree with you on this one. You fought a queen. The queen, you cannot go and fight the Obana of Lagos now. It's not two fighting. Why you talk like this? Is the Obiano's wife a queen? Is Obiano a king? You have to understand tradition too.
Hello, let me interject.
All right.
Don't compare the Oba of Lagos to Ojukwu. You guys stop naming Yoruba by your conversation.
Let me interject.
I want Obas and all your people's mates. So don't be comparing Ojukwu's wife to Oba of Lagos. What kind of insult is that?
No, you know what Ojukwu is?
Ojukwu is a criminal, man. I know they come in and call all this rubbish.
Hello. This guy.
Ojukwu is a fucking criminal, man. It's a warlord. That's what Ojukwu is. So don't come here. Why are you going to mention our Oba? I go to say about Lagos, man.
Foolish all the time.
I go to call about Lagos. They talk. Waiting for about your fucking.
Well, this guy.
Your useless Biafran nonsense, man.
One man. You should remove this guy from this platform.
You should remove him from mentioning Yoruba Oba. I go to mention Oba.
No, don't use that sort of language. we've
I go tell about Lagos. They crazy.
No,
Don't say that, man.
Don't say people are mad now. You can disagree without you. Please now, I beg you all the time now. Don't do that.
No, me
hold on, but I think
Mike,
Flash
they
wants
are
to
not
put a
insulting
question.
the Oba.
Yeah, I think Flash wanted to put a question to UK. Flash, you wanted to say that to UK.
Yeah, thank you, woman. I was going to ask the UK, this woman, the Ojukwu, the Bianca, is she kind of the first wife or the second wife to Ojukwu?
Well, I don't really know the history, but I know Ojukwu married. I don't really know the.
She's the first wedded.
Yeah. Okay. If the okay.
That's the rightful wife.
No.
I think it's the second wife because there's quite a chasm in
that's
their
what
age.
I wanted to say.
Their age.
Forget about wedded. In the Igbo tradition,
because
I'll say in tradition, marriage in church is alien. It's alien to us. It's another man's culture. It's white man's culture.
You're right.
So you're right. You're right. That they pay the bride price. She's the second person.
One man.
Maybe she's the most preferred.
One man. Can I say something?
Yeah, go on, UK.
Yeah, in my own part of Igbo, when you go to church and marry, and if you don't come to, see your age grade, you have not married one man. Even if no matter where you do that marriage, you have not married until you come and settle those people. And that one you settle is the real marriage. Let's say you are doing even two marriage, because if you want to do the church, even if you don't want to do the church, just settle the age grade, then they'll consider you are married. In my own
just on that, why are the marriages so expensive in the East? It's almost like you want to recover all of the money you spent on that girl just
it's family dependent.
It depends on the place, one man. Depends on the place.
Family. When you marry to a greedy family,
when they go and bring one list, we have to bring a Ferrari and
some of those greedy families. No, because the father has the right to say all those things can be forgone. So those ones that you see, it's a greed from the family.
Yeah, one man. In my place, if you want to marry, you pay 3 naira 60 kobo. I mean, I don't know what. I mean, but that is the dowry you pay.
Yeah, but what about the list though? We all know about the list.
In my place, the list they always give you, just bring this thing, two crates of mineral, then you buy 2 crates of beer, then you buy
gin is compulsory.
Gin is compulsory, and you buy meat. That is how we marry. Then you can buy like
yam. Yam is a must in the East. You have to bring yam.
Yeah, but our own. I don't think it doesn't pass more than 10 tubers of yam. 10 tubers, which is still okay.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Okay. Thank you. So let's get back to X0. So we move from the East to main politics. So this money now is only in Nigeria. They recovered looted loot, and then they tell you that they are going to give it to 4 people, which already tells you that they are going to loot it. But even in that process, they've abandoned that to just outrightly loot it. $320 million Abacha loot. Federal government blames not paying poorest Nigerians in the last 7 months on technical issues. So what does technical issue even mean? Where is the money? In 12 months, you've not been able to pass this money on as you said you were going to. What does technical issue mean? And what technical issue can there be for 7 months? What are you making of that, X0?
That's the question. Technical issues. What technical issues? Is it NEPA light? Is it the imputing of the data? What technical issues? Because this is not the first time we are getting this kind of stories of the federal fraudsters telling us they want to share money to the poor people, only for them to tell us they shared cash. How many billion did that?
Unbelievable.
They shared cash.
They are sharing $320 million out in cash.
Yeah, in cash to poor people. Can you imagine? And they think they are talking to babies.
And even that now you've abandoned it and just stolen it.
Yeah, stolen it, and then they are giving us this one now. This I sense there's no need to. I don't even know. Sometimes I don't even know why this federal government bothers to tell us or to report these things to the citizens, knowing fully well that whether they report it or not, we cannot do anything. We cannot do anything, whether they tell us or not.
I would respect them more if they just come out and tell us, we have stolen it and we have stolen it, to do your worst.
Live and direct,
that's more. Just tell us that now. I would respect that more.
Yes. For our sanity, instead of coming and telling us technical issues. Technical what? What is it? What is it that is so technical about, imputing the computing things and then sending out money to people's accounts? First and foremost, you shared money in cash one time. There's no way you can share money in cash and then get the data. Are you writing the data of these people on paper? And we're in a country where there is no light, the national grid is shutting down. How do you even sustain the internet?
How do you even audit it? How do you audit that the monies that you are that you say that you are handing out in cash was actually handed out? Are you asking us to take it on trust that you did it?
Yes, exactly.
Is that what you're asking? No audit trail?
Even microfinance banks that support the lowest of the low, the poorest of the poor, they compute these things into their system so they can monitor, the improvement of these traders. But you don't go there with any computers, you don't go there with any system. The people are not, you don't have their biodatas, you don't do nothing, you just go, all of a sudden you said you shared billions within how many weeks? And they are making, that's the former, was her name, the humanitarian minister said she shared about 800 billion.
Farouk, I think something. Yes. Farouk, yeah.
Yes, within a couple of weeks. And they want us to believe that. And then these monies, don't forget, this money is the fraud in these monies they are retrieving from the US banks and the UK banks, is that there was one man who actually was the one Abacha used to fleece this money. So he was called in to be able to release the money. He had to sign something. So for his own part, he was going to take about half of the money. Half of the money. One Northern is a Northerner. Half of the money, part of the money is going to him, and another part of the money is going to come to Nigeria. So we were asking, if we are retrieving this money and Nigerians are supposed to be patriotic, why is somebody taking almost half of the money? Because it was going to facilitate it to come back to Nigeria. I don't know the full story. I read it then, but I've forgotten it. And then that part of the money that came to Nigeria.
You see, those recovered monies, they usually negotiate it. You don't usually get. This is why they steal a lot. So when they go after Abubakar Malami to recover the $10 billion that he has stolen, he has a $10 billion war chest. So he can bury you in legalities internationally till the end of time. So rather than go through that, they'll say, okay, you keep 3 billion. However, they're able to negotiate it and hand back 7 billion. So that's why they steal heavily, so that they can negotiate.
Their way.
The more you steal, the safer you are.
Well, but the whole thing is just a mess, because they bring back this money. It's part of the reason why people like the Magus had to even start stealing out of those monies too. When they said they exchange the money to Naira, blah, 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 blah,
using some mala, using some look at
So it's a fraudulent process all the way from the banks that didn't release the money immediately Abacha died. I mean, how many years ago did Abacha die? We are still retrieving money. We are still getting these monies. Can the banks just be man up and say, okay, this is the money?
So that money not be used to build one infrastructure that stands as a monument to that recovery.
No.
Rather than build a bridge, build a road, build a hospital, with it. And then it stands as a monument to monies recovered and then put to the use that it should have been.
Yes.
You're saying you're giving it to poor people. You're handing out $320 million in cash.
In cash.
To poor people.
And then we the people. The thing is, what do? We the people, that they are messing up left, right, and center like this? What do we do? They know we can do nothing. They killed us at the Lekki. We did nothing. We protested and nothing happened.
Anyway. Now, fella told us now it's Joro now, suffering and smiling. It's
nothing happened. So when you see the likes of, like we discussed earlier, when you see the likes of South Africa and co saying to the West, to hell with you, you know where their grouse is coming from, because they were supposed to step in and say, okay, you killed these people and you stole their money. And if they look truly in, they'll see a lot of scandalous fraud. But because they are helping these people, they are chasing Russian oligarchs everywhere, like we said. But Nigerian oligarchs, there are so many. Nigerians are the richest. They hit our monies. If they did what they did to Nigeria, to UK, that country will not exist. If they did what they did to Nigeria, to America, America will fold up. Nigeria is so rich. So rich. But look at what we are facing. Is Abacha loot even? Look at what we are facing. Just look at it. Me and you, we are here discussing these issues. They know that we cannot do nothing. They know we can't do nothing. They're rubbing it on our faces. I mean, billions being shared. You can't tell anybody. People who live in Europe know that monies cannot be shared in cash. You can't.
How can they? You see, this is where we surrender, you know, because when they say they are sharing the money in cash, people were just aghast and they said, surely that cannot happen. That cannot be allowed. But then who will stop it from happening is the thing. And then that then just lets you know that you're just helpless and these people can act as they will. When they are telling you, the government, that they're sharing the money out in cash, who are you then looking to stop them? No, who is going to stop them now? No, you see, that tells you just how helpless we are.
Like I told you one time, you know, and I'm glad that most of the things I told you came to pass. You see, Buhari's government is a government of the dictator and his collaborators, just like Adolf Hitler did, and the Mossad had to start looking for and chasing and getting them and bringing them to book. That is what we should do to these people. None of them should be free to enjoy this loot. None of them should be made
all right. Well, they've been there. Sadly, nothing will happen because it's happened for so long. Just go through the list of names now. Umaru Diko, Alhaji Abubakar Alhaji, Babangida Buhari, Jeremiah Hussaini, Obasanjo. We are going 40, 50 years. They just, where do you even start? They just, nothing will happen now. When has anything ever happened? Nothing will happen.
That's where I knew that Nigeria will never break up. We're just wasting our time because the corruption that is binding us like a glue will never let go. As long as that country is rich, it cannot break. If you try it, if you try to break they will even all the pipelines, all the military bigwigs, they are sucking oil and making themselves rich. So they are going to guide this country for the next 100 years. We will still be together like this.
I don't believe so.
Man, you can believe what you like, but reality.
My brother, corruption is powerful. When you are getting money from oil, can't you see that there's no coup in the country with all this mess? The likes of Okotiebo, they didn't do quarter of what these people are doing. When the military took over, you know how many coups we had in Nigeria? Do you wonder why we don't have coup anymore? Because all the soldiers are now feeding fat from the oil. They are feeding fat. They are okay now. There's enough to go around. They don't care about anybody. They don't care about you, and they're not patriotic. They are not patriotic. So look at. I mean, somebody just come and tell you that they shared billions in cash. Oh boy, why you are not in Onitsha market?
It beggars belief, you know. The more you think about it, the more you cannot wrap your head around it. The country has a sophisticated financial system that you can facilitate. You can have special dispensation for them to be able to have some sort of rudimentary financial instrument that will enable you electronically get this money to them so that you can then have an audit trail. You are saying you are going around market squares handing out $320 million. What is the meaning of that? That's just nonsense.
For you to even know, it's an insincere procedure. It's an insincere process because for you to get the poor people into the banking system, you are almost getting the population of Nigeria. And they will never let you get the true population of Nigeria because they want us to believe that the North is more
they are saying they are giving it to the poorest of the poor, which is to tell you that they are giving it to the Northerners, because a lot of the list that first came out, it was like 80-90% Northern, because they are telling you that that's where the poverty is most biting. And they are telling you that 5,000 naira can change the life of somebody. And they're saying these people at that level of poverty, they are not in the system. So they don't have the financial vehicles for it to be electronically transferred to them. So they go in duffy bags filled with naira notes, handing it out to people. So how do you then ask them to account for it? You know, somebody that is at that level that you describe. So that means that money is just handed over and it's goodbye. He has no record. He's not of any known address. He's not of any known identity. And so the money is just a nonsense, isn't it?
And to tell you the irony of this whole situation, these people are not bankable. They don't have bank accounts because they tell you they are not able to get bank accounts. But they are able to get voters cards, right? Or is that fake? How are they able to vote? Why are they getting more votes? There's something fishy in this whole mess. And
it's not even fishy. It's an open glare now. They're openly robbing you now. It's not. There's no sophistication to what is going on. It's not like as though they are cleverly maneuvering you. They are stealing in open glare.
And they're not hiding it anymore.
Yeah, you know.
But Zero, I think eventually Nigeria is split in two.
Don't worry about that, Charles. It's not happening anytime soon.
Yeah, so people should suffer Nigeria for 100 years.
Well, they've suffered for 100 years already. So what's another 100 years?
You wonder why other African countries don't like you guys. You wonder why? There's a reason.
All right, thank you, Charles.
There's a hope. It's a hopeless situation. In fact,
something has to happen. But what is that thing? Is the thing.
I think what we are facing now is what's supposed to happen, which is the suffering is now getting to the middle class. The poor and downtrodden have suffered so long that they have developed a thick skin. People are living on 1 meal a day. Sometimes they go hungry for a whole day. But now it is getting to the middle class because there is total shutdown. Recently there was no power, no electricity for days, and to worsen it, banks, which hires most of this middle class, will start retrenching because they cannot pay for the diesel. That means they have to cut down hours and cut down on staff.
You know what I heard the other day that alarmed me? This so-called middle class, the lower middle class at least, they're now having to substitute yam for potato. So they cannot afford yam anymore, so they are now buying potatoes. This is where, so...
They are the ones that actually helped open the eyes of politicians because they showed them all the tricks. They are the ones hiding their monies for them. Now it's coming to them. Now those people they put their children everywhere. Their children too are going to face it because when you start facing salary cuts and facing sack, and you have to look for other alternatives, everybody cannot go abroad. Then it will down on them that they just have to join the poor man's problem and start the process of changing that country. Because if you don't, look at the number of people who are doing this to us. They're just less than 2%. But this middle class have shown them everything, taught them all the tricks. Those who are hiding their monies for them are not their family members. There are people in these banks. These banks are keeping money for politicians. These banks are giving money to politicians knowing that they don't have anything to lay their names on. People go into offices poor, but banks go there to give them loans just because they are senators. These banks give them loans without nothing to their name. Just if you win an election, the banks come to you because they know you are going to steal. You know, so you open their eyes, you show them all these tricks. The people in the civil service, they are the most corrupt. You go to any parastatal, you go to any agency, you must drop money here and there and here and there. Some of them don't touch their salaries. In a country that people don't touch their salaries, people don't touch their salaries. They live on their, they live by on the daily takings. You know,
have you noticed that you've never heard the policeman protesting about not being paid their salaries, even though they don't get paid their salaries? But they don't even know that they're entitled to a salary, you know. When all they have to do is just go to the road now and just stop one or two big cars and give them a hard time. And that is your salary in one day.
Yes.
You know?
Yes. And the common man doesn't even want wahala. He knows that the policeman's problem is maybe 50 naira or 20 naira. You give it to him. You know, because you're driving a car, you should have some change. Because people don't even go out without having some change for policemen. Because definitely we are all corrupt in that country. Because if you look at go slow traffic, everybody wants to beat the traffic. That's why there's a traffic. That's why there's a traffic. Everybody wants to beat it. When I was back home, I came out of my car. I had to stand in front of another car and push my car in. You know, so I now caused the traffic in the other side just to leave because those people have held me in a traffic for too long. Nobody was interested.
You know, I did that as well. We were stuck in this heavy traffic, and we were in the furthest lane. I had to get out, but I spoke to them. I said, I used phone to try and cut a slash. We had to slide into some back streets, and even to get. We were going to go through back streets to get in, but even to get the back street that we're going to enter was just about 3-4 feet away, but the bank of cars was such that we were there for a good 40 minutes. So I had to step down and maneuver cars trying to use,
You see? It's they know these
madness.
Things. Yeah. They know these things. Look at, I kind of agree with you when you said Lagos needs more help. You know that Lagos is a trap.
Now they shouldn't be building Third Mainland in the bridge, Third Niger in the bridge now. Who travel?
You cannot do anything.
The Igbos only go home on Christmas. They only go home during Christmas.
No. I just think that the country is in a deep mess, and the people who are supposed to be running it, they don't care about doing anything. There's no plan. Everything is just stuck. And they have allowed Dangote and the rest of them to use their trucks to bastardize places like Lagos. You cannot move. You are in a trap. You can't move from mainland to island. You'll be stuck on top of Ojuelegba Bridge. I'm telling you the truth. You cannot. You just watch the day go by. You cannot. You just be in a matrix. You try to get here, you can't. You leave your car and take a bike. That's how Nigeria is.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, X0. Somebody was asking me yesterday that do we ever discuss good news here? And I told the person that, look, my Instagram is there, and I encourage people to send me links. So if you send me links of good news, please, I will read it out. We don't come here to lament all the time, but hopefully more cheerful news from Engineer who joins us. So thank you, X0. So Engineer, good to have you.
Yeah, good to have you too, one man.
Look at that. The cheeks are just looking rosier. When you're talking about suffering, Engineer is wondering what suffering. Look how rosy the cheeks are. God.
It was punching. I'm doing boxing, so they punch it proper.
Oh, is that your new exercise, boxing?
Yeah.
Okay. People seem to be doing. I remember Celibis was doing that at some point as well. Is that the new exercise now, boxing?
No, I just do it once a while. That's it.
All right, be careful that you don't get beaten up. Did you hear me read out this story, Engineer? This 14-year-old girl that was an unaccompanied minor. Sometimes they go on flights to be supervised by the cabin crew to be handed over to their parents at the other end. But this girl passing through the system to get onto that flight to the hands of the cabin crew, they extorted her, 14-year-old girl, of 8,000 naira. This is the immigration officials at the Buritala Mohammed International Airport. So the mother went out on social media to lament, And through that lamentation, they were able to trace these people, retrieve that money, and then suspend them. They banned them, in fact, they sacked them really, banned them permanently for life for working for the immigration service. But what are you making of that story? These people, the lack of conscience, even a 14-year-old girl, or just on her way to get on that flight to be received by her parents at the other end, but she still ran into the clutches of the Nigerian airport system. So what are you making of the narrative of this little girl?
Wow, that's a bit kind of shocking and disgrace to that state, to Nigerian state, because I could remember some time ago, 2013, I visited Nigeria, and the funny part of it, once you arrive there, you see there are some immigration that I think they're after money. When people give them money, then they put in a fast track line for you to go and check in quickly and stamp your passport and you just go. I was very, very disappointed because I went to my own home country and I see that someone pay money and they pull that person straight away for him to go quicker. I was like, what is going on here? So that means that if today I should use a British a passport and went through and gave you a little change, so you treat me well. It's unfortunate that I use Nigerian passport to visit my own country and somebody is just like, demanding money for me to just go quick. I said, I'm not going nowhere. So imagine this little girl that how they treated her and they took money off from her. I bet you they must have been threatening her as well.
Yes, and she would not know any better. She's scared for her life.
Exactly.
You know this. Even you, a grown-up adult, you are afraid of these people. Never mind a little girl.
They should put them in jail, honestly, because how long would all these things stop? Every corner in that country you go, any uniform men, they must tax the crap out of you. Why is it so? So it's something that Nigeria need to wake up, man. Things like this need to change.
Because I was, what disappoints me is, I thought, yes, they do these things, but the humanity of it, if they see that it's a little girl, they work in the airport, so they know that unaccompanied minors often pass through or sometimes pass through. And you'd have thought that they would have wanted to cooperate to make it as pleasant an experience for her as possible, not to traumatize her. But what would they have said to her and done to her for her to have started with 8,000 naira? They are telling you, they say, I would lock you up, I will do. Just a 14-year-old girl. Can you imagine that? That's just...
This is how maybe if most of them will be intimidating you, then one will come to you and put you to a side and try to make you think he or she is on your side.
Yeah,
and that was the job for them. Yes, I will just tell you, what, just give them this money. I don't want to be part of it. I'm only helping you. But they're all working together. These guys are just criminals. I'm happy they found out.
They should have asked the girl more about what they said to her, honestly, because it's something that is ongoing. That would never stop. I could remember 3 to 4 months ago they said they took some. I think they took some of the Nigerian immigration. They suspend them. But imagine you suspend some 4 months ago. Now some are still doing it. I think they need to put them in rehabilitation, or they need more training. I must be honest.
The system is too corrupt for it to be corrected. Is just the thing. They have all this new digital something at the port to scan the cargoes, etc. But they just let it rot away, because that would block off all the loopholes. It's just the whole system is a mess, engineer. I think we all know that.
Because my advice to people: if you visit Nigeria, if you're coming back, cargo your food, cargo everything, bought your dress, cargo it back to where you live abroad.
Yes, that's a better way to do it.
Then just take your hand luggage. That's it. Then they should do whatever they want to do. That's where you see another drama. The people are just very useless, honestly. They need to do something about that country. Honestly, one man. They have to.
Engineer, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Etisain.
Etisain too.
You see, permit me to say this. You see, anytime when I come here, I speak of Ghana, you get offended. See, when you come to here in Ghana, when you come to our port is complete 99.9% digitalized. If you are importing, I am an importer of cars from the US. I registered with Copart. I registered with Auction Export and Salvage.com, IAIA.com. When you import cars from the US in Ghana here, you will not even see those what do we call it? We call it the custom office. You won't see them. You just go to the platform, you key in the VIN number, the vehicle identification number of the car you are bringing, and they will give you all the details and how much you are going to pay. You will not see any human being. You pay at the bank, your receipt is forwarded to the evaluators. The evaluators will now move it to the inspectors. You are just going there with your papers. Nobody, no human influence. Before it was not like that. But today, if you see for the past 7 years, if you see, you don't see nobody will collect any dime from you. That is how I want Nigeria. And those people that are doing those things in Ghana here first started in Nigeria before they came to Ghana. Why
you see the facilities are there in Nigeria, but they let it rot away.
Yes.
In the semi border, they've put digitalized system. I think this was actually donated by the European Union. They've put a digitalized system there just for ease of transactions. They never installed it. They let it rot away. That's been there since Obasanjo era. The scanning system for the seaports, they've been there since Obasanjo era.
Yeah,
They're still using pen, biro, and paper to,
One man, that is why I always feel bad when I talk about corruption in Nigeria. Every sector, there is no sector that is not affected. They want to collect from you. They want the little one. Why are you drinking from the bottle?
Don't worry. I'm an Oyo man. Eh?
Okay, yeah, you're right. That's good.
You can take the man from the village, but you cannot take the village
bro. That's good, bro. That's good, bro. The culture is there. We are proud of it. I'm proud of it, bro. You see, so this is why I always complain when I come here. People will say, "Oh, you say here in Ghana, we are very small, we are very tiny." If you look at the population of Lagos, it can compete. Population of Lagos is about, let me say, approximately 22 to 23 million. Ghana is 31 point something million. You see, and what we do here is virtually different from what is obtainable from the giant of Africa. Nigeria should be a pace setter.
It's a corrupt system, Vin, as you know.
Engineer, thank you.
Thank you. Just to back you up, Vin, Alexander Gomez Supertas, he says, my first experience with the internet was in Accra, Ghana in 1991. So there you have it, This is
way back 1991.
It's Buhari. It's not Buhari also, because this is not even Buhari. It's the Nigerian system that emboldens people like Vin to come here and rub it in our face. So Alexander Gomez, his first experience of the internet was in Accra, Ghana.
Forgive me. We are just sharing. We are rubbing.
No, you don't say forgive me. You love it now. You love rubbing it in. We know you love it. He loves it. Thank you, Alexander, for the super chat. I mean, the engineer, does he not love rubbing it in?
Of course.
Before you say one word, is here in Ghana. Ghana. Everything is here in Ghana.
That's my trademark. That's my trademark. Now nobody will buy it from me. No?
Fair enough. That's good.
Yeah, but back to your engineer.
Yeah. So one man is high time, but one man, there's something we're missing here. The guys they put them there, they're working for their top man at the main office there. So this is what is happening. They have a target. The big man up there will tell them, today you'll be in the airport. I need up to, let's say, 100 or 200,000 naira. So those guys there, they will do anything to tax anyone coming into Nigeria for them to meet up that tax. And if they meet up the tax, the extra change they have, that will go to their pocket. So that's why you see they will leave whatever they're doing. Instead of doing the main job, they wouldn't do it. They would rather prefer.
You know, their uniforms. I don't think their uniforms is allowed to have pockets. Do they have pockets in their uniform?
Of course. Hey, one man. Some of them.
Because I remember a time they said the Nigerian police should not have pockets in their uniform.
One man, if you get to that airport, I must be honest to you. First thing you see, a Nigerian immigration with the uniform, the bottom trouser, with a different kind of T-shirt. That one will pull you aside. He will give you first induction. Before you go further, another one will be there. That's how they can pass you from A to B, from B to C. That's how they operate. Before you meet the uniform ones that they'll be there before they put you guys in line, before, you know, the people that will stamp your passport, they're just there sitting down as well. So they know what they're doing. The problem of that country is the leaders, is the big men in that office sending them to go and do those kind of things. But how can that be changed? I'm so happy that social media is helping. It's time to be exposing these people day by day, because if you don't expose them, things like this, there will be no changes. But
the social media is the biggest weapon that the Nigerian citizen has to fight back.
Exactly.
You know, if we're not seeing all these clips, you know, nobody will believe anything that anybody is saying. They'll just say it's a lie. You know, but
exactly. But like I said to you, it all depends. It is coming from the people up there. They are senior officers. They are the ones sending them to go and do that kind of thing. So sometimes we should look at things, and if they truly investigate this issue, the senior officers they need to be sacked as well. Instead of sacking the junior officers, they need to be sacked from above there.
No, because the rules are, as you said, you know, okay, I need 1 million naira today. I don't care how you get it. So they will go and get 5 million and give 1 million to go and share the rest. But the tacit understanding was, you know, you cannot target a 14-year-old girl now. Come on, man. Come on now. Corruption or not, you cannot target a 14-year-old girl now.
The problem there, if they're under pressure, there's nothing they can do. There's nothing they can do. Honestly, I'm telling you now. If they're under pressure, there's nothing they can do. If those officers that they've been sacked, I'm telling you, if you go back and investigate them properly, they will open up. They will confess.
No, they can't confess, because they know the price. But you know, but we all know.
If you should guarantee them that confess and leave that country, they will do it. They will.
You know, maybe that is the space we need to open up now. The police are a hierarchy of corruption. So the policeman should come out and the police should start opening up all this immigration, customs, etc. The hierarchy of corruption, which we all know exists, but which has not been fully exposed yet. Nobody has ever broken cover to come and speak publicly to these things, which we all know happens.
Exactly. I think I sent you a clip of a voice video certain time that you posted it on your platform. When an officer was there confessing, saying so many things, what is going on in Nigerian police. I could remember you posted it. So those are the kind of things that Nigeria need.
But I don't think he showed his face. He did it.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
He can't show his face. It's just honestly, if you can assure some Nigerian officers that you'll be well covered, maybe after this clip, out of Nigeria, go and start a life somewhere, they will confess. They will tell you what is happening in that country. It's very sad. But for a young girl like that, come on. Hey.
No, it's just the age that upsets me because I'm imagining she's traveling alone. She's already confused enough. And then she's looking up to these hefty men who are making threats, because they would have threatened her to get money off her. It's just not, no. That's too much
man.
now.
It's really sad. It's very sad.
All right, engineer. Let's take you to Igbo land. This is equally sad but somewhat comical. So she dished out a dirty slap. This is how Bianca Ojukwu described it. But then she said at 10 a.m. in the morning, the wife of the former governor was already drunk, coming up to her, calling her Ashawo, prodding at her on the shoulder and reaching to yank her headgear off. Even I am a man, I know that the one thing you don't do is to touch a woman's headgear. So that cardinal sin, of course, it got a dirty slap. What are you then making of the ruffle fight in Anambra State, engineer?
Well, man, to be honest, I'm one of the person that is supporting women in that country, Nigeria. But with all these kind of things that is happening, sometimes you just look at it like if some women are opportune to be in Nigerian high-ranking position with all this kind of issue, how would they handle pressure? That's another thing that I'm thinking. For a lady to come on, I think it's a bit kind of disrespectful. That's one. And two, if she knew that is the wife of a leader of that nation called Nigeria, and for she to go and attack her on that kind of, that's completely disrespectful. I must be honest to you, one man. And
as an Igbo woman, you think she would know better. She obviously must know the weight of Bianca Ojukwu now. She must know.
Exactly. Come on, that's the wife of a general, wife of a senior Nigerian man. That come on, wow, that's that's the biggest mistake she did, and is regardless of how she's drunk, I think she has something in her mind that she wanted to do it. But it's quite unfortunate that she coming at lashing or saying all those sort of things. Honestly, to me, she has to pay for damage, because that's damaging. That's disrespectful and damaging. If you know that this man, he fight for Igbo people and he passed away, come on, you should respect his wife. You should consider her that she's a widow. That's number one, regardless. Huh? Come on, it's sad.
All right, thank you.
I'm very concerned. I'm very concerned that she doesn't even have bodyguards. Why is Igbo land? Why are they so foolish not to provide bodyguard for that woman?
But she was in a secure space, though.
They were invited. So if you're invited,
yeah, but I mean, Bianca Ojukwu should have at least one or two bodyguards or orderly.
Yeah, but
she cannot
the thing is, why you need to understand, when you're invited by a governor for a ceremony, regardless of your bodyguard, you tell them to stay back, because it's a well-organized place. Nobody thought of things like that will happen. But if something like, come on, honestly, that lady, she disgraced that state in Anambra. Honestly, they need to sanction her properly. She needs to pay for damage, and she needs to pay for it. That's all I can say. She has to pay for it.
All right, thank you, engineer. And if she wants to pay for it, maybe she should go to the humanitarian department, who are giving out money. 320 million Abacha loot. Federal government blames not paying poorest Nigerians in the last 7 months on technical issues. So this money, of course, the conditions that the Swiss government put in place for releasing the money back to Nigeria was that you have to tell us what you're going to use it for. Because they feared that if they release the money back to Nigeria, it will be relooted. So they came up with the flimsy reason that they're going to gift it to the poorest to alleviate poverty. But as soon as the money hits the Nigerian bank account, of course, the poor disappear, and so does the money. Technical issue has led to the disappearance of $320 million. Engineer, only in Nigeria.
You see, one man, when Obasanjo, I think Obasanjo came in, some other countries, they returned Abacha loot. When Jonathan still coming too, when he came in, another country returned Abacha's loot. Now, since Buhari came into power, let's say for the past 8 years, I could remember, I think about, if I'm not mistaken, about three foreign countries, they return Nigerians money. And the first one they returned, I believe there was a time they said they shared that money, and those people who shared the money, they brought them, they showed their pictures on, I think, on a Punch newspaper or Vanguard, something like that. So they have been returning so much amount of money in that country. But the thing is, where is the money going? Because the money is going to Buhari and co. They can't give account of it. If Nigerian can find the money in Lagos, full loaded in the empty house, what do you think they will do?
You know, that money was about $15 million, euros.
Of course. And that's dollar, hard currency.
In just some filing cabinets.
Oh my goodness.
So how many other filing cabinets do they have in those Ikoyi buildings packed with dollars?
Nigeria has money, man.
We are finished in that space.
There's money, but the money now, the people are they are very smart now, because I think they upgrade their own system of criminality. And if you look, they don't deal with Naira now, they deal with dollar.
Yes.
They deal with dollar.
Gone are the days when they used to go and bury Naira in Sockaway. They take dollars now and they move it through the Niger borders.
Oh my goodness. So even though they return the money, the poor masses won't see nothing. The best thing, they should keep the money. They should keep the money.
Yeah, no, they should keep it now. You know, or start a project and they will be paying directly for that project. But don't hand over money to everybody. Don't hand over money to Nigerian government now.
What kind of project will they do?
Okay, if let's say they want to build a hospital, and then the Swiss people, they hold on to that money, they supervise that project, and they release the money to the contractors, and they see it to the end. So that's your money, but we'll help you run your country since you cannot run your affairs yourself.
Oh man!
I mean, you have to do something. Has to be different. Now, imagine 7 months. You say the money disappears 7 months for technical issues, and that's a catch-all phrase, by the way. Technical that even has no meaning. Technical issues.
Yeah, but what you need to understand, one man. Even though today they said they should build a hospital, right? Remember, once the hospital is done, within 3-4 years, that hospital will be no more, because lack of maintenance. Equipment, so many things will get expired there. So who is going to function all those things? Nobody. To me, they should keep the money. Honestly, they should keep the money. The money should stay in Swiss till Nigeria be changed for better. That's all I can say, honestly, because returning that money is like you're giving these people opportunity again to steal. Already they're stealing. I keep saying this. These people, then their last tenure, they will do anything to rinse that country called Nigeria. They will rinse it proper. That's what they're doing now. Before you knew it, budget. Oh, let's sign this, let's sign that. What for? How since we're in Nigeria till we leave Nigeria, they will be signing budget. Have you ever seen something progressing? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. There's no light, no road. What else again?
Engineer.
Sir.
Since 1999, Lagos Ibadan Road they've been budgeted for till today. They've not completed it, sir.
Brother, the amount of
you know that road stands alone as the perfect example of corruption in Nigeria. They since 1999, as being said under Obasanjo, they gave it out. They said they were doing PPP. That collapsed because the guy that they gave it, he will tell you that he went to Harvard, etc. But he couldn't build the road. That collapsed. Goodluck Jonathan rescued it. He progressed it to 25%. These people have come in 6 years. They've not been able to complete it. So what is that? 20, 30 years of just building one stretch of road. In that
and they
time
are voting
period,
money.
Yeah, in that time period, China would have built cities, and indeed they built cities fully equipped with all the infrastructure in that time period. And you couldn't just build one stretch of road. You know that Lagos-Ibadan Express Road is the most trafficked road in Africa,
Exactly.
not in Nigeria.
I traveled it. I traveled it. I passed on that road before.
Hold on, Vin. It's the most traveled road in Africa, not in Nigeria, because the seaport is in Lagos, and that is the Lagos Ibadan is the gateway to the rest of the country, and also the wealth is in Lagos. So everything coming out of Lagos to go to all parts of the country has to traffic through that Lagos Ibadan Expressway. And because of the mass of our population, it's the most trafficked, in fact, probably the most important piece of road in Africa. And they couldn't build it in 30, 35 years. So that tells the totality. And every government will tell you infrastructure. But that one piece of road is important. They can't build it. And they're building it badly. It's not properly marked. It's not properly lined. It's just a nonsense. Yeah, it's a tragedy.
Yeah, one man. Money has been voted year in, year out on that road, but nothing to show about it.
It's a travesty. Round off your thoughts, engineer, and then I'll go on to Flash Mankind, who joins us, and I'm keen to hear from him.
Let's go back to native intelligence now. These people, they are just there. I think they have created a shrine so they can be sucking people's blood, so they can be killing citizens of that country, Nigeria, because Lagos Ibadan Express Road, in a month, if tanker didn't fall down and kill, there will be accident. So those are the basic things, and it's just like a common.
That road is not even properly partitioned because, like I said, it's a ferry through for cargo and goods and oil tankers, etc. So you would imagine that they would have partitioned heavy-duty lanes and then keep them in that lane, but everybody just zigzagging up and down. You see cars with 3 tires.
They are bloodsuckers. They know what they're doing. They are doing voodoo money. That's what is happening there. If they fix those things, their spiritual whatever will not function properly. So what can they do? Because I'm telling you, in a month, was it last 2 or 3 weeks? Lagos Ibadan Expressway, a tanker explode again. Imagine. So all the time, every month, in a month or 2 months, you see tanker will break down there and kill people, or there will be accident. So how long will that continue? Because they know that their shrine is there, they will be sucking human blood. That's what is happening there.
Engineer, you're taking it to a different dimension. Or is this? Are you talking about redeem? Is
That's
it redeem that is?
I'm talking in the native intelligence.
Okay.
This is native intelligence. But God will help us anyway.
Is this why they went to locate redeem there for the voodooism?
Redeem too, they are the cause of the problem of that road.
Guru Maharaji.
Redeem too, they are the cause of the problem of that road. Honestly,
to get past that place is a task in itself. The redeem, especially on a Sunday, forget it.
Exactly, the road will be packed. There will be no. Come on, people traveling early in the morning, they will be stuck there. They'll be stuck. God will help us. Honestly, one man, Nigeria needs to be changed, man. So we need people like you, Ayo, And Vine.
No, you don't need Ayo. You know what Ayo is like now. He just wants to burn the whole place down. That's what he wants. He wants to burn it down.
Hey guys,
Ayo is a rebel.
No, see, the thing is, we've become almost like. I mean, I respect women. Don't get me wrong, but we've become like women. Like we just complain. Every single person on this platform knows what's wrong with Nigeria. And we spend 98% of the time here talking about the problems Nigeria has. We all are experts on the problems Nigeria has. Every single one of us. We can write a thesis in our sleep about the problems in Nigeria. Now, what we need to focus on, if we are really looking for the platform to catch fire and actually be meaningful, and for people to sort of like grasp ideas from conversations from people who probably are more enlightened or have seen a different way of life, we need to start at least talking about solutions. At least we talk about. And
we open up to that space, but the solutions are not forthcoming.
Well,
so the problems are discussed, but when we say we want to go to solution, people start to falter.
Right, because solutions are not easy. Complaining is. It's very easy to complain about anything. If I ask my son to clean his bedroom, he has 10 reasons why he can't. Because it's easier to complain than to do the hard work. The hard work in this situation would be for us to come up with solutions. It's boring. I get it. No one wants to talk about solutions. Why?
Everybody wants a solution, because people are exasperated with the heavy weight of the bad news in Nigeria. But the solution is not immediate and to hand, and most often not practical. People will start, when you start to talk about solution, they start to talk about Showore, and then it becomes a nonsense.
No. There's some things I think even without mentioning personalities, controversial or otherwise, the things I think every single one of us can agree upon that would improve the situation in Nigeria. I think there are a few things. We all know corruption is a problem. And the way to get rid of corruption, and we don't even have to reinvent the wheel. Ghana, to some degree, has done this. Technology is your friend. Digital technology is your friend. It's impossible to steal money if you have no access. If you're dealing in a closed system where you can't just wire money from a public account to a private account. Checks and balances. Simple things. They're just very simple solutions we need to be put in place. But as Nigerians, we just seem to derive so much more pleasure from complaining than doing the work, which is preparing solutions. It's not as exciting.
You see, what you said is already. You see this the thing that always truncates everything in Nigeria is corruption and vested interest. Because what you just said now, to digitize the Nigerian economy or the Nigerian space, even not just the economy, but the Nigerian space, and that in itself, in one action, it will slash heavily because exactly. you heard the narrative that Vin told us now, that from his bedroom he will order a car in America, and then from his bedroom he will clear it and only take a paper and then just drive the car out. So that is a digitized space.
So this is something I think we all agree upon, right? Yes. Everything, it doesn't matter what our stripes are as far as our political leanings and the leaders we prefer. This seems like a solution every single person on this platform probably agrees with. So this is what we need to be amplifying. We need to be
that's already in play. It's
not.
Let me tell you how it is in play, because what you are talking about was actually something that Goodluck Jonathan initiated to the space. You remember the infamous comment that stealing is different from corruption. So that was where that statement came from, and he came up with a single treasury account. That any interaction with the government parastatal has to go into a single treasury account. So from that single, go on.
And to that, I say this: forget what anyone says. We are giving zero credence to speech. The only thing we are going to give credibility to is action. So people can come out and say whatever. And why are governors going out and commissioning roads? I mean, this is embarrassing. In 2023, a governor will come out. Doesn't he have serious work to do?
No, but that's the state of development of the country now. That's the state of development now. That's a highlight now.
No Nigerian seems to complain about this. It is almost crazy that you have governors, including the governor of Lagos State, the richest state in the country, going out to commission roads. He's not opening a road that was built like a 10-lane road. He's going to commission a road that hasn't even started construction yet. These are things that we need to be embarrassing the politicians and the political leaders.
But those are not the bigger issues. The bigger issues are what you just said, to digitize the Nigerian space. Right. Because those are just
right. So it doesn't matter what Goodluck. Yeah. It doesn't matter what Goodluck Jonathan said. He did not do it. So
no, he initiated it. But no, is what I was just leading you to. He initiated it, but it was subverted by corruption. Because he came up with a single treasury account where all parastatals monies goes into. But what they just did, the parastatals, the customs, the immigrations, every single one of them, they then went and opened up a stream of satellite bank accounts within banks.
Yeah, but he's the president, right?
No. This came in. So, this was at the tail end of his administration. So this spilled into, because the enacting of it was actually under Buhari.
Right, and this is why Nigeria not only needs a visionary president, we also need a courageous one. And then the other problem I think we can all agree with is, listen, it doesn't matter how powerful or how wise a leader Nigeria gets, until we hold one of those untouchables accountable for everyone to see, we're always going to come back to this. Always.
And how do we go about doing that?
So it's very simple. If we have a courageous president, find an untouchable in Igbo land. Find an untouchable in Fulani land. Find an untouchable in Yoruba land.
Yeah, but how do we get a courageous president, though?
I'm trying to explain now. Find those three untouchables. Punish them. First of all, you've removed the element of tribal whatever. You've removed that. And trust me, there are untouchables plenty in every single group. I'm not even saying we should find in every single group. Just find in the three biggest groups, right? Or the three most powerful groups. Punish them severely.
The rest will learn a lesson.
Demystify them. Did you see what the USA did to Gaddafi when they caught him? The first thing they did was they had a very lowly soldier search him in public, put his hand in his hair. You're demystifying the mystery behind the great
don't use Gaddafi as an example.
No, hold on. Let's not get diverted into the Gaddafi, but let's stay with what are you saying.
First of all, we all seem to think these powerful people are untouchable.
No. That's at the back end of what you're saying. You are saying we need a courageous leader, but how do we acquire that? Because we have to have the courageous leader for everything you are saying to take place. So how do we get that?
Well, it is first of all not recycling the same people we've had.
No.
One man. I have a question for Ayo.
Vin. Let Ayo, because he's in a train of thought. So let's follow through with him. So how do we get that? So just tell us how we get a courageous leader.
There are many courageous people, past and present in Nigeria. A lot in every single ethnic group. There are lots of them. Past courageous leaders would be Gani Fawemi, but these are not people we seem to exalt. These are not people we seem to get behind.
No, how do we get a courageous president, Ayo, is the question. How do we get one?
The way we do that is we as people, we need to get behind someone who may not seem likely, but has the courage. Right. Now, if I were to pick someone in Igbo land currently, I don't know. I mean, I have really good leaders. I like Mogalu, but I don't know what his courage is like. He doesn't seem to say things that are controversial, which may not be a bad thing.
Because if we get a courageous leader, everything that you said and more will happen automatically. If they are courageous, patriotic, and honest, everything that you said will just happen as a consequence. Yeah, but so the key thing is to get that courageous leader. But how do we get that?
Yeah, everything has to be intentional. Nothing is going to happen automatically in Nigeria. Nothing. Every single thing has to be intentional. And the way we get a courageous leader is, first of all, just as difficult as it is to shun the old brigade.
Right.
It's shun them and start looking at new people. I like Patton Tommy. I know he's older now.
Is he courageous?
Well, I don't know about his courage, but he definitely has good ideas, and he seems to understand the problems and how to fix them. He's older, so he's not a viable candidate. He's too old. I think about maybe 10, 15 years ago when he was actively seeking the presidency, he would have probably been a great guy back then. Now it's a guy. Huh?
How old is Patu Tommy?
I think he's in his 70s, right?
Are you sure?
I don't know. That's why I said I think.
He's in his 60s. He's in his 60s.
Okay, well, he just doesn't seem to. He doesn't seem to have the energy. He doesn't seem to have the vigor that a leader needs currently. He's been defeated. There was a time this guy was so vocal, he was so passionate, but now he's given up, and that will happen. Nigeria will do that to you. So
you join the dining table, and when you're eating, you maintain table manners.
Right. Yeah. But, we're at a point where table manners, we'll worry about table manners on the back end. Right now, we need someone who come in and clean house. We need someone who come in and do something no one has done before. Lock up freaking Malami. Lock up freaking Tinubu.
No, all of that are at the tail end. You see where it always falters is when you start to... Because I was wanting you to chart a path to a courageous leader, and I'm still waiting for you to chart that path. So what it will do is what it will do. That's at the other end of it. But how do we get him?
This is the problem we have as Nigerians. Right. We're always, because of our trauma, we're always looking for an exit ramp to fight. So your assertion and you pushing me is because there's someone you have in mind you think I'm going to mention.
No. I wasn't expecting you to mention Showore because you know that I will pull that. But I was expecting you to describe at least something to, because what you're still saying is still vague and ambiguous, So you're speaking in flowery language to nothing that's really substantive. So you're saying a courageous leader will do this and will do that. Well, we all know the courageous leader will do this and that. But to get that courageous leader is the key thing. So how do we get him or her?
The key thing, in my opinion...
I have a question for you.
Oh, hold on now, Vin, please.
Yeah, the key thing, in my opinion, is to set aside whatever little prejudices and whatever little petty ideologies we have. That can come later. Right now, I think it's just like if you're 600 pounds, losing the first 300 pounds is pretty easy. It's getting to 150 pounds that is the problem. Right now, we're in such a mess that at least getting things half better should be easy. And it should be everything that we can all agree upon.
No, but you're still not describing a pathway to that. You are still talking in ambiguous language. What you are saying, nobody can disagree with anything that you are saying, but how do we get there? In practical steps, how do we get there?
So in practical steps, there's no guarantee, but we need to try something different. We need to look at someone completely different who does not fit the mold. And there's some people who are brash, and no one is perfect. Some people have the political skill, but don't have the courage. Some people have the courage, but may not have the political skill. We need to accept people where they are and try to see if we can at least get halfway where we need to get through those people. And then once we've at least started to trend in that direction, then we can start to maybe look for perfection. But right now, I think everyone is looking for perfection off the bat, and we're not going to find that. Nigeria is a very flawed place, and we all have generational trauma from growing up there.
Don't worry about that. You like your go-to comments, but I think Vin has a question for you. So take Vin's question.
Ayo, please.
Yeah.
How do we get a courageous leader that will have the clout or the temerity, the audacity to prosecute Obasanjo, to prosecute Ibrahim Babangida, to prosecute Abu Salami Abubakar, to prosecute all those people that have looted the common fund of Nigeria? How do we get, we have to say, look, I want to give you an instance before you answer my question. If you look at Ghana system, when J.J. Rawlings came in, let J.J. Rawlings, may his soul rest in peace, came on as a military head of state, he tied all the people that stole even 10 naira in a place they call Nungua Military Range Classification Center. He slaughtered them. Some of them were men. You see men having breasts like women. They stole, and they stole so much that Ghana was bankrupt. He got all of them, stopped them from traveling, escaping from Ghana, destroyed them, and today, if you are going to steal $1 in Ghana, you'll be watching your back. Nigeria hasn't done that. And as long as Nigeria hasn't done that, there are so many of them. If you look at when Abu Salami Abacha left office, it was proposed that about...
Is it a question or a
statement? I'm coming to the question. Okay, let me just put my question.
Yeah.
If you want to get, how do you get Ayo, a courageous president with the clout, political clout, to prosecute all these people that I've mentioned, knowing fully well that they are all corrupt? They've stole Nigerian Common Fund. Sir.
Okay. I'm glad you asked that. So one thing we may not realize is that most of these guys, these crooks, are all cowards. When Buhari took power, do you know what Obasanjo did? Obasanjo was volunteering to give up some of his loot, and he gave up some. Without even being asked, he volunteered to give up his loot. And this is the general mindset of the Nigerian political thief. That deep down, they're really cowards. And if they feel like the day of reckoning is coming, trust me, you won't even need to do anything close to what Rawlings did. Now, what you're saying is, I see what you're saying. No one is saying they have to go over. They have to go after everyone. This is a symbolic gesture. And it is a change in paradigm. And the way you do that is you go after 3 big untouchables. You parade them on TV, you disrespect them on TV so that the whole country can see. Not, you've got to be nuanced. I'm not saying you push them around or whatever. Run your hand through his ear, show them in handcuffs, show them being a little disheveled. You will demystify that untouchable persona they all have. And then you lock them up. You're not going to get away with executing people like back in the day when...
Well, you're not answering his question. You always go to the
back
end.
My question.
He said, how do you get that man? Which is the question everybody has been putting to you. But then you talk about what the man would do rather than how we will get him.
So how you get it is we put our perfection list aside, because we all have a list, and if this leader doesn't do this, or if he's not from here, or if he's not from there, if he's not absolutely 100% perfect in my eyes, I'm going to support the usual crooks that we support. And this is what these crooks are banking on. What we need to do is put our petty, silly, perfect list aside and pick someone who represents change, even if we don't like everything that person stands for.
My brother.
I hope that answers your question.
Do you know you are just parabolating?
You are just parabolating.
No, he's not addressed the question once.
No, Ayo wants to be politically correct.
No. Ayo was not actually being politically correct, and it's what I said to him when he started this little speech. I was saying to him that because you came in, because people say this often that you talk about the problem all the time, but really for purpose you should be talking about the solution. So when we're saying let's talk about the solution, then the solution don't come as readily as they should. He's saying to have courageous.
What is it about the solution I prefer that you don't agree
You've not
with?
preferred the solution now. You've just talked. You've just spoken in broad strokes. You've not said anything new now. Everything you said is what we are. What you see? The one thing that would have mattered is that man that you're saying. What he will do, we all know what he will do and what we want him to do. But how do we get him? That is the thing. That is the $1 million question.
Yeah, and I just said the way you get him is that you stop looking for perfection.
Not to be ethnic, Abi.
It's to stop looking for perfection. That is how you get him. Everyone has to give up something. Maybe my ideal candidate may not be from Yoruba land. Maybe your ideal candidate may not be as eloquent as you want him to be. Maybe engineer's ideal candidate may not be a Muslim. We all have to give up something. There's no, and that's the solution. If you're not giving up something, then the chances are he's not the right guy. We all have to give up something.
Can I just chip in something to you? There are two things.
Engineer, when you finish, I'll have to just later.
Okay. Number one, Nigerian as it is today, I must be honest to you. If you really want to find solution to that country called Nigeria, you end up having a blood pressure. I must be honest to you. That country has a problem that no human being can solve it. That's one.
You see?
Two.
See, this is the kind of narrative that you perpetuate that prevents people from.
Let me give you two. Please. Number two, that country is a beautiful country. The current president is like a tree. You see, all the branches, they work for him. So if you say in today, tomorrow, they should start from the tree himself, it's not going to work out. Because all the branches, they are working for him. Rather, you end up putting yourself in danger.
Wrong. The branches aren't working for him. The only branch that works for him is the executive branch.
If you go to the north, the south, the east, the west, all of them, they are working for him.
Listen, engineer, the problem is maybe the solution is this. Maybe all of us need to go back and try and learn basic civics. Because if you think the three branches of government exist to serve the president, you're missing the point. They don't exist to serve the president. He is one branch. He's the executive branch. That's all he is.
No, he didn't say they exist to serve him. He says they work for him, which we know. The Senate is a rubber stamp. The judiciary is his man. He controls
everybody. Want to outsmart each other to become a good guy.
All right. Whilst I have this window, let me quickly acknowledge Alexander Gomez's super chat, which is a super chat to that space of Ojukwu that we're talking about just then. It says, in my opinion, Ojukwu is the single greatest Igbo man ever. I love this conviction, doggedness, and sheer determination. I was in awe of him. R.I.P.D. So yes, everybody admired him. I maybe not especially, but I certainly acknowledge what he did. But as I have the floor, sorry, I'm getting some heavy feedback. Let me just find out. Hold on. Yeah. Okay, so that's that. So still whilst I have the floor, there's a bit of a skirmish going on in the comment section between the mighty Alexander Gomez and some rascally guy that calls himself Levi Nati. So Levi Nati, he's been somewhat of a cheeky upstart. So he's quibbling, arguing with Alexander Gomez about what happened to Haile Selassie. So Alexander has sent me this snapshot, which he got from it just got from the internet. So just to speak to their conversation there. So what happened to the body of Haile Selassie? He died a year later while still under arrest. In 1992, his remains were discovered buried under a toilet in the palace and transferred to the church of Bata Mariam Gita. Or Geta. So that's that for the purposes of the conversations going on in the comment section. So there you are. Have that. Put that in your pipe and smoke it.
Are we talking about Haile Selassie? Are we talking about Haile Selassie, the Ethiopian dude? Is that who?
Yes, the Ethiopian. I think they. I wasn't following it fully, but it looks as though they are debating. The last time I looked in, the guy was bragging that he has a PhD in XYZ and therefore everybody should defer to him.
And another thing we need to be willing to do is accept ideas that are contrary to ours. As long as people are being respectful and they're not being rude, it's okay for people to have different ideas and different opinions about things. And sometimes that's kind of my issue here, in that we try to shut people down because we don't agree with their point of view or their ideology or their heroes. Why? How are we going to grow as a people if everything happens as we want them? You know? And once again, I just think it's
by telling us that we should go and learn some skirmish things. You just
there's no voice more. There's no voice on this platform more patronizing than Ayo. Ayo is the most patronizing person on this platform.
Listen, I have very strong points of view, but I will never ever shut down anyone else's point of view. If you feel like you have conviction in what you're saying and you're ready to provide information.
You know what you do? You will come here and you will say, I know you guys are dumb. I get it. But even in your dumbness, can you not see? This is how you talk to us here. I know you guys are dumb. I get it.
Ayo, please. I said I wanted to chip in something. Ayo.
Go ahead, Finn.
Ayo, I say,
I was only joking, by the way, Ayo. I wasn't having a go at
you. That's okay, one man. You see, brother Ayo, there's something I wanted to chip in. You see, 1960, Nigeria gained independence and became a republic. 1963, Yoruba, Awolowo did a great job in Yoruba in Western region. The Southeast, the Eastern region was growing also in their own capacity. The Northern region was also growing in their own capacity. Don't you think that the problem of Nigeria is the balkanization and the destruction of the Nigerian constitution that made people now to channel all the resources that is meant to develop all this region into one pocket? That is federal government. Don't you think so, sir?
Absolutely. I agree with you 100%. There is no country on the planet that has that. First of all, we're 200 million people in that country. And there's no country half as big that does not have some sort of a decentralized government. I mean, the system of government we have it's a joke. I mean, it really is a joke in that we don't even have state police. I mean, it's crazy. And then you can have one guy from one ethnic group favoring his people who are clearly criminal, going to other people's land and turning a blind eye. I mean, this is very basic stuff that we're struggling with, you know. And Nigeria is such a paradox. On one hand, you have so much brilliance, and on the other hand, you're living in pretty much the Stone Age, and we need to bridge that gap. And it has to be someone who understands that. Listen, everyone has to give something. We can't be brilliant and it's just not compatible.
Why is it that you think that we've not had that? Because you are right, Nigeria has probably, if not the cleverest people on the planet, certainly some of the cleverest people on the planet. But almost in totality, the people that have ruled that country, they're the lowest that we have to offer in terms of cranial functioning, patriotism, humanity, everything. Totally useless, all of them. So
yes.
How do you marry that together? How do you marry that together? A country with the best minds on the planet being run by some of the dumbest people within that space.
We have gotten comfortable scraping the bottom of the barrel. We have gotten too comfortable scraping the bottom of the barrel for leadership. The only thing that isn't even approaching average competence in that country is governance. The only thing. Everything else is average or at least a little bit above. Even our dilapidated education system, obviously, it needs work, but at least it's somehow functional. It's still able to turn out very brilliant people, even in this day and age, who can compete with anyone. The only aspect in that country that, in any metric you use, it's a failure, is our governance. And that's because we're scraping the barrel. And I don't want to, once again, I'm complaining because it's easy to do. And obviously I can fall, what's the word? Victim to just complaining, because once again, that is the Nigerian way and we're all very good at it. So to answer your question, how we get rid of that is we need to put, and it sounds cliche and simple, but we just need to support someone. Just to find someone who you can bear, who you can support, knowing that you have to give up something. That's something. There's something I don't.
But the search has been on for that person for 30, 40 odd years. That Messiah.
Right. So what we should do is we should probably table 3 or 4 of those people here, and let's see if we can come to some sort of consensus.
Yeah, if we can identify names, if we can
around the bush, you don't have.
Because you see, that's the thing now. Because the solutions are not. They are so. It's very easy to say, let's talk about solutions now, but when we get there, they always falter at the.
See, in my opinion, with what Ayo wants, you see that kind of person you're looking for has to have street credibility and intellect. Do we have such? Maybe Omoyele Sowore would have fit into it, but he has already shown his hand, and he can never get there because these guys knows if he gets there, he's coming for him. And if they allow him, he has to go to some juju house to go swear, which means he's going to be part of them. So we don't actually have anybody. Maybe
Lord Michael, we come here all the time and we say there's nobody coming through in the generational chasm between the late 70s, early 80s that are ruling this country and everybody in between. There's nobody coming through in their 60s, nobody coming through in their 50s, nobody coming through in their 40s that you can vest any confidence in, So there's nobody coming through.
I think as far as we may not like his methods, but I think as courage goes, I don't think anyone would say Sowore does not have courage.
I knew, you see, and there it is.
I'm just saying he has shown his hand too quick. He has courage. Exactly. What he's saying, nobody really knows his mind or his brain capacity. Sometimes people just tend to go through the microphone because they are microphone friendly. They talk and talk and talk, and you think they have it all. When you let them do it, they become a mess, even worse than we've always known some of them to be. But in terms of courage, he has really shown courage.
Exactly.
I would say maybe insulting a few people makes us think he has courage.
Insulting people who have the power to kill you and still insulting them.
No. In fact, his courage is actually standing in front of AK-47, which he does regularly. So
I need to know this thing today. He that is down fears no fall. He is down. He is grounded. What does he have to fear again?
So you're saying he's down, he's dead. Listen. I don't know what you mean by that, but you're saying he doesn't value his life. Are you saying he's suicidal? He doesn't care if he lives or not.
Your words.
No. He has a martyr complex. You know that he has a martyr complex.
They don't even want him to go right.
Once again, this takes me back to the initial problem. We seem to be picking this guy apart. I mean, I don't
No,
think
he has
we
to
have...
be interrogated now. Do you want us to surrender to him just
why
blindly?
are we not interrogating the crooks, though?
We interrogate everybody now.
We don't.
I don't know what you are saying. Though. I don't have any delegation. I'm only putting to the facts that we have on ground here. I want them to release him like yesterday. I want him to go around. I want to know what he's able to do. I need him to start making some serious talks, because that can change the whole scenario of the country. But you see this wicked...
And it's too blasé as well. It's too blasé. It's just, yeah.
Because they know if Sowore can go around, you might even see the likes of him who we have not even heard about. People like that will be encouraged to come up. So you see, whatever they are doing is deliberate. And it's left for me and you to begin to speak up, to begin to rally around people, to begin to expose those people we feel they have the tenets that we need. If we stay here and just criticize this and say this, only state the problems without bringing solutions or trying to find or suggesting solutions, my dear brother, we are going nowhere.
I agree with you. I agree, but we're so comfortable doing that. So let's take Sowore off the table, because passions are strong when it comes to him. He's a really divisive figure, I guess. People either love him or they hate him. So maybe take Sowore off the table. Can we discuss Oshibajo? Is he as divisive as Sowore? Can we discuss Moghalu? Is he as divisive or as untenable as Sowore? Who can we discuss?
Let me ask you this question now. These people, let's not go far, so we don't create a whole list that will be complex for us to discuss. These few people you mentioned, can you tell us what you think about them? Let's start with them.
Yes.
So Sowore is one option. So me, he's an option. So what about this rest?
So I'll start with Oshibajo. So the gripe I understand most people have with Oshibajo is that he's in the Buhari administration and he hasn't been able to do anything. There's a very regarded investigative journalist in Nigeria that's always on Twitter blasting him. A very smart guy that I respect. He's always blasting Oshibajo, but no one is an expert on anything, on everything, or you know. We're good at what we're good at, but we shouldn't, and I'm guilty of this.
Is Oshibajo the man of courage that would change the paradigm?
Well, so Oshibajo, in my opinion, from what I have seen, and I may be wrong, but he seems to be very stealthy in how he operates. First of all, you can't hold him accountable for any of Buhari's policies. You can't hold him accountable
for
not? Any of the economic failures this current administration is coming
why not?
Has brought
why not?
And the reason I would say why not is this. He is the vice president.
Right.
Now,
the head of the Economic Council.
A lot of people don't understand what the job of a vice president is.
Well, he heads the Economic Council. We know that.
No, he's a member.
No, he heads. Then you don't know the job of the. If you don't know that, then you don't know his job.
He is the head of Economic Council.
Constitutionally, he is the head. The Constitution says so.
The Constitution says he's the head. So
yes, of the Economic Council of the country.
Are you talking about he's the head of the Economic Council? Like the leader of the Senate is the head of the Senate.
I don't know what you mean, but I know he's the head of the Economic Council.
That's what it is. He doesn't make the policy. He's the head. He chairs it. Are you serious?
All right.
He chairs the economic policy. Doesn't mean he's the decision maker. Just like the leader of the Senate, the head of the Senate, heads and chairs the Senate. Doesn't make decisions for the Senate.
All right.
Please
so the head holds sway now. What do you mean? The head of this, the Senate president, just by power of his position, he can influence directions.
The only thing a Senate president can do that another senator cannot do is that he can either he can refuse to bring an issue to the floor, he can block an issue from being brought to the floor. That is the only power he has over any other senator.
No, you are wrong.
He can stifle your.
He can finish or promote a bill, because every bill or every policy.
Did you just listen to what you just said right now?
Yes.
You said he can promote a bill. I said
yes.
The only power he has is to block a bill from coming to the floor. Of course, he can promote a bill.
No. That's not. You know where his power really is. Everything that happens within the Senate, it happens via subcommittees. So any situation, the subcommittees for everything, you know, and he oversights the constitution of that subcommittee, and by that influence, he can influence the direction that something will go by the composition of the subcommittees.
Right. So in real terms.
Okay, let's say they have a committee for Biafra, for instance, and it goes and packs it with people from Sokoto. Where do you think that will go? So that's he has a lot of power.
That's not how committees are. The way committees are assembled is parties assemble their committees, and then he can reject a committee member for whatever reason, but he can't just point blank reject a committee member without a reason or without any credibility.
I don't know what you're talking about.
We're going into minutia. We're getting sidetracked. We're going into minutia. I guess what I'm trying to say is this: him being the leader of the Economic Council does not mean he has final say over the decisions of the Economic Council. A vice president's primary job is to be able to step in if anything happens to the president. That is his job. He's ready on day one to take over from the president. That is his job. He doesn't make economic policy. He doesn't veto anything. He doesn't have any real powers. In fact, senators have more power than the vice president does. So back to why I think Oshibajo may be a good choice. Since my primary choice would be Shawara, because his overwhelming quality, his overwhelming skill is courage. But that may have made him a little unpalatable for most people because he's divisive. So let's talk about people who maybe are not as divisive, but people seem to have a problem with them because they feel somehow they're complicit in the incompetence of this current government. Oshibajo, in my opinion, is a very skilled, a very nuanced guy. He's a technocrat. And I don't know what his courage level is like. And if he does become president, I don't think he will struggle to get good ideas. The problem may be, would he have the courage to implement them? I still think he would be a good choice. I still feel he would be a much better choice than any of these other people out there. If anyone else wants to suggest someone else and give their reasons why.
All right. Let's just get back to engineer, because we've been on this exercise for a good 20, 30 minutes, and it's not really. It doesn't. Oshibanjo is. There was a filmmaker, something Umore, just yesterday. He was speaking to that space that. What are they talking about Oshibanjo for? What has he done in the 8 years that he has been there that the country was ruined under his watch? So he doesn't have the power. Watch? He doesn't have the... under his watch. He doesn't have the power. He doesn't that, and the other. He doesn't do anything. He has not done anything in any of the 8 years that is sufficient enough for any big person of thinking to vest any confidence in him. He sacked somebody or the other. The economy bounced. It's done nothing.
I think everything
it's a nobody.
Everything I said
is because Oshibanjo will be a retrograde step, because he will be in servitude to the north, and he doesn't have the backbones. He doesn't even have the backbones to stand up to Tinubu, and you're asking for a man of courage.
I think everything I've said, for whatever reason, has not even seeped into your consciousness.
No, you are not telling me anything that I don't know. We know the man equally. We follow politics, so it's not as though he's a new intro to the space. It's not that though his body of work is alien to anybody. We know his history.
Like I'm saying, I don't think he is the panacea of competent. I don't think he's
yeah, but you were asking for a man of courage, a dynamic man. He's not a man of courage. He's not done anything to suggest that, and he's not dynamic in any way that we know.
So who is your choice? Who is your man of courage?
No, that's it. That's it. It's in the lap of the gods. I said there's nobody coming through the age of 60, thereabout, the age of 50 to 60, the age of 40 to 50. There's nobody in the field. There's no generational follow through in the Nigerian politics. So that's why we land on the usual suspect.
Okay, so you're happy with the usual suspect.
Do I sound happy? I am not happy. Nobody is happy. But there's no follow through.
Who are you putting forward as your at least? Who are you hanging your hope on?
There's no practical option. There is none.
So you're not.
Is not an option.
You should just hand it over to military. The military.
How do you describe a courageous man?
No, well, that's Ayo's space, so he can define that for us.
I wanted Ayo to speak about moral because he mentioned moral.
We can't even come to a consensus. Everyone is such an expert, but no one has any solution.
Sorry, guys. Sorry, gentlemen. Flash Mankind is about to leave us, but I'm keen to hear from him before he does because it's been there. So, Flash, what did you have to say to the conversation ongoing? Ayo wants us to point a different direction rather than us coming here to bellyache, but we cannot find that direction. But can you point us in that direction, Flash?
Yeah, if I'm going to point to any direction, it will just be on that same spot with Ayo, because in all the aspirants that we have right now that have declared their intentions and all that. For me, I've not seen a courageous one for any one of them. And I would say Showore is still the kind of person that we can have. It might not be perfect, as we said earlier, someone said that earlier, but we need somebody that will do the cleansing, For me,
we need a Showore, but not Omoyele. That is what we need. We need a Showore, but not Omoyele.
So that takes me back to my question. I asked you, what kind of Omoyele that you want? Which one can you point to us? Because Ayo was trying to point to that direction, and you didn't give the answer.
No, it wasn't my question. It was Ayo that said we needed somebody, so it was more my question to him. So we need Omoyele, we need Showore, but not Omoyele. So we need somebody that is courageous, that is dynamic, that is patriotic. The closest example is a non-Nigerian, like Malalele, something in South Africa. In that mold is what we need.
Malema, right?
A radical rebel for the people sort of person that is going to go on frontally, speak with bravity, and rally people behind him. So
but he's not Nigerian.
But that is the mold. That is the mold of what we have.
That kind of support from we Nigerians.
Because there's something about him that doesn't chime with people.
Like what?
There's a form of insincerity, a lack of.
I've been on this platform since it declared for president 2019. I don't know if you remember when I joined your platform, and I've been following this platform. I know a lot of people. I know engineer. I know Ajanle Koko. That's the
name of
platform in my house.
And here in Ghana.
So you are pointed to that already. So so what are we talking about? Showore, we haven't had any other candidate. You understand? And this guy, I've known this guy like all my life. I used to live, very close to the first gate of Unilag when it was a student union. I don't want to take us back, but let me just put a flashback. this guy has been like this all his life. You know.
Flash,
hold on, Ayo. Yeah.
Go ahead.
There used to be ammo tank in front of the first gate whenever they lock down the school, and this guy will, rally up all the students. They will come with what do we call this then? This kind of mole. What do we normally call it? 4 times 4, something like that. No, not danfo. I mean this kind of mole. There's a name that
just carry on. Yeah.
They used to come with 10 buses full of students, and this army, they used to shoot at these students. In my house, we live very close, number 23, University Road, Abuleoja. We have to lie down. My grandma would tell everybody to lie down on the floor, and these people will be there still shouting and running around, hiding inside the canal. After the army move back, they will come back. This guy have been doing this thing for a very long time, and I know this guy. Whenever he says something, that is what it means. You understand? My uncles, there used to be colleagues in Unilag then, and we used to look up to them. You understand? So I know Showore. Showore means every.
No, he's an Aluta guy. We consider that.
He's an Aluta guy,
that doesn't qualify him to be president.
That takes me back to where we were before. We need somebody like this.
Listen,
that's why I said we need Showore, but not Omoyele.
As long as Nigeria has people like one man, we're not going anywhere. No, it's true. Because
that's a bit low now. What have I done to you?
Let me tell you this. We need people like one man to keep the conversation going.
The thing is, he's shutting down any
conversation. Charlie Boy used to go from Biafra before. But we will keep talking. We will not think because one man is trying to say, no, Showore is not good for us, and we will stop talking.
I'm not asking you not to think what you're thinking, so don't ask me not to think. Yeah.
We will keep having this conversation. We will always try to...
Flash.
You want to say something?
I'm not sure how frequently, because we talk about Showore quite a bit on here, but one man does everything he can to discredit and shut down any conversation about Showore that is even marginally in praise of him. He's done it today. He kept on pressing me. Me. Who do you pick? Who do you pick? As soon as I even hinted at Showore, he's like,
so what took you so long? We all knew that was where you were going. So what took you so long?
Let me say this. A part of one man goes with Showore, but he's not very sure. Sometimes 2 months ago, he was still talking about revolution. And Ajanlo Koko asked him, and Thomas, Ajanlo Koko put the question today, what kind of revolution do you want? One man hasn't answered that question to today because he just doesn't want to go with that name. You understand? And that is the first solution.
He's waiting for to send money to him.
No.
One man, you had the verdict. There is a verdict upon you.
Which is what? Look, I'm a fan of what the Showore narrative, but not the Showore person, because I find him somewhat flaky. I find him disingenuous. I find his tonality just insincere, and I think he's a poser. This is what I think. But then
just say the man is not perfect. That's why.
No, it's just a poser, isn't it? Really, yeah.
It's not perfect.
One man, there is no perfect man. There's no perfect man.
Nobody's asking for perfection, but if it's just crowding the face, it's a peacock, isn't it? It's a peacock. He just wants to.
Somebody is 90% good.
I think we need more people and more ideas behind Showore. Showore is the kind of person that can listen to you. If you bring your idea to the table, is the kind of person that listens to you. Me, I do send messages to Showore, and I do send messages to I have my in-law, that is one of his boys too. He drives him around sometimes during the election. And whenever you bring
can
the
you send the
idea,
message
this guy,
him to come on here so we can beat him up a little
I
bit?
can do that for you free of
it's
charge, one
funny
man.
because
I can do that. I can do that. I can do that tomorrow, this morning. Once I wake up, I can just put a cup through to one of them, and they will get me through to Showore, and we can invite him down here. I think you have to start doing that too for us. You understand? We own this platform. Yes, it is your platform, but
no,
without us, this platform belongs to us. You understand?
Shawara was on a different platform. This was about a year ago. And I called him, and luckily I was able to ask him a few questions. And at that point in time, I was such a staunch, and I'm a human being, I evolve. And I was so pissed and mad at the situation in Nigeria, especially in the Southwest at that point in time, that my primary passion was, let's just break away from this country and start to do. That was my primary passion. Now I've evolved since, and I feel Nigeria is still we can still repair our country. I think, at least somewhat. But anyway, I called him and I asked him specifically. I said, "Listen, what is stopping you from getting behind the Southwest Oduduwa movement? Why are you so staunchly in support of one Nigeria?" And he said to me, he said, he feels like Nigeria is probably the best way to go for everyone, because once that country works, we will feed off each other's competitiveness, which makes sense. We have the numbers. He broke it down. This isn't and he didn't react in a passionate way, and that actually got me thinking. Now this guy actually has a point. Maybe I should put my emotions aside and start to embrace Nigeria being one, even though it seems pretty improbable, or at least at that point in time, almost impossible. So I know he may not be liked because they think he's looked at as a rebel rouser, but in my opinion, this guy also has ideas and he sees the big picture. And maybe his courage, we're just not used to anyone frontally challenging authority, and because he does that, we think this guy is not going to get anywhere, so we don't even bother waste our time giving him our support, because he's so out there pushing so strong against the people in power. But
do you know this statement what you said now? I think it was around December 2020, and this same time I remember the same question was posed to sorry, sometimes I speak French, was posed to Madame Obi Ezekwe or something.
Ezekwe,
yes. And she said, in every society, you need a Showore. Do you understand? You cannot tell us that there is no other people, that can talk or that can do or they are courageous, I should say, like Showore. We just need more support. We need to keep talking so that other people will have confidence, to come out and go for other kind of political position like the Senate House, and because people keep asking Showore, why don't you go to your local government? Why don't you go to the Zenith? You understand? We need this kind of people in every area of our political space, from the local governments, to the National Assembly and the presidency. You understand? People have to be courageous. They don't have to be afraid. And that's what Showore has shown we Nigerians.
Leaving me aside, Flash, why do you think people recoil from Showore? Because we looked at his numbers at the last election, 33,000.
No one knew who he was.
Hold on. Let I want Flash to address. We looked at his figures last election, 33,000. So you say it was rigged, it was allocated, etc. But there were people who are even lesser known names that got a lot more than him. So the rigging and everything, that's still broadly what response he got. And he has been in this game, like you said, you've been monitoring him since his Unilag days. And so he's not new to space, is a known quantity. He cascaded and, peaked at that 2019 to say he wants to run, and that was the response. And he has carried on his narrative, and it doesn't really gather that much of a following. It's mainly internet people and Twitter people that really just pay any real attention to him. He's a rebel, yes. He's a this, that, and the other. He speaks for the people, but the people don't speak for him. Why is that, Flash?
Thank you. One man, I will answer you with a question. During the 2019 election, Sowore received a lot of support from the diaspora. That is a fact. On the ground in Nigeria, how many support did Sowore receive? That is what we should be talking about. This guy needs more support. We can see how many guys, behind Sowore. There are not many. You cannot be talking about his.
But why is that? Why is that?
Yeah, because people are not ready to, face, come out. When you come out for protest, for example, even during the answers, people doesn't want to come out.
Do you think
they don't want to ally themselves with Sowore because he's a politician? That's what they are saying. And this guy got the idea.
So you saw the pushback at answers.
Listen.
Yeah.
He told them this is an opportunity, to take a country back. And just because of that revolution, people are saying no. He wants to come and hijack. And this has been the narrative
so
do you
see people don't have confidence in him?
No,
you have to consider that. Except for us internet space,
that will take us back to days of Fela Anikulapo. These have been Nigerian people. Even our father did the same thing, and I think this is the same thing that this generation is doing.
Exactly.
We don't like to protest. When they call for protest, if it doesn't concern us, it doesn't concern how should I say it? If it doesn't concern our street or it doesn't concern my house,
it directly.
Exactly, and you just don't feel bothered. This is the problem in Nigeria. Here where I live, if we have any problem, we just go straight to our town hall. We just go there and protest. Where I live here, we have had several problems. When it's raining, we have a problem with drainage. And every time we have this, we go to the town hall, we protest, and the man will come outside and respond to us. This is how you bring change in government. You can't just sit down in your house and you expect one guy with 10 people to be protesting around in front of the court.
People don't have confidence in Sowore. People don't have confidence in him.
One, the way he talks, you don't like it because the way he protests, you don't like it. So how do you want to change the narrative? How do you want to change the government?
Flash, I'm just one person, but the response to Sowore is it mirrors more my response to him than it does to you that you're a fan of his. The popular consensus, the popular verdict on Sowore in Nigeria is thank you, but no thank you.
I think that is your verdict on him. I don't think that's the verdict on him.
We are seeing it in the figures. We're seeing it on the streets.
We're not. Because his party is not coming out to share money. They don't give out money on election.
You're talking about the last election. You're talking about the last election.
No, I'm talking about the totality. The last election was the culmination because our Flash has charted his trajectory from his school days. So the last election was the culmination of that body of experience within public space to ask Nigerians to give a verdict on his performance.
I did not know who Sowore was during the last election.
Well, Flash knew.
I had never heard of him because I wasn't really paying attention to what was going on in the country as much. I had never heard of him. And the situation with most of us Nigerians is the same as that analogy where everyone wants to go to heaven, but nobody wants to die. You know, we all want some savior, but no one wants to accept that no man is perfect, and you have to embrace the kind of leader we need, even if he has flaws, which he does. I mean, I don't, for the life of me, I do not understand the resistance to this guy, especially on this platform, and especially
no,
it does not make any sense.
You know, the hesitancy is just my personal, because I mean, he has more people speaking his language than not in this space. So it's not as though this platform is against him, but I have no confidence in him. But let's hear from Thomas, who wants to just chime in. Thomas, you wanted to say?
Yes, good evening, everyone. Thank you, one man. It baffles me every time when we ended up speaking about Shore, because I don't know. A Yoruba adage, we said, "Wọ́n fẹ́ nílùú òǹdarin ta ló máa gbé." I will interpret in English. People of the city, they don't want you, and you are drumming drum. Who is gonna dance to that drum? So if personally, I love Shore, I love his enthusiasm, I love everything he does, but the people of the country don't want him. So what do you want us to do?
Thomas,
people don't want him because let me finish. I haven't finished. Let me finish, please. People don't want him.
Do you want him?
Let me finish, please. I hate people interrupting me. Let me finish, then you can come, please. People don't want him because they don't see what they want in him. That is why they don't see what they want in this guy. And I said to you, I love the guy. I love his enthusiasm. I love his temerity. I love his courage, the boldness he has. But people don't see the leadership in him. That is my submission. You can ask your question.
Sorry, Thomas, and that is exactly what I meant when I said people
that's fine.
People want Showore, but not Omoyele. So that's what you just described.
Let's not worry about other people. You only have one vote. Would you vote for Showore? Forget about other people, because this is
me
the
or Thomas
that leads us down this.
Is it me or Thomas? Who's that question to?
Thomas. So who do you see that's better?
Thomas is trying to. He's speaking at both sides of his mouth. So you're saying people?
No. Don't say that. Right? Don't say that. I'm speaking from both mouths of my mouth. That is my submission about him.
The question is this: you have one vote. If Showore is on the ballot, would you vote for him? Yes or no?
I will not vote for Showore because it's a vote. It's a vote. It's a wasted vote.
Okay, well there you go. So
and I'm with you, Thomas. Exactly. Same answer for me.
And that makes sense. I mean, he's not loved by everyone, but let's stop trying to justify why you don't like him. You're one vote, and you don't like him.
But he said he does like him. He said he does.
I didn't say I didn't like him. You are getting it wrong.
But he doesn't have confidence in him. So those are two different things.
What I meant.
He said he does like him, but he doesn't have confidence in him. And I ditto that as well. I like him as well, but I don't have confidence in him.
But you would vote for Tinubu because you have.
Tinubu is a practical choice.
So you would vote for him.
So Showore is just a flaky.
Yes or no? Would you vote for Tinubu over Showore?
It depends on who is up. You mean against Showore? Against Showore in a one-on-one fight?
Yes.
I probably would vote for Showore against Tinubu.
Exactly. What about Thomas? Would you vote for Tinubu over Showore?
No, I said I would vote for. I think you heard what you wanted to hear. I said I would vote for Showore over Tinubu in a straight fight. Yeah.
I don't even believe that.
No,
what about you, Thomas? Would you vote for Showore over Tinubu or Tinubu over Showore? And there's no right or wrong answer, but at least stand behind your man now.
I will vote for Showore for Tinubu. Yes.
It makes no sense. This does not make sense to me.
Are you sure about that?
This does
not make sense.
He's telling you, so why are you asking him if he's sure?
You see, the thing is,
this is more complex than just this straight.
But he just said he doesn't see any leadership skills in it.
Exactly.
Okay, go on. That's to you, but I can take it on as well. But you go first.
It's almost like you guys know the right thing to do, And this is puzzling to me. It's almost like you know the right thing to do, and you're ashamed of supporting the candidate that you want. Now, hopefully, you take that to bed tonight and think about it. Why am I ashamed to publicly support the guy I want?
Why are you saying? No, come on, man! You did. This is the direction you always go.
Will hopefully
Ayo.
solve problems.
Nobody's. Why would anybody be ashamed of wanting? So when it's a cleaner, so when it's a cleaner candidate, more upright, more pro people.
For 5 minutes.
No.
Anyone who has listened to this platform for 5 minutes. We all know.
Do you want me to lie? Do you want me to lie? Is that what you're asking me to do, Ayo?
No, I'm just saying basic.
But I'm saying I don't have confidence in the guy. I don't now. So do you want me to say I do when I don't? I don't have confidence. To me, it's just a poser. That's just what I see. It just flakes and flams. It's just some flim flam guy, you know. That's how I say him.
One man, you don't have any trust in him, but you would give him your vote over Tinubu, right?
Yes, because that choice is very peculiar. It's a peculiar choice that I presented because
so you still trust him.
No. It's just a leap of hope and faith. You know, it's just a leap in the dark, isn't it?
That's why everybody has to give him a chance.
No.
There's
what does he have to offer? Because he does all this Aluta stuff, and Aluta is not a president. You know.
So what are these other ones been offering you all this while? Or the other people you have?
Which other ones?
All the useless politicians you have right now.
No, maybe you're not following the conversation. We're saying all these useless politicians, they are useless and they're not fit for purpose. But what I have been saying is that there's nobody coming through that we can park hope in. And anytime you say that, they always go around, they first throw they fly the kite, Mogalo, something, but then they will go to Showore, which is where they're really going to. But
it's very obvious.
It's not sufficient enough.
Just the when one man says
it's very obvious that it's very obvious that Showore has way more to offer than the people you currently have. He may not be the perfect guy for you.
How so?
He is more intelligent, far more intelligent than the people you already have.
How are you concluding that? How are you concluding that?
He has articulated himself. You listen to him, and obviously, I mean,
so articulation is intelligence.
First of all, when somebody speaks, sometimes you know their capacity. You understand? Listen, even a monkey can perform better than the current.
No, it's a body. It's a body. No. It's a body of work that tells you somebody's capacity. And
no.
When you can talk a good game is when you put them on the football field that you know what play.
Listen, the current politicians you have, there are some things that even the most dumbest person can see that they are not doing. Even we have the most ridiculous people that have been ruling us all this while. That even just the average person will perform better. You understand? Now we are talking about Showore not being an average person, being intelligent enough.
No, you are saying that because I don't concur, but that's your opinion.
You may say maybe he's not intelligent enough to take you to the final destination you are picturing. But what I'm saying is he's intelligent enough to perform better than the current people you have and people that have been ruling you. People that have been ruling you, people on their left, from their right.
It's high praise to describe somebody as intelligent, as intelligent, It's
intelligent enough is what I said. So
it's dogged rather than intelligent. It's dogged. I would say
the guy he's lived. Anyone has lived in the West long enough and been in the system and went to Ivy School. He's intelligent. He's more qualified than people you currently have. That's just a fact. The point I'm saying is that he's better qualified than what you currently have.
Because
your excuse is always
lived in America.
Well, you guys' excuse is always, he has his flaws. He has that flaws. There's no human being that doesn't have flaws. You understand?
That's because you are not listening, or maybe you.
I've been listening to you about Showore for how long now?
No, you are selectively hearing me. You are listening with prejudice. You are listening with prejudice. So let me speak.
How long have we been talking about Showore that we haven't known your position when it comes to Showore?
My position is that there's not sufficient enough within him, as he has demonstrated publicly. I think only Flash has a personal
to show that he can perform better than the current people you have.
No. It's not perform better than that. Is fit for purpose. That is fit for purpose.
to fit for
So you
purpose
can't
for
be
what?
comparing Showorev to Buhari now, because that is an unfair comparison. So we're saying
But
that
what you currently have is Buhari, and we are telling you we got something
yes,
better,
but
and you're saying you don't want that better thing because it's not fit for purpose.
what we currently have is not fit. Is a total
It's nothing.
nonsense.
It's useless.
But
Now we give you something.
but Showore is not the thing that we want. It's not.
Well, whatever you want is not presenting himself. Okay, what you
that's
want?
What I'm saying. That there's nobody.
So why complain about why complain about what's available? No, here's the deal. Here's the deal. Here's what frustrates us. This is what frustrates us. We Nigerians, right?
Mr. Mike. Mike, please let me quickly ask one man this question. In the 2023 election, do you think, or let me put it this way, what kind of Nigeria, what kind of change are you expecting in 2023?
I'm expecting the resources of the country to be pointed in the direction of the greater good of that country. I'm expecting the top 5 most pressing needs of that country to be addressed frontally, intellectually, and with solid capacity. So infrastructure, electricity, a place that, by the way, there's been improvements. Even my mother was telling me that there has been improvements. So I'm expecting that to be cleared up. I'm expecting the rot in the system, all this biro and pen to at the immigration point and the custom spaces. I'm expecting just all the structures that needs to be put in place. And you don't really need Showore to do that. You need will.
Okay,
Showore doesn't have any intelligence or anything to do something that is already known to be done. You just need the will to do it. So just the will to do the right thing. Yeah.
Okay. To what percentage are you expecting this?
Well, I'm expecting it wholly and fully, and I'm even demanding it as a right, as a Nigerian.
In 2023?
Yes.
No, one man. You cannot have a full change or full, a kind of European standard country in 4 years, or let me say in 8 years.
You
can't, one man.
You can't,
one man.
It's one thing that you need in Nigeria. It's one thing, just one thing, a change of mindset. And that's the only thing that you need, a change of mindset.
And it's going to be a work in progress. That is why we are saying we need new set of people. We need people like Showore, Mogalu, Obi.
Get Mogalu now. Mogalu is an office boy.
No. Yes, he's an office boy. These people can do the office work while Showore is being, doing EFCC work as the president. We can have all this kind of
tag team.
Tag
team presidency. Tag team. It's not American wrestling. What are you talking about? It's not
Flash, my brother. Nigeria is too big for Showore. If Showore become Nigeria president today, he will run.
Thomas.
I'm assuring you that.
Please.
If you want to hand over Nigeria to Showore,
my brother, it will be worse than Buhari.
Let me ask
you. Thomas, who's your choice?
You want to hand over Nigeria to Showore?
Look at apprentice. Showore has never had experience of governance.
Sometimes your analysis are not even up to you are not the kind of personality that should be.
You can laugh all you want. What have Buhari done before?
Thomas, you are not the kind of personality that should be, crucifying Showore.
He has no experience of governance.
So all these ones we experience, what are they doing with their experience?
Zelensky had no experience of governance. He was a comedian, remember?
Is it what?
Zelensky was a comedian.
Zelensky was look, if we check his record, you'll probably find that he was in politics.
He was what?
Yeah, he was a comedian.
I'd rather have a monkey rule Nigeria than have the current people that are ruling Nigeria right now. So all their experience in corruption is all they have. So forget their experience, man. Forget experience, man. We just need someone with common sense, someone with good mind, good conscience.
He's not grown. Look at the president of look at the guy controlling Canada right now. How old is he? Trudeau, how old is he? Like look at you can't say Chosore.
What about the person controlling America? How old is he?
Biden, and how redundant has it been? What is he doing? He's not another Buhari there. It's just another. See, Biden is just another constitutional president, and he's been there because.
Yeah, but
Putin is able to look at him like this. This guy, he was vice president under Obama, and now he wants to come and challenge me.
But come on, man. I don't know that we can compare countries like Nigeria with a democracy like United States, because this country is run by a document, not by a person. And this is what this country is primarily run by a document, a working document called the Constitution, and we don't have that in Nigeria. So before we can,
we don't have a constitution in Nigeria.
Please, you know what?
The constitution is not relevant to the people that are ruling you. Trust me, woman.
Come on, we do have a constitution.
They don't even follow the rule of law in Nigeria. The law does not apply to everybody. Did somebody slap somebody? Since somebody assault somebody during inauguration, did they get arrested? Is it not a crime? They don't obey the law. Even the wife of the president of the United States, if she slaps somebody, they will arrest her because she broke the law. But in Nigeria, the law applies to whoever they choose to apply to. If any other person would have slapped someone in there, you would have gone to prison. But hey, this one slapped that person.
Mikey, that is a civil. It's a civil case.
It's a criminal case. It's a criminal matter.
So Nigeria don't even know their laws.
Thomas is not a lawyer. Thomas is an engineer. Yeah.
So Nigeria has a working constitution that was put together by federating units and the different constituents that make up Nigeria. That
wasn't what you said. That wasn't what you said. What you said was that Nigeria does not have a constitution.
We do not have a credible constitution. Of course,
that's different. Now you've qualified it.
Don't do credible again.
Yeah.
One I can break down the fundamental.
Nigeria good night, everybody. Go sleep. I get
all right, engineer. Good to hear from you. I'll speak to you during the day.
Yeah, good night, brothers.
Are you working tomorrow? Are you working tomorrow?
Yeah.
All right, go get some rest.
Now
go there. Laugh loud. All right. All right.
It's very infuriating that something that we all know is the problem, we still want to somehow justify it. So Nigeria has a credible constitution.
Nobody said that. You said they don't have a constitution.
Why are we still on this topic? Let's move on. We've agreed Nigeria doesn't have a. I don't understand why you like to go down these rabbit holes of minutia.
No, I don't. No. You can't say they don't have a constitution when they patently do.
We don't have a credible constitution.
If the constitution is not relevant, then they don't have it. If they're not using it,
it's relevant. It's what they're using to run the country. What are they using to run the country?
Are you serious?
Okay, I am serious.
See, this is. Anyway, I don't know, man. This is why
I can only
because my blood does go crazy. Yeah.
I don't know. You want us to run you in some? I don't know what you're doing.
We always say, Ayo, can I make this statement?
Yeah.
We always said our constitution is not fit for purpose. But Ayo, do you know that if we have good leader, this same constitution will still be working?
No,
do you agree with me?
Cannot. And then we've covered this many times.
Are you sure?
The same constitution that we keep trying to amend.
It can't work.
It can't
work is this. First of all, for any society.
Ayo, can I make this statement? Is the Nigerian constitution that doesn't make us to have light?
Yes.
Nigerian constitution doesn't make. Yes. Now I concur. No problem. One man.
Yes, 100%. And I will tell you why.
Because we know why. Because
Exactly. So, woman, I can break down the roots of. Yeah. So let me tell you something, man. Here's the problem. We all need to understand that it's the problem of Nigeria. See, there's a difference between direction and movement. You understand? Now, A movement is just you moving, not knowing where you're going. A direction is actually you moving and know where you're going. And that's the difference between advanced countries that are moving somewhere, and countries that are not moving anywhere. Countries that are moving somewhere like America and China, they sit down. If you ask them, where is America going in the next 50 years? They already draw down the plan. You understand? They already know that direction where they are going. But these third world countries, countries like Nigeria, we haven't had that group of men that are in charge of that country. They are really in charge to say, okay, this is the direction we are going. Now, it's like a man on the road, right?
No, why do you say that?
Why do I say what?
Are you saying Nigeria does not have a roadmap?
We don't have a direction. No, we don't. No, I'm sorry.
Why do you say that? Why do you say that?
Can you share it with me?
Nigeria has a direction. Nigeria wants to develop.
Where we go? One man, tell me, where's Nigeria going next 20 years? What is the what do we even? So first of all, a country has a direction. You draw a plan, and they are training the next generation to take over that where they are going. You understand? They are preparing the mind of the next generation for that where they are heading. We haven't got to that. What we have is a bunch of movements. It's not even one movement we have in Nigeria. We have a bunch of movements. Talk less of, we haven't even gone to a solid state of a nation where everybody has acknowledged that we have a nation and we are heading there. What we have in Nigeria is a bunch of movements, and the movement is irrelevant to success or progress, because when you are moving without direction, you are just, it's like, it won't matter where you move. You can move back, you can move left, it doesn't matter. It's like a man on the road, right? That doesn't know have a direction. If anybody is standing in his way, he doesn't care. If anybody is distracting, call him, he doesn't give a damn. But if a man that has a direction and know where he's going, once somebody is standing in his way, he'll push out of his way because he already know where he's going. You're wasting his time. Once a car park in front of him and he's trying to get to where he's going, he will park the horn and start causing you to get out of his way. So now what I'm saying is, when a country that doesn't have a direction, you're just moving. When corruption is in their way, they don't care. They don't see any problem with that corruption. But a country that has a direction, they know where they are going. They are so enthusiastic in getting to where they are going, and anything in their way, whether it's corruption, they will crush it right away because you are stopping us from getting to where we picture that we are heading to. Countries like China, they know where they are going. Countries like America, so if you go out there and practice corruption, they will kill you quick because they know that you are getting in their way of where the country is heading. You want to use your corruption to cripple their movement, their direction. But when you have nations like
Nigeria does have a direction.
No, we don't.
No, we don't, one man. We don't.
We do.
I don't even as I'm saying, I don't know if we will break up. Or...
we don't.
I don't know Nigeria's direction. That's why I can't participate in that country. We don't know how to participate.
I don't know.
And the reason why the best of Nigerians can't participate is because we don't know how to participate, because we don't know where we are going. Most of us in the West, I say, okay, what can I do? What can I go and do in Nigeria? How can I participate? First of all, I don't know where Nigeria is going. So what can I do besides go out there and go and take for myself? But if I know where Nigeria is going, I can say, oh, this is what I can contribute to that movement, to that direction, to help the country get to where it's going. But no Nigerian know where Nigeria is going. Every man just get it for himself.
Every Nigerian knows where Nigeria is going.
One man, where is Nigeria going?
I think everyone.
Nigeria historically and still to current time wants to be an overarching ethnic mix of different divergent ethnicities to form a nation. That is the Nigerian template.
That's where we are going.
Huh?
That's where we are going.
Yeah, that's the direction.
That's where we're going.
That's the direction. Nigeria wants to be the leading African country
and
the leading black nation on the planet to be that black voice.
No.
That's what Buhari
not under this APC regime.
But that has always been the policy direction of Nigeria, and it remains even in spite of Buhari. So are we headed in that direction? No,
if you think
that is the direction.
I have one question for you. What happened to our Abuja Centenary project?
Yeah, that was a Good Luck Jonathan project. Now that's a long-term project.
No. Yeah, it's meant to be continual, even under APC. But when APC came in, what did they do? If we really had a plan, if we know where we are going, what happened to that project?
Yeah, no, that it has. Thank you. So that's another direction. And by the way, do you know that Abuja is the first black purpose-built
nobody
city?
cares. No one cares.
It's anywhere in the world. No, it's the first private city that's going to be developed in Africa, and they have something like that in Dubai, and
Dubai is not in Africa.
Well, Middle East.
Yeah, but it's not in Africa. So what I'm saying is, Abuja is the first purpose-built modern.
No one cares.
No. What do you mean?
Right. But why
That in
didn't let
itself,
They build the city for themselves, politicians.
People just keep on bringing out these platitudes like they mean anything. So what if Abuja is the first purpose-built, developed city?
Right. But if that was something America, and
let me tell you where America is going. Let me tell you where America is going. How I can participate in where America is going.
We don't have a plan.
America.
We do have a plan. I've just fleshed it out for you.
America wants to advance in every area of technology, right? In every area of human achievement, right? Now, this is what they do. Now, they make it clear to every country that we're competing with China, Russia, and everything in all these directions, right? Now, they create academies and institutions where people go, and if you have the talent, he's there for you. You go there and participate and bring your talent into that institution, right? They have several academies. They have anything, whether it's research, whether it's research in this field, research in that field, academy for
know
this.
all that, but
they have all these things created.
But
now,
if we have this one, why are we still deliberating on subsidy?
This is what they do. This is what they do.
Because that subsidy seems to be an issue. So why are we still deliberating on subsidy? Jonathan had a problem.
No, but that's a different matter, though. That's a different matter.
But we have a plan. So where are we going with that plan?
No. He was talking about direction. Now you are talking about plan. Which are two different things, are they not?
Same thing.
It's the same thing.
It's not.
No,
it's not. First, you have a direction, and then you have action. You have action.
Exactly. Your plans and your actions will be towards that direction that you're going. Yeah, so every project, everything you're doing in Nigeria,
that
has to be towards the direction that the country is going.
Okay, so that is where Nigeria is faltering. Nigeria does not have an action plan towards the direction that it has charted for itself. So that is where it's faltering. But it's not like it doesn't have a direction.
And the reason it doesn't have a plan or a direction is because we don't have a constitution agreed upon by the stakeholders, the true stakeholders of Nigeria, which are the ethnic groups. If we all participated in putting together a constitution that works for everyone, we would all be on the same page about our plan. Now, what we have right now is some guy comes in and feels, well, my people should be able to roam around with their cattle like they did 200 years ago because that is what I think. And then another guy comes in and thinks, well, I feel like Nigeria needs to modernize and become a space power in Africa. And then that guy goes, and then another guy comes in because we have no direction. So we keep on moving from progress to the Stone Age, depending on where your affiliation lies, which is silly. If we had a constitution that everyone put together and we all decided on the direction that we're going to be heading, then sure, we're not all leaders are made equal. We're going to have some guys who are going to come in and going to be
you see what you're actually saying is the cross-party agreement on a plan of action. Nigeria has a direction. You see this rail station from where is it, Katsina to Maradi that people are complaining about. That's actually part of the over the broader plans of the Nigerian nation.
How is that a viable plan? Can you explain to me how that benefits Nigeria?
No. It's part of the broader Nigerian ECOWAS plan. So that is in the plan. But that's in the overarching policy thrust of the country. But is that an immediate plan? No. Is that anything that is of value to Nigeria? No. But it is still part of the
economy of Niger. The entire economy of Niger is not up to the entire economy of the southeast in Nigeria. It will make more sense for
we agree on that. It's just they don't have a plan, but they do have a direction. So
it would make more sense for a rail line with immediacy to be built from Lagos to Port Harcourt or somewhere in the east. That would make more economic sense than going to Maradi. And this is what happens. So some guy comes in and he does stuff on whims. And countries have seen this before. There was a documentary recently on Netflix about Romania. When was this? About 100 years ago. They had a president, Petrescu, who was a stark illiterate, like Buhari is now. And they were building railway systems. And he was like, pass that community because I don't like the schools there. I don't like the people there. And they did. And it's just, you can always tell when a country is being sort of like planned and mapped out by people who don't really consult experts on on things they should consult experts about. And we can see that in Nigeria every day, because if he consulted any sort of expert, would have told him the Maradi line should be a wish list, but the line that makes sense now for Nigerians is from Lagos to Port Harcourt. That is the line that makes sense. But so clearly we're pretty much moving on the whim of whichever leader is in power at any given point in time, and that is 100% directionless, and that is the frustration of most Nigeria. Just like Mike said, and I don't agree with Mike on a lot of things. There's so much brain power, but you don't even know where to harness the brain power, because there's no uniform direction that we have agreed upon. And because we can't even get the most basic...
No, there's a direction.
Imagine a country that has a plan shutting down Twitter. Just imagine. You have a plan and you shut it down Twitter.
All right. Okay, let's move on from there. But let's move to Henry and take him back to where we started from, to the Ojukwu space. So, Henry, you've been following that the narrative. So what are your thoughts then? A dirty slap was how Bianca Ojukwu described it, which rather tickled me somewhat, because I'd like to imagine that the slap was especially dirty. But then 10 o'clock, she said the governor's wife was already drunk, reeking of whiskey. So what are you then making of the ruffle fight in the East, Henry?
Well, she was provoked, and she didn't do no wrong in my own eyes, because she was sitting down and the governor's wife walked up to her, started the whole mess. So, the lady's looking at her like, what's this about? So she reacted, and it's like, okay, this is what you get. You just don't walk up to people and then you start to, you don't do things like that. That's fine to me. That's like, yeah, okay, what's up? Yeah, you come up, you get lit. That's fine.
Should there be consequences for the both of them because laws were broken? I
don't think so. The governor was there. He saw what happened. He knows what's going on. He knows what we don't know. There are things that are not being shown in better lights there. But
should it not be a police matter? Should it not, at the very least, the police give them a public warning and bind them over to their names for good conduct?
You can't say that. Like, you might expect law enforcement to come in, but being the governor there, the governor being in play there, he has more authority to speak, and it's just like, okay, I got this. Like, yeah, it's fine. It's more like family. There's just something underlining playing along there.
All right, thank you. And to the Abacha loot that has been relooted by Buhari and his acolytes, 320 million Abacha loot, federal government blames not paying the poorest Nigerians for 7 months on technical issue. So technical issue is what they're describing it as. Is the technical issue the inability to go into a bank and withdraw money and hand it over to the poor people that they said? What do you understand by that? And are you of the thought that is popularly held that the Abacha recovered loot has been relooted by Buhari and his band of merry men?
I think they just keep relooting the whole space, because every year this 300 million, 350 keeps resounding back into Nigeria's economy. If you're very familiar with it, almost every year since Buhari has been in the picture, even when Jonathan was there. And when they came in, what was the promise they made with the loots? The first one, I think they said they were going to use to restructure the Lagos-Ibadan Express Road, then do the second Niger Bridge. They made all those promises with all those, they were going to be getting the loot. But so far, so good. What have they done? That's the problem with Nigerians. They don't go back to look at these people's promises. And then they look at it like, this same set of people then come back, they tell you they're borrowing billions of dollars, and you're looking at for what project? For the same project that you got, just go back and look at it like this same loots. What when APC was saying they were going to come in, what were they saying they were going to use them for? Put roads together, do this together, do that. But now it's all what? Now they're using the loots to pay salaries? Wow. It's just Nigeria.
They're not even using it to pay salaries. What really tickles and just before those is they are saying they are going to give it as stipends to the poorest in the country. So the poorest in the country, they have no financial instruments that we know that can be tracked. So what they are saying is that they are handing over this money in cash to the poorest of the poor. So
And
that's
now,
what they are doing with 300.
and
But now they are not even able to do that for 7 months for technical issues.
and
So,
one man, you see, we have a direction. Look at it.
well, no, that's just corruption, isn't it? That's the standard
No,
practice within Nigerian
but
space.
if there's a direction, look at it that we have to wait on recovered loot to pay people's salary. So if those loots didn't come in, there was no lifeline for those people to even get paid. So for 7 months, our federal government was not making money from any other agency. Like they were not raking in revenue. Like you have to start, Nigeria is scary at this point when you start to look at it. Like, so people were not paid, the poorest of the poorest were not paid whatever they were being paid for 7 months until the recovered loot came in. So the federal government, a working economy, a country that has direction cannot say, okay, no, if this is not working, then we can look at this side and, make things work for these people. Like, come on, man. It's Nigeria. It's only
Okay,
Nigeria.
but it's not salaries though. It's stipends. It's like social welfare pay.
Whatever
checks.
it is, whatever it is. At least some people are like, for 7 months. One man, look at you. I don't know if you're in the UK. I keep telling people, and you get paid probably twice a month, and it's like, or except if your salary, and it's like, imagine even what you're paid. Just imagine if you're getting one of that, you'll still be okay because you know where you're coming from. And now imagine people in Nigeria, that little thing, that coin, that change that they are expecting. Jesus Christ. And then you hold it back for another 7 months. Not 1, not 2, not 3. Some people would have died because they're the poorest of poorest. Like I don't understand. Like it's not working. And then
how is that even a meaningful use of money? To say you are going to be giving $320 million to the poorest of the poor that's the nonsense, isn't it? That's
like,
just to tell us
why
that
not empower them economically? Like,
why not? Why not do that? I mean, it's obvious to you. It's obvious to me.
They don't have a direction. They don't have
no,
a plan.
they do have it. They just want to forget. Don't be too fixated. Hold on.
For you people.
Hold on, don't be too fixated on this direction thing. They're just looting. That's just the thing. That's just theft now. So it's not a matter of direction or not. They intend to resteal it, and they are restealing it. So that's just the Nigerian way. Let me take you on from there to something even equally as egregious. There was this you of course you're aware of the electoral bill that has just been passed. An offensive insertion there that says that you have to be 3 months at least out of your situation if you're a government appointee before you can take up a ticket for an elective post. This runs against the ambitions of the people in the corridors of power, and they are looking to delete it. They wrote to the Senate and the reps. They said no, that it stays. Now, this Abubakar Malami, he has gone to a court in Abia State in Umahia to get some flaky judgment, and off the back of that judgment, he's now instructed government printers to reprint that newly passed bill, deleting this clause. This is something that the assembly presented, the president assented, and this element from Kebbi State, he's just deleted it off the back of a flaky court judgment. So what are you then making of Malami and his relentless search for immunity?
Is Malami bigger than the Constitution?
Well, it appears so.
Okay, so now it's... I think there's a problem here with Malami. Malami on this level would parley with the governors. I think so. But now it's going to be a battle of the judiciary and the Senate. But the lawmakers, the federal lawmakers themselves, the House, they won't support it, from what I've seen. the senators, most of them might also have ambition, and then they look at it like, I'm nurturing this. They have plans to be there at the long run. So it starts to look shaky in there. Because the senators, most of them, they're very big boys. And then you look at it like, okay, if the attorney general parleys with the governors, they're on one side, and the legislative is on another side, and one arm, half of the legislative is giving the judiciary, like, we will do what you want. Then what if the senators are saying we'll do what you want, and the federal, where do the federal lawmakers lie? So that's where that's where I see, like, it's a real big battle, like,
it's a race against time as well, because they want to move seamlessly from their ministerial portfolios, etc., into state houses, so that they have the immunity that provides. Really, and when I'm saying I'm using Abubakar Malami as the arrowhead of it all. So he was to be able to move from the Ministry of Justice into Kebbi State House, for the immunity, just off the back of, just to protect from all of the atrocities that, because he gets the immunity, all of the atrocities that he would have committed, that he has committed as the Minister of Justice, he's insulated by that office, the governor of his state. And if he stays 8 years there, who remembers then after 8 years? So that is his plan. But this new stick in the mud that is this new electoral bill, he has to come out of his ministerial position to be able to take advantage of that immunity as a governor. But INEC have come out with their timetable to say that the primaries have to be conducted by this time and finished by this time. So we have the names of the candidates that we're going to be presenting to Nigerians. So he has this narrow window now to get rid of this clause that prevents him from taking, and all of these things I'm saying will play out when you hear him pick up the ticket. Then you know that this was a self-interest move. So he just moved quickly and procured a judgment, and the judgment came in today, and he told us today that he was deleting that clause immediately. Have you ever known Nigeria to move that? I mean, look at George. How long have they been telling them to release El Zagzaki?
Because it's very scary now, because now Malami is moving like, I am the law, I am everything. And if he's able to do this, I don't know, because that guy is scary. Like, this is not the first time. The way he moves, it's like, I want this done, and there's nothing you would challenge me on it, and that is how it will go. So if he's able to go away with this, well, I don't know, man. Nigeria is just Nigeria, man.
But the sad thing is, he will get away with it, because when we use the word impunity, this is what it means.
Because this is Malami coming against Nigeria's constitution, and this is just Malami coming against.
Who is going to stop him? Who is going to stop him? Buhari wanted it deleted. He wrote to the assembly. They said they are not going to delete it. So he goes to procure a judgment and deletes it anyway. But who is going to stop him?
And even being that's what Buhari wants.
Yes. So who is going to? You see now, is when we get to this point that we see just how helpless we are in that country. Do you see?
He's also playing Buhari's card there. He's playing his own card that will favor him, and he's also playing Buhari's card. Wow.
You see how big a trouble we are in that country. So it's a big battle around Lani. But let me take you from that space to something equally as upsetting for me, and I suspect it will be for you too. So the FAAN is the authority that looks after the airports. So let me give you the headline. That might well give you just all you need to know about it. So FAAN slams life ban on immigration officials who extorted cash from 14-year-old girl. So this 14-year-old girl, and on accompanied minors that travel sometimes. So they take them to the airport, hand them over to the care of the airline, and then somebody is at the other end waiting to pick them up. But in that process, you have to still go through the system. So this girl now, she's been funneled through to go and meet her parents at the other end. She got into the hands of these immigration people. They bully and intimidate her and took 8,000 naira off her. The mother alarms in the on the social media about a happy ending. Those people were made to give the money back and they were sacked. But just the experience of going through the Nigerian system, especially as a traveler, is just trauma, isn't it?
It's saddening because I was looking at it like an issue that maybe they knew somebody, like, oh, they reported the case, like, oh, my daughter this, and then she reported, like, they know people in position of power. I didn't know it was a social media issue like that. But if it's a social media issue that yeah, they spoke up and the government reacted, well, that's a good sign. Let's just say that's promising. Let's just say, but we have these cases, man. It's just, and then they coming out to handle one and making it look good. Is what justification is it really doing? So if they've done it to you, just for a 14-year-old, I can feel the pain, because you can imagine, oh, you've heard the stories, and then just a 14-year-old innocent
That's what upsets me the most,
Exactly.
Can you just imagine?
Right.
Because I'm imagining, I don't know, there's no picture of her, so we don't know what she looks like. But just from the age, I'm imagining some frail, rather shy girl who just wants to be brave for mommy, just to go through and meet mommy on the other side. And then she falls into the clutches of Usman and Danladi, who are wearing some ridiculous uniform, and they shake her down for 8,000 naira. In tears, she would have told her mother.
You see, one man, this disciplines, if we are seeing it often, we would say, okay, Nigeria is becoming a better place. Like, you see NDLE, they're always coming up with, we cut this, we cut that, we cut that, and then you see here some Nigerians coming up with the objective, like, oh, those people did not settle, that's why they were put on blast. And then you start to look at it like, oh, does that mean they're not even doing their job? And then it's like, it's like, so who's you look at Abakari now, after all the Super Cup. Just think about that, Super Cup. And then Super Cup, who knew? We didn't know he had deals with Hush Puppy. We didn't know he had, things with NDLE cartel boys. And it's like looking funny to everybody, like, man, like, what's really going on in this country? So even the boys that are coming out to present, like, hey, we caught this person, we caught that person, we caught that person. Is it real? So, but if
a lot of it is paper talk, isn't it?
It's scary. Like, it's really scary. And then you're looking at it like, man, what's the future of this country like? So I can just get in position, walk my ass up there, just like it's just scary, man. Like those custom officers, like it's a payday once you become a top shot there. Once you're a boss there, like, yo, you getting paid, bro. Like, you getting paid.
I was just saying earlier that the policeman doesn't even know how much his salary is, or even if he gets paid it. He has no business with his salary. All he wants to do is go and mount roadblocks.
Police, yeah. It's funny because those policemen, they're so corrupt. Like, you'll be scared. There was one of them, I think he was the one, handling that challenge axis. So he was always, all those Lead City boys, all the holding them down. They were always getting a lot of money from them. And then I think he just traveled maybe for 2 weeks to the UK. And then they moved him. They moved him to another location. There was so much envy within the system. Then they moved him to another location within Ibadan, like inside the bush, though, remote area. This guy was so broke, lifestyle changed. Everything changed. And then you're looking at like, bro, what were you living on? Like, you're police, like, you expect things to go well. And then you're telling, oh, no, this is not working. Like what you expect of a policeman to be saying is not saying it. And then you're looking like, man, this is scary. Like, this country, Like, you need the right man for the job. And
you see, when you were asking if the change could be effected as soon as early as 2023, and I'm saying it's an orientation change. So those are just two spots right there that change could be effected almost instantaneously. At the airport, you have no business other than two interactions. Your customs guy, who has no business asking you for your passport, open your bags. Do you have any contraband? Let me check. Welcome to the country. And your immigration guy, who says, hand over your passport. Do you have a visa? Thank you very much. Welcome to the country. So those two interactions are the only two interactions you should have in any airport. But in the Nigerian airport, it's different. The customs guy will want your passport. The immigration guy will want to search your bags. And then in between, there's just a retinue of other unaccounted for persons that will cost you to search you, to shake you down. And by the time you've gone through the system, everybody that gets out of the Nigerian airport system, the first thing you go and do is you go and take a bath. You feel so dirty. It's just so those sorts of things, they can be easily cleaned up. So yeah.
You think they can be easily cleaned up?
Well, they can't be easily cleaned up. It's not a thing to
clean that up. Because first of all, if these people were well paid, do you think they will come out and beg or give me something? Make I do okay? Do you think?
No, they don't worry. They will do that because
one of the problems is they are so underpaid in that country, man. Like it's so ridiculous. With their salary, you pay people. You are paying people money where they can't survive on, and you put them on a job for the whole day. You understand?
Of course, but it was Henry that just described the policeman now that was taking enough bribe to be going on holiday in the UK.
They have no choice now.
So it's not as paid now. It's just
see in the West, in a country that's
but the policeman was collecting bribe. How many people have access to a job that can give them bribe? And even is bribe what we should be living on?
All right.
If you a country, number one thing you have to do is make sure there are some critical jobs where you know that you have to take care of those workers. Jobs like police force, people that are responsible for the security of the nation. You understand? Security of society, environment. Those people, you have to make sure you take care of them first because it's very critical. You're giving guns to someone to go protect people, and you impoverish that person. He will use that gun he will start using the gun against the people. You understand? So for people like that, law enforcement, you have to make sure you take care of them first. Their salary should be very, at least enough where you know that okay, this group of people are well taken care of. They are good to go. Their health, you have to give them their health insurance, all those kind of things, healthcare, their future. You have to make sure you set their future well before you put them out there to go out there and protect the people. But unfortunately, we don't think like that in our society, man. They don't. I mean, like that's how you know a nation without direction. Like,
but all those ones, they are low hanging fruits. They're low hanging fruits. Those ones you can just easily pick them off and just put them in the basket.
No, no, because the conditions for basic living Nigerians don't even have electricity, good road, water. Security. Like those basic things, security, those basic things Nigerians don't even have. So how do
there are certain things that they're longer reach. Like water, for instance. Everybody can self-provide, which they do already. But security, that is something that can be that also is easier tackled if it's unbundled and localized to where the needs are. So we're talking about state police, and people are even talking about local authorities having their own policing system. So yeah.
Do you know most of the armed robbery cases that happen in Nigeria? There are law enforcement officers involved in those cases. Like,
of course,
because I had a family friend where their house were armed robbers, right? And then the next day, when they went to the police station to try to report, and they saw one of the armed robbers there, actually having conversation with the DPO, whatever. They just turned around and left because they know that our life even more dangerous, because we go out and start reporting. Trust me, there are many Nigerian soldiers and police that are involved in this armed robbery cases because first of all,
are you asking me to believe what you just said?
Woman, I'm telling you, there are many these armed robberies that happen in Nigeria.
That's anecdote. That anecdote that you just gave. Are you asking me to believe it?
You don't believe it?
No, I don't, to be honest.
You don't believe there are officers involved in these robberies?
No. That the example you gave, I don't believe. But I believe
you saying the police station one?
Yes, I don't believe it.
I will go and bring that. I swear, I'm going to bring that family. If I one of those family members,
you know why I don't believe it. You know why I don't believe it. The policeman that is robbing, he would not be robbing in his own locality, only for the people that he is robbed to come to his station and identify him. So I don't believe that. So that's the.
You think they are so smart like Nigeria?
No. You are a policeman for this street, and then you go and rob this street, and then the street will come back and report at the station and point at you. No.
The guy gone. He wasn't wearing police uniform. One of the robbers that I saw there that was just leaning on the police desk, having conversation with the police officer. One of the robbers. So what I'm saying is the robbers themselves, they are connected with the law enforcement. So what I'm saying is most of the time, it won't be the police himself that will go and do the robbery. Will be the one to organize
one man.
Because he knows he has so much power in that area. You understand? So, for example,
how do you feel when you hear Buhari's this government has borrowed? How do you feel? You don't get scared.
My heart sinks.
Exactly.
My heart sinks because I know. When I hear this monies, you know what I always equate it to. I equate it to that there goes the Fourth Mainland Bridge. There goes the there's a road that you can use from Ikorodu to enter Ogun State. So that road that's already destroyed. So there goes that road. I always look at the infrastructural cost of the borrowings because we've seen the 320 million naira that they stole. They say they recover and they are relooting. That will complete the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway that we've been endlessly talking about for. How much is left to do there?
But woman, the Chinese borrowing, the Chinese borrowing make little sense than the Western borrowing because the Chinese, the way they do their own borrowing is basically they will come and do the infrastructure for you and you hold them the money and you pay them the money. You understand? So the Chinese borrowing is more like Chinese will come there actually build the rail, build the whatever it is you want, and then you owe them that money. But the Western borrowing, the one who borrow from America and all these World Bank is they give the Nigerian government the money, the cash, and they just loot it. You understand? They loot the money. So that's the one that doesn't make sense to me. Now that Chinese borrowing, as long as the Chinese people are building that thing that we are borrowing money for, well, as long as if I can see the infrastructure, I'm okay with that kind of borrowing. It's just the one that
hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Our correspondent from Japan.
Yeah, sorry, sir. I thought you guys was not hearing me.
No,
you can go ahead. You can carry on.
No, you've not said anything yet, but I'll come to you.
It's not everything I have to say. I don't know everything. I'm learning from you guys.
Oh no, you can chip in or you're welcome to if you have a thought, you're welcome to share it.
Okay. Sorry to take you guys back, and for that police stuff and armed robbery stuff this guy was talking about, it's true. It happened to my younger brother. True story. Just 2019 here. He was arrested. Was detained anyway. He was in the police station. Same night, he was there at the back of the counter, so they didn't put him in jail or cell or whatever. He was there back of the counter, seeing criminal coming to how they call it, loan guns from the armory. Criminal, armed robber, pay money that night to loan a gun to go rob, and they brought the gun back about 5 a.m. in the morning again. In his presence. True story. So it happens. So I believe that other guy, this guy that was talking not quite long.
Mike.
Yeah, Mr. Mike. So you can carry on.
Yeah, not many people believe Mike, but maybe but there you are. So thank you. So let's get back to Henry. So Henry, thank you. But the one thing I wanted to ask you, how did you come across the platform? How did you get to find out how did you come about across the platform?
This platform?
No, that's to Henry.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was on YouTube one day and I saw you, I saw your headline and it was very catchy. So I was like, okay, what's going on here? Yeah, let me hop in. So I was in the comment section for a bit, and I was like, okay.
Yeah, yes, it was this bald-headed noisemaker disturbing the peace. All right. All right. Thank you, Henry. So let's go on from you, Henry, to Thomas as we start to go towards the end. So Thomas, are you there?
Yes, please.
All right, thank you, Thomas. So, Thomas, you especially have thoughts about the Ojukwu space. A dirty slap was how she described her, much to the delight of everybody, because I think everybody was of the thought that that woman was deserving of a slap. But what are you making of the build-up to it? She said the woman approached her with foul and offensive, unprintable language, and as she got closer, the stench of whiskey was just there for everybody to smell. She went on to prod at Ojukwu's wife and the cardinal sin of trying to remove her gele. A dirty slap was the result. What are you then making then of the Ijaigboro in Anambra State?
Osho the fight. It's just unfortunate, but let's just not be critical of this. For me, it sounds embarrassing, but because it is the inauguration, or what they call it, the swearing in of the governor. But don't let just castigate these ladies too much. We men, we are even worse than them. They are even throwing slap. We saw all our House of Rep, Senate throwing chairs, throwing punch, physical punch, naked themselves. So what the lady did is
almost when they naked themselves. Yeah, this is your salt and pepper. When they naked themselves.
You don't see them in the in this house, they naked themselves, tear their cloth in House of Assemblies.
You saw their nakedness.
Mike, what are you saying? I saw so many videos. What are you saying? Even using the mace. They use the mace, maybe in Edo or so, to fight each other, blood everywhere.
No, I know what you're saying. You're saying it right. It's just that sometimes you have salt and pepper to things you say.
I don't know what it is. But I saw them now. They tear their cloth. If you tear someone's cloth, is that not naked? Really? So the lady, the ex-governor, we saw her before that inauguration when they were dancing somewhere. Some videos circulate when she was dancing, very provocative. I don't know what I can say. So, but it's very unfortunate that a whole governor wife is smelling that kind of thing in that 10 o'clock in the morning. And alcohol now. Alcohol can push you to do many things. So we can even say maybe it's that alcohol that is drinks that push her to that lady. It's very unfortunate. But she gets what she deserves. That is the dirty slap. And we don't even know the word she speaks to that lady. You just say provocative is provoking language, but we don't know. Bianca too is a human being, one man. It can be some human being somebody can say something to you and it went wrong way in you, but it doesn't make sense. One man, let's say the lady is wrong, but to sound the lady, it's not too good. One man. For Bianca to make that no, that's it. It doesn't speak well of his caliber. I respect her. Is somebody that I respect. No, he doesn't need to do that, to go to that route, slapping, fighting. No, she can just walk away, or just ignore her, or do something. But fighting, it doesn't make sense. One man. Let's just be frank. That's just my submission, one man.
All right, thank you. And to the Abacha space, $320 million Abacha loot. Government says they are not able to pay the poorest that they promised to give the money for reasons of technical issue. So the relooting of recovered looted loot, Buhari style.
They just want to loot this money, one man. There is so many projects that money can go into. What about building hospitals? What is about building healthcare, small healthcare service? What about many things, woman, for that money to go to? But our politicians, they are even happy that the money came back so they can reloot it. So woman, so even sometimes, yesterday I asked you, I said, do we have any good news coming out of Nigeria? Because I was just curious yesterday. That's why I asked that question. Maybe you saw some good news, you don't bring them to us. But every news we listen to is just bad news, chaos, fight, looting, this, that. Is that.
But Mike told us 1 million students graduated in uni. So
is that a good news?
No, Mike now. He's just
student graduated everywhere.
Bad news.
Yes.
Be careful.
Of what? Lord Michael.
I think Lord Michael. I can hear you, but I think Lord Michael is driving, so I think his system dips in and out.
Yeah. So it's people graduated everywhere in the whole world. We don't even celebrate. We don't need to celebrate that. Even it baffles me sometimes if I see governor commissioning overhead bridge, commissioning 30-kilometer project of road. What is that for? That is a normal thing that should happen in a normal society. Why will you? I've never seen any government commissioning road here. No, because it's a dividend of democracy. Remember, we talked about why people need to pay tax.
If like he said the same thing, that he can never commission any projects.
I don't see why we are complaining about that, because I think the parallel that we're trying to draw is somewhat unfair. You say you don't see this happening in Australia, United States, etc. But these are advanced countries. The needs of Nigeria, they are very much infrastructural and third world. So the achievements that they will achieve will be flyovers and roads. So that is where their celebration is. So they can celebrate it if they build it.
Can I draw your attention to something? The reason why we are complaining is the monies they use for the ceremony when they commission these things is almost equivalent to the money for the project. So that is where everybody is complaining.
You are right, Lord Michael. You are 100% right. So I don't even. It's very uncalled for. Why are we celebrating some local government chairman? They will be commissioning borehole that people dug. Normal citizen in the country, they dug borehole in their backyard. Is that a good news? Is that something we'll be celebrating? You'll be celebrating something more than that. Like if they finish this second Niger bridge, if they finish it, if they commission that, we can still say yes, that's a big project. If we get Fort Milan bridge, if they finish that, if they commission it, we can still say it's a big project. But borehole, 30-kilometer road, commissioning bridge, wooden bridge, commissioning, it doesn't sound good in someone's ear. Maybe, I don't know, maybe it sounds good to you. But even though we are saying we are third world country, at least we should be getting advanced. What the other country are advancing, while we should be retrogressing. So that is it, one man.
All right, thank you. Before I take you to the last talking point, let me acknowledge World Peace. He's been using that buy a coffee thing that our engineer usually uses. So he's gone a bit wild with it. 10, 15, and then an additional 5. So I think it's done about $30 or thereabouts. So you can do that in one fell swoop. But I thank you, World Peace. So from World Peace, let's come back to you, Thomas, and take you to the space. The narrative of the 14-year-old girl and her experience at the airport. So yeah, your thoughts on that?
One man, let's even thank God they didn't take him to somewhere and do that thing, because you can.
It's only you that will go there. Were you not the one that was saying? Were you not the one that was saying is the same? Is the reason why Ojukwu and something was fighting?
But one man.
Are you Papa Jasko? What's going on here?
No, one man. That word ashewo, it means is a big allegation.
No. That's the standard insult that women throw at each other in Nigeria. Is that not the standard insult? Is that especially in the East?
But one man, if I'm a female, if my female person call me ashewo, she will prove it.
No, but when women are angry with each other, that's what in Nigeria. Is that not what they call each other? It's just a standard.
You are right. You are right. But it is
it's not indicative of anything that has happened. I don't think they have enough of a relationship for her to know the in and out of Bianca Ojukwu's life.
But one man, maybe he knows some. You can't Bianca Ojukwu too. He will have his own. The person that is taking care of her.
Yeah, she's entitled. She's a widow. She's a single woman. It's not anything. But what are you?
Yeah. Yes, I know what I'm saying. One man. What I'm saying is maybe the governor's wife know the person that is taking care of her in such a way. Female, they know each other and they know where they see each other. So this 14-year-old lady, I'm even happy they extorting her. They didn't even do the otherwise.
I know. And a 14-year-old is not a lady; is a girl. So it's a 14-year-old girl. When did a 14-year-old become a lady?
One man. That's what are you trying to show us?
Come on. No, I'm showing you. World Peace's
the coffee.
So that's what he's done. So the top three, that's him, World Peace. So yeah, so that's what he's done.
Yeah, thank you
for that, World Peace. So yeah, but no, a 40-year-old is a girl, not a lady. So
a girl, a lady, a female, a woman. Now you sabi. But this is what we face every time in that airport. I told you about my father-in-law. They immediately he got to the airport. He hid his passport. He brought out his Australian passport. I said, "Why do you say?"
No, you're not going to tell us that story again. Now you tell us.
No, I'm not saying that
every day. Yeah.
I'm not saying. But one man, it's a story that we're supposed not to be. Why will you be hiding your passport in your country? One man, it doesn't sound good. Your passport. You are hiding your passport in your country. It is a pathetic story. One man, you shouldn't be. You can't. An Englishman will be hiding his passport in his country. That will not be possible. So I'm happy they investigate this matter and they brought those guys to Brook. I think this will serve as a lesson to others, but it doesn't serve as lesson to anybody. Yoruba normally say that means if they catch you, that is where they pronounce you as the thief. Many things will still go on and on. But I'm happy they can bring these people to justice and even sack them, dismiss them, and return the money to the owner. So people should just be careful. If they are sending their kids anywhere with adults, they should know how they take them. They should try to take them even down to I know they can't follow him or her to the plane, but they should try to take him, he or she, the kids, somewhere that they will not be harassed. That is my submission, woman.
All right, thank you, Thomas. So, Thomas, let's go on from you to World Peace, as we say, konnichiwa. So, konnichiwa to you, World Peace. Are you there? Japanese correspondent.
I'm here, but just give me a minute.
All right, let me go on from you then whilst you are calibrating yourself. Let me go to Mike. Mike, you've not yet had the chance to speak to that. But please be mindful of the language. But go to Bianca Ojukwu and the Rofo fight in Igbo land. You know, the drunken former first lady and the stalwart, the matriarch of Igbo land. It came to a fight and a dirty slap was landed. So what are you there making of the narrative from the East, Mike?
So basically, what happened was that the lady walked up to Bianca, right?
Yes.
And insulted her, and then Bianca slapped her, right?
No, she prodded at her as well on the shoulders and then reached to yank off her headgear.
Well, she put her hands on Bianca first.
Yes, she prodded at her twice.
She touched her. Well,
let me give it to you because it's a short read. So
I think we saw that video, but it wasn't clear. Yeah. The contact wasn't clear. What happened? To be honest, on that video you played yesterday, it wasn't too clear. But what I thought happened was that she walked up. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, let me give you her account. This is Bianca Ojukwu because she's been on Arise TV to give her account. So she says that Bianca Ojukwu has given a reason why she gave the immediate past First Lady of Anambra State, Ebele Obiona, a dirty slap. Bianca and Ebele. So let me go to her comments. So these are her quotations. So this is just skimming through, just so I don't label you through. So it says, I didn't pay. In an interview with Arise TV, Bianca, who is the wife of late Odumegu Ojukwu, said Ebele was noticeably absent at the inauguration. Was noticeably absent as the inauguration ceremony started. Bianca said Ebele then arrived an hour later. So these are now quotations from her. I didn't pay any attention to her arrival. Surprisingly, she then walked towards me and I thought she was coming to greet me. Instead, she verbally attacked me with her voice raised, taunting me and asking me what I was doing there, using unprintable, vile language. She asked if I had come to celebrate their last day in office, but I ignored her completely. Then she kept on aggressively putting her hands on my shoulders and shouting. While I ignored her verbal onslaught as advised by people sitting around me, I requested twice that she refrains from touching me with her hands. She proceeded to do so yet again and tried to touch my head and remove my head tie. It was at this point that I stood up to defend myself and gave her a dirty slap to stop her from attacking me. As she made towards me, I then pulled her wig and then she held her wig with her hands and tried to take the wig away from me. So there it is. That is the account according to Bianca Ojukwu. She prodded at Bianca twice, tried to remove her gele, which is a cardinal sin. You don't remove a Nigerian woman. You know how long it takes them to tie the gele now?
Well, Omar, you saying we saw that video. Are you saying Bianca's story really matched what we saw in that video? Because that
no. There was spaces that we could only see the back of the. So yeah.
Mike, there are eyewitness. There are eyewitness. So that's what
saw the video too.
Yeah.
You know, when I saw that video, it didn't last more than a couple of seconds. You know, well, Bianca's story, the way she narrated is almost like something that lasted 10 minutes.
It doesn't take that long to prod at somebody now. They prodded at
I just saw a lady walk up to another lady, and I heard "bang" and everybody shouted, and now people jump, and you know, it didn't take that 1 second. When I saw that video, it was more like I didn't see their faces. I didn't know who walked up to who. But now it was clear
the one in the golden dress was
I saw who was walking up, but I don't know. We didn't see the face, but we saw the image, the body, the image. But I just saw one lady walking up to the other, so it's clear that it was the first governor's wife that walked up to Bianca, and then what I think what happened was she walked up. They already had issue before. That's what I think.
Drunk on whiskey, according to Bianca, reeking of whiskey.
Yeah, I think she walked up to her in a disrespectful manner and probably said something very disrespectful, and she got up and slapped her. That's what I honestly think happened. To me, this is a case of two wrong, right? You walk up to somebody to disrespect the person, of course, you deserve to get slapped, you know. Then on the other hand, you slap somebody is an assault without the person touching you first, you know. But if it's in fact that she touched Bianca first, then Bianca slapped her, then I don't think Bianca did anything wrong. But if she didn't touch her, and all she did was just come and say something bad to her, I think all she could, I mean, she did, honestly, me, I probably would have slapped that person too. Somebody walk up to me and, you know, because I don't have that patience, you know. But it's still wrong to slap somebody, you know, especially when you're
even in America. Maybe you were telling us the last time that you have guns, so you'd probably
of course, I got guns, man. You want me to show you?
Show us. Let's see your guns. You don't have guns, eh?
Don't worry. Everybody get gun over here, man. I can't live without gun where I live in America here, man. I carry gun in my car all the time. The kind of crime that happen here. You know, America is a gun country. Somebody can put gun on you anytime, man. You have to have your own, you know. Shoot back, man. I go to the range all the time, man. You know.
You go to the range. Are you allowed? Whoever gave you a gun is an irresponsible person. Do they not know who you?
You can buy gun now. Anybody can buy gun here.
One man.
15 years. You know when people start buying 15-year-old here in America, if you go to the park, they are sitting with gun in their pocket. 15-year-old teenage boys.
Mike, what are you going to do with this your gun in America? I'm scared of that America. With this your guns.
It's a scary country, man. Everybody they try to live a suburb. Even everybody get gun. If you wrongfully enter somebody's house, they will shoot you, man. If you enter somebody's yard, and they have the right to shoot you if you trespass their property. That's how dangerous. They are witness one killing. Now we're playing soccer. One boy just came from no say na America and deal. So kick the ball into somebody's backyard. So the guy jumped the fence, go pick the ball. The owner just come out, just shoot the guy, man. Just gun the guy down. And no case. Because it's the law. If you trespass somebody's property, you gun him down. The reason I started putting gun in my car was one idiot like that. Because they do a lot of drug in this country and they start acting crazy. I was driving now, so I cut him off. You know, he was wasting time, so I drove around him. So I was angry. The guy came to my car and opened my door to talk to me. I mean, after that, man, I had to go and start carrying gun in my car, man, because that idiot could have, you know, he could have done something. So I said, man, next time, man, I go put one for your chest. We go know how far, man. America is a crazy country, man. Too many guns. I hear gunshot all the time, man.
Listen to what you just said. You put one in his chest and you'll know how far. That's God. Anyway,
when someone gonna threaten my life like that, the guy came to my car, man, to come out, and he get your own gun too. He won't threaten to shoot himself. This country is dangerous, and it's America.
Mike, do you know what baffles me about this your country? There was a case during the what they call it, car rent house or what something. The guy killed two person in what they call it in Black Lives Matter something, and they acquit this guy. They said he has on a self-defense.
That's how America is. I'm telling you, you have a right to defend yourself. If you have your gun on you and somebody attack you, you have the right to shoot the person. That's America for you. That's if you have gun in you and somebody physically attack you, if you shoot that person, you have a right to do it.
He killed two and injured one. If you remember, renting house or something.
That's the law for you, man. They do it a lot now, especially those the useless one, those gang. They do all this. The Black American, those one they just like gang life. They would carry gun for their body. They're going to find your trouble, so they won't make you maybe vex, come attack you, so they will shoot you. They're considered self-defense. This country is dangerous, man. When you guys are saying Nigeria is so bad. I've never seen so much violence in my life. Man.
All right, back to Bianca. Just round off your thoughts on that.
So, I mean, to me, it's a case of assault, but to me, it's just a shame that people in our level are still behaving like that. You know, I mean, wives of leaders. Wife of a governor behaving like that, and during inauguration, I mean, that's to me what happened between them is embarrassing. But I don't know. Well, I know they have issue. What I know in that Abga, I know they have issue in that Abga where the Abga people trying to take the party away from Ojukwu's family, and Ojukwu's family are kind of trying to, fight back, like, no, this because many people are Ojukwu is now becoming less popular now, because like many people in the East are opening their heart to what really happened in the past, because that guy really deceived them in that East for a long time, that he was a hero when many are starting to wake up, like becoming more educated, like this guy really deceived us, man. He's not worthy of being a hero here. So I think people are waking up to that fact, and that respect is being lost, and so people are reacting to it. And I think Bianca still had a belief that my husband was a hero. I'm the first lady of this land, and people are trying to tell her, like, listen, no, you're nobody here, man. So I think that's what's going on there. Coming for a fact, I never know why people saw Ojukwu as a hero of the Eastern region, because the guy didn't really, he misled his people to war, man. And his action only did he cost his people, he also cost Nigeria. He also cost people like me, because that Biafra Nigerian civil war is the reason why the British in all this country, they are really controlling that Niger Delta oil. Because it was during that war that they made the Nigerian government sign deal for them to take over that place, man. They are controlling our oil till today. Like, all that paying Nigerian government is just it's more like a land, what they call that payment when you it's like a rent for being there. But that oil, that Nigerian oil, hey, because we should be getting more than we are getting for that oil, man. One barrel is worth $5,000, but they're paying us $40 for one barrel. Those British oil companies, American oil companies. And when they signed that, it was during that Biafran war that they signed that deal with go on. Because they have to tell him that, listen, it's either you sign with us or we let Ojukwu win the war. And they are, so they just use both of them, go on and Ojukwu, to destroy that country. They have to force one of them. Whoever was willing to give them the best deal was who they would give more weapons to win that war. So those two guys, I don't respect them. Ojukwu and go on. I don't respect. Well, go on. On one hand, go on. He didn't want the war to happen. But Ojukwu was the one that really made that war happen. So I have less anger towards go on. But that war really ruined our future for that country, man.
All right. You are lucky you are saying that whilst the Igbos are not around, they would have savaged you for saying that. But
somebody want to argue. Me, I speak the truth. I'm not going to say it because someone will be offended about what I'm saying. If what I'm saying is a lie, then you can accuse me of lying. But I'm telling you the fact. There's people in Nigeria that made bad decisions, they like put us where we are, and those people worship them, and it makes me. I just find it very ridiculous. Like, it's almost like we don't know. Sometimes we call villains heroes. We call heroes villains. So people that made bad choices, that we worship them. I'm like, this is ridiculous, man. This is ridiculous,
all right, all right. Thank you, Mike. So to the $320 million space Abacha loot, you've heard the discussions, but what are your thoughts?
They keep saying Abacha loot. They need to stop lying, man. All this loot is not Abacha loot, man. Since how long Abacha loot? It's all bull crap, man. See, the problem in Nigeria, woman, let me tell you, see, if you, like I mentioned earlier, it's just lack of direction. If you study every country as advanced, China, US, the way it happened was a group of men came together to form a direction, to form a vision for a nation. And everything they do, the constitution, the institutions, even the education curriculum, everything is all designed for that purpose of that direction. You understand? So everything worked together to push the nation towards that direction. That's how nations advance. But Nigeria is not a country that group of people came together, right? Usually they are secret society, like a place like China, you have something like the Kremlins, place like US, you have the Pentagon, place like China, I forgot what they call them. Those people, they are, when you hear those names, those are the secret society. They are the one really behind that nation. They are the owners of that nation. They are the one that actually put together the direction of that nation. And they've watched anything that gets in the way of that direction, whether it's any corruption or any kind of behavior, they will take that, they will crush that force. So in Nigeria, we can see so many forces, different things just hindering the progress of that nation. It's because the nation has no direction. So all things that are happening, no one sees no one has the desire to say, let me go and tackle the will or the reason to go and really fight whatever it is that's bad that's going on, because it doesn't affect them individually. But if you're part of a nation that has a vision and you're part of that vision to get that nation to that destination, anything you see that gets in your way, you crush it. Whether it's corruption, whether it's bad behavior, whether it's bad policing, whether it's bad anything, you crush it. But in the case of Nigeria, these bad things are happening because there's no reason or force or purpose to really go after those things, you know. So that's the problem. Until Nigeria get, which I don't see it happening, until Nigeria got to the point where a group of men come together and take over that country and create a vision and direction for that country before you see a movement towards any direction, you know. And that one, I don't even see it happening anytime soon, because for one, Nigeria is a country of so many countries. It's a country of different nations where most of the nations in that country have different ideas and different goals, different desires. So that one, we haven't even addressed that one. We are scared to even address it. So to me, for a chance of us having a direction, it has to be maybe a regional system where we had in the beginning, because those leaders, those so-called founding fathers we had, those guys, they actually, when they were collecting independence, they started to have a vision and direction. And they had enough brain to understand that it will be very difficult that we, the Southwest, we have the same vision or direction with the Northerners, with the North, because their ways and their aspiration, their desires is a little different. And that's why they say, okay, guys, we can be one country, but let's govern ourselves separately. Let's have a regional system. And when we did that, everybody were doing their thing, advancing, designing their plan, coming together, discussing how to, they were doing their thing separately. And we're in the Southwest, our had vision. This guy, you go and read his books, you'll be stunned. How this guy had plans. Our education, during his educational plan, was towards his vision he had for the Southwest. And things they were learning back then were inclusion of Yoruba culture, Yoruba history, Yoruba metaphysics. All those things were about to be included in the curriculum. Before the British, they didn't like that guy. That's why they hated him, because they saw where this man was going, They had to crush people like that. The AWOs, the NR, all those ones, the visionary people, they crushed them. And since then, they would never allow Nigeria to have visionary people to take over that country. And the best way, the only way we can do that right now is people that have the mind, they have the ability.
Do you have examples of these people in the current climes?
Say it again?
Do you have examples of these people, these visionaries that have clarity? Do you have them in these times that we're in?
They always exist. People see. So let me tell you, there's a book you have to read, man.
No, forget the book. I just saying, do you have an example? Yeah,
they are. Okay, do I have example of people? Yeah, we are every day. I run into people like that every day among Nigerians. We exist, but the only difference is the problem is the desire of those kind of people to come together, right? Because if it's the way it happens is people like that exist in every society, even within families. We have a couple of people like that. They just different from everybody else. That just gifted human being by those are people God created specially. What those people have to do is start identifying themselves and start coming together, right? And they form like huh?
Sorry, it's my daughter. I'm talking to my daughter.
Oh, okay. Sorry. People like that exist. And those people exist, right? And until those people start identifying themselves, coming together, right? And they form a society of group of people, like the Chinese did it. Because China, the way China, because I read how China came about, those group of people, right? Visionary, they came together and they form a secret society. They form an organization secretly, and they secretly overthrew the current system and took over the country, right? And then from there, they designed a vision and a direction, and that's how China got to where China is today.
No.
What needs to happen in Nigeria is a group of people like that.
You are wrong.
What do you mean I'm wrong?
That's not how China. That's not how China came about.
They didn't have a revolution.
No. China came about just off the back of their foremost philosopher Confucius, who came up with this is.
I'm not talking about the creation of China. I'm saying I'm talking about the current China today. The current.
Yes, this is what I am talking about too. Do you know? Okay, just carry on. You would probably
go ahead. Make your point. I want to see where you're going. So I want to see where you're going. You say Confucius, right? Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, the contemporary China is based on a Confucius concept called filial piety. This is what contemporary China is, and it's based on tradition rather than modernism, but upgraded into modern times. So it's filial piety. That is the underpinning of modern China.
Yeah,
Filial piety. Yeah.
Based on the own Asian philosophy, right?
Yeah.
Now, prior to the current group that are ruling China today, the people that were in power, in charge, didn't have the same ideology. It was just follow like the way we are doing in Nigeria. Now, what happened in China is kind of similar to what can happen in Nigeria, where a group of Nigerians will look into Nigerian ancient philosophy, like our own traditions, our ancient ways, right? We've evolved with for thousands of years, right? And take that philosophy and use it to be the root foundation to design the direction we are going, which will be rooted in, it will be more like an organic evolution, where you are yourself, everything about you will be based on African base, you understand? Which was similar to what Awolowo had in mind, because he wanted to advance the Southwest based on the Yoruba philosophy, you understand, Asian philosophy and way of life, right? To advance, which make perfect sense, because what we are doing in Nigeria today is basically we're throwing away our own, we're even throwing away our own culture, our own language, everything. We want to adopt English, adopt British ways, British culture, and use that to forge a direction. You understand? It's not going to work. You understand? We are Africans. You understand?
All right.
So, which was what those Chinese.
Yeah, explaining that in eloquent English.
Whether I'm speaking English or not, a language.
Look at this guy. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. Look at it. They doesn't even say the God.
Oh my goodness.
So what you're doing here is
you should be speaking Yoruba. You should be speaking Egba or Ijebu.
But this is the problem.
Let me ask you a question. So if you have Yoruba nation today, what would be your what would be your national language?
English.
Yes. That's a backward way of thinking. Name any advanced country in the world. Well, besides US, which US is not an organic created country, but name a European country that's speaking another person's language as their national language.
Sorry, Mr. Mike.
Switzerland.
What you do is this. Listen, I'm not saying we have to throw away your English language. This is what will happen. If we have a Yoruba nation, right?
So sorry, let I think World Peace wants to interject.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. Sorry, Mr. Mike. What's the official language in America?
Well, America doesn't have a what do you call it? A
Native American
or organic traditional language.
America is answer the question now, because you know where
it's English. But America does not have a tradition. America is not a what do you call it? A indigenous ruled country. You understand? It's not a country based on just not indigenous.
Okay.
There's no indigenous.
Mr. Mike, do you have American passport?
Yeah. Yes.
When you were taking the oath, what was the official language there? Declared there.
Yeah, no, it's English. Yeah, it's English. But what is your point? Yeah, it's English. Yeah.
Not Spanish.
No, it's English.
Okay.
United States is English.
Yeah, but it does not. Do you not see the point that World Peace is making? You saying that nativism and whatnot.
Nativism, yeah.
But the native, is it not what is it? The something tribe. Those
America is an extension of England. England is an extension of England.
So the indigenous language is not what brought America up.
No. Actually, if you study American,
the Cherokees. Why are you not speaking
Cherokee? Just calm down. No. You see, in America, some people take their oaths of allegiance with foreign languages. I can tell you that there are some people who take with Spanish. They just have to be an interpreter. So America is not organic English. Mike is very, very correct.
But what is your common language? Is it not English?
America. Hold on. Is English the native language of America?
No.
There you are.
Well, English is a native language of the founder of America. The people that created America.
Is that not the same as Nigeria? How is that different from Nigeria?
No. The founders of America, people that migrated from England. You understand? People that migrated from England, right? And America is more like an extension of England. And even to today, it's the English that really developed America. It's the English. America and England are pretty much one intertwined. They're one.
Mr. Mike, I will advise you to check
England, Australia. Go ahead.
It's not English. It's Spanish. official language is
No, the
Spanish.
United States. If you are talking about Latin America, which is South America, that's different. We are talking about
America
North
was
America.
found by Spanish. Columbus and his brother Spanish.
No,
They only relinquished the power to Spanish after they lost the war. America's official language is Spanish.
Before the country was created, yes, the Europeans were migrating exploring the Western Hemisphere, and they discovered America. The first guy that landed in the Americas, they discovered the continent, both North and South. The first European's name was Christopher Columbus. Yes, he landed there first. But when they started creating nations, it was the Englishmen that came and actually landed in America. And then some Frenchmen also came, landed in Canada and America, and they fought each other over it. And the English guys won the war. The British won the war. And then it was an extension of England. And then some Englishmen, they were in America, which were people like Thomas Jefferson.
Yeah, but
Adams, all those guys. They now fought against the British government.
Let's not go too heavy because we're in deep hours. But essentially, the native language of the United States is not American. It's Cherokee from the Tawawa tribe. So
those ones were wiped out, man. They were killed now. Those ones were wiped out.
So there you are.
So they're wiped out. It's like telling me a Yoruba man now. Listen, if the Yoruba people gonna conquer Ghana, why kill all the Ghanaians and take over the land? You're telling me that the native language should not be Yoruba there. The native language will be Yoruba now, you understand? Because the Ghanaians don't exist anymore, we wipe them out. So when the English came to America, they wiped out the natives and they took over. So why would they now make those native people the
but that's not what defeats your argument. But
no, it doesn't defeat my argument. It does not.
It does.
First of all, it does not. Listen, one man. In Yoruba land, we've had philosophies for thousands of years, right? We are just there. It's in our blood, it's in our DNA, everything. Now you bring in something just 50 years ago, a different language. Which learning language is a beautiful thing. Learning English is very essential to engaging the rest of the world. You understand? What we have to be learning is our own. It should be our own. Based on our own philosophy, in our own language, in our own natural way of communication. And then you have English as a language you learn. You go to school to learn. You have a class.
Is that not the case anyway?
It's not the case. We're teaching everything in English.
You are saying that the English should be the official language based on.
No, it should not be the official. It should be a language you learn in school.
Global engagement. And Yoruba should be the language of communication.
Yes, if you go to Germany, for example, their curriculum is based in German, but they have class in English, or you learn English, so that way you communicate with the world in English. But your general internal communication, internal language, internal learning has to be German. It's German based. You understand? So it's the same case that has to be in Nigeria, in Yoruba land. And the purpose of this is so that way you don't throw away your age, all your knowledge, your evolution that you've been involved in.
No, but that has not been done, and that does not preclude it. The Yoruba language is the language of communication in Yoruba land, and it's the language of exchanging indigenous knowledge within Yoruba space, and it's a language that takes to being formally documented as well. So I'm not quite sure what are you talking about?
Okay, can I interject real quick?
Yeah, go on.
Do you know in America here, the Cherokees still exist? They have towns in states that belongs to them. Do you know that till today they do not pay tax? Find out this thing I'm telling you. They don't pay tax.
True that. Their Cherokees, their properties, their republic.
Yeah.
No,
one man, even in Australia,
hold on.
Even in Australia, the Aboriginal that owns Australia, they don't pay tax. They go to school free. They have concession on everything.
No, yeah, because they own the land. They own
the land.
Seven families of Canada. It's 7 families of Canada. They don't pay tax.
They give them reservation. Away from
of course, because they own the land.
Where the oil is, or just some.
But they isolate them. They are not involved in governance. You understand? So they just give them reservation just for them to exist. So that way, it's kind of like a reparation for what they did to them in the past. So in America, they have reservation for those Indians, but those Indians are not the one in the White House, so they're not even relevant. So they are not relevant at all. But in Nigeria, one man, it's very important. I'm telling you, it's very important that we don't throw away things we have learned for thousands of years. That's who we are. The reason
we're
why we
not
are
throwing it away.
the reason why our it's not part of our. That's why I say we don't have direction, because a country with direction will include your ancient ways in the education and also in the system of the country.
We have Yoruba language in our schools, didn't we?
Yeah, it's a class you have to take.
Sorry, can I contribute?
Yeah, let's hear from World Peace. Yeah, come in, World Peace.
Yeah, for me, what I feel, my own, it's no opinion, my thinking or my suggestion is that we shifting away from our tradition is very, very important. Very, very important. We should base our democracy, our way of living now. We should tie it with our tradition. That way, only that way we can get a direction to where we are going. For example, Nigeria, like I said before, Nigeria is just same with Japan. Everything about their constitution here is tied to their tradition. Their tradition is the constitution.
World Peace, as an Edo man, are you telling me that the Edos are moving from their tradition because there's nobody on this planet more traditional than the Edos?
No, it's not about the Edo moving away from tradition. The government, the politicians we have today, the system we practice today, it moves the people from the tradition.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the problem.
Exactly. So basically, if you don't understand English in Nigeria, you are not part of the system. You are not part of the national movement, national system. You are not part of it.
Yeah, but is that not necessary for reasons of the multiplicity of ethnicity?
And that's what's killing us. The English language is important, of course, but our own native ways is not tied to the Nigerian system. That's why people are so backward in the country. They're confused.
So whose native ways will be tied then, given the multiplicity of ethnicity?
Each locality, each local government should have its own different. Each state, as a matter of fact, should have its native ways tied to the Nigerian system. You understand? So that way, no one is left out. You understand what I'm saying?
The over 500 ethnicities in Nigeria should tie their native ways to the Nigerian state.
If you go to any indigenous land in Nigeria, the official language. Yes, it has to. It's already. It's naturally that way in the first place.
That's yam.
No, it's not yam, woman. There's no indigenous land you go to in Nigeria where the official language there is not the native language. Where do you go in Yoruba land where the official language there is not the native language? Where do you go in anywhere?
The official language or the commonly used language?
Thank you. Among the people, it's their traditional language. But now when you
but the language, the formal language in Nigeria is English.
Yeah, they say it's the formal language. It's unfortunate. It should be both, but you don't throw how because when the local people they are pretty much out of this Nigerian system, because the Nigerian system is entirely English. And when you go to one village in Nigeria where they don't know English, they don't understand English, how can they participate in the national movement or the national ideas?
But Mike, this same English is the one that
learn English.
Mike, this is the same English that give you opportunity to be where you are today. Did you agree with me?
What are you doing? Strawman fallacy.
No.
You're arguing against something that you are saying. You're arguing against a totally different thing. I'm not telling you that English is a bad language. That's not what I'm telling you. I'm telling you how Nigeria can advance. You are speaking as if I'm speaking against English or something. That's not what I'm saying. You're arguing against a whole different thing. What I'm telling you is the Nigerian system is leaving the people out of the system. Because when you make it just fundamentally English and not everything else is thrown out, the other languages, everything are not included in the system, in the national system, you can't advance. Even in America here, some area where they predominantly speak Spanish, where most of the immigrants they are Spanish. Guess what? They translate the things even in Spanish. Even in most countries of the world, in the world, when they write, if you go to every airport now, because the old are accepted like, okay, English is more generally spoken. When they write their stuff in their language, they also translate it in English. So that should be the case in Nigeria. Every locality, every local ethnic nationality in their region, everything should be in their language and then translated in English. So they learn both English. They learn in both English and also their traditional language. But if you throw out their traditional language and just make everything English, and you're not even investing enough money to make sure that English language reach everybody, where everybody's learning English, then you will be backward. People will be left behind. Millions will be left behind. That's why millions of Nigerians are so left behind, because millions of them don't understand English. And that's why millions of them vote incorrectly, because the politician that comes to talk to them is speaking English to them. And most of them don't even understand English. The national system is English. They don't understand the country. But if you have a situation, it's where you bring every language aboard, including the system, then everybody can understand what's going on, can understand the system very well. Because people don't speak English doesn't mean they are retarded, doesn't mean they are dumb. It's just they just don't understand it. That's why they misunderstand. You think they are illiterate, they are stupid, but they're actually very smart people. Those people in those villages, they are very intelligent people. They have knowledge, they have their own education. But they may look dumb to you because they don't understand English.
All right. Thank you, Mike. So thank you, Mike. Let's go on from you, Mike, for reasons of now we're heavy into time. So let's go to World Peace, who joins us from Japan. So konnichiwa, are you there?
Yeah, konnichiwa.
Konnichiwa. So good to have you joining us again. So this is World Peace. He joined us the last time and he showed us around Japan a little bit. So he joins us again now. And we take him from Japan, we take him to Anambra State, and to the two girls fighting, the First Lady and the matriarch of the Igbo space. So have you been following the narrative of the former Anambra First Lady and Bianca Ojukwu that led to actual fisticuffs?
Yes, I saw it and I heard it from your show. I saw it on Facebook. I saw it from the media. I watched it a little bit. Well, is a pub. What will I say? Or what should I say? Or what will? How do I use the English? But it's a public disgrace anyway. For a first lady to behave like that in a function is something. It's nothing to write home about. Because you are the first lady. You're supposed to lead by example. Your husband is there. Other people are there. Then creating that kind of thing.
Apparently, she was drunk.
That was one. Then Bianca, two, was wrong. Two wrongs cannot make it right. Two wrongs cannot make it right. She would have behaved herself, more matured one, like they say in my town, my language. Who that calls you is the most senior. So if
explain that. What does that mean? He that calls you is the most senior.
Most senior, yeah.
What's the logic of that statement?
Because you don't know what he's calling you for.
Okay.
So you would have just had matured. You know? So two of them are wrong. But the governor wife is more on the wrong path. Should have behave herself. And her husband was just sitting there doing nothing. I don't understand. I don't really understand sometimes how some men behave. The husband was there sitting down doing nothing.
I don't think he has full control of that woman, because we've now been seeing clips of her. She's a bit wild. She's wild.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So men are not, because we men, we all have our own weaknesses. Weakness. How let's say, I think Obiano cannot control his wife. So I heard she slapped somebody before, a deputy governor wife before. So I don't know. So that kind of behavior, you can know where it's coming from. So it's really wrong. I don't really have much to say. In a civilized world, that won't happen. If it happened, like in Japan, two fighting is what than a murder case. In Japan, for real. We don't fight in Japan. You fight, you regret your life.
All right. What about other Kung Fu for culture? The other Kung Fu movies that you're always giving us?
That just movie. When I came, I thought I was seeing samurais with sword and all that. It's a story. They don't fight.
Have you seen a proper samurai sword?
Yeah, you can say like
an ancient one, an ancient one.
Yeah. We see that when you go to like stores, like where they sell, but it's prohibited. You cannot carry it along the street. But I see it. You can see it. You can go to shops. They sell in the shop. Good ones. Go to their display. They have good ones. Their samurai sword. So, like I said, there is no fighting here. Japan, fighting is worse than murder case. You don't dare it.
All right. And the 320 million Abacha loot that the government cannot account for, just this culture of Nigeria, they've recovered stolen money. This is what they are telling us.
Yeah, it's heartbreaking. Every day we keep hearing we're stealing. And this recent one, I think this recent one, the foreign I think the Western power was returning the money, like trying to put on some measures so that the money would not be rerouted. But fortunately, the money still went missing. This is just the government we are. This is the country we are. They just steal right, left, but it's very, very sickening. The money they said Abacha stole and they steal it again. I don't understand. And with no trace where it went to.
It's just there just seems to be no way out.
But no way out.
No, because when you listen to the Nigerian, Ayo was just coming to tell us of that. All we ever talk is complain. But really, it's just so much. When you want to, if you are dealing with one single issue, it's just one thing that then you find a solution. But there's just a myriad of. It's just every day you are just always angry with Nigeria.
Yeah, same thing just happened all over and all over again, and nothing happened. Same thing happened all over and all over again, and no solution. But funny enough, I find it so funny I don't understand how they lose this money. There's one time I wanted to transfer money from Nigeria to Japan at about $20,000. That money I couldn't receive it in Japan. They stressed me out in Japan, and the money was returned back to Nigeria again. They stressed me the fuck out in Nigeria before the money left Nigeria. Getting here, I couldn't collect it because they say Nigeria is
it's a gangster country.
Yeah, and the EFCC before I could get approval for that money to leave Nigeria, it took me like 2-3 months. Then I was now wondering how come this project can just take billions and there'll be no trace and there'll be no arrest, nothing. It just go like that. Look at Obiano. I had he withdraw 4 billion a day, was leaving handing over 4 billion naira from different accounts. Like, who does that?
You know, and to get it back from him, it will be a task. But that will be the first assignment of Soludo, who is claiming he's a no-nonsense guy. You see what is playing out between Hopuzodema and Okorocha. So they've eventually had to put it on neutral now and just, he was trying to recover from Okorocha, but he's stolen so much that it's almost impossible. Eventually, he went on national television to beg Okorocha. So this is just what they do now. They steal a lot of money and there's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, I think that is like that in Nigeria. It's like this kind of how do I say? Let's say when you kill one is murder. When you kill a dozen, they'll put you in they'll put you in sanity confinement. So in Nigeria, when you say steal little, they'll say it's fraud. But when you steal so much, like there's no tomorrow, they have to come and negotiate with you. Please bring back a little, give us some back, and keep the rest. Like it's your entitlement.
That this is what happens, and that is the story of the Abacha loot. Are you out with your daughter? Are you playing daddy today?
Yeah, it's Saturday afternoon, and I have to take them out.
Okay.
My consignment is actually leaving today, so I'm going to my yard.
Okay. You ship out to Nigeria, do you?
Yes, Nigeria, Dubai, Pakistan, Bahamas.
What's the product, if you don't mind?
Outboard engines, solar panels, renewable batteries. That's kind of stuff. Then Caterpillar.
Really? So you're really chilling with the big boys?
Yeah.
Okay. That's fantastic. Nigerians always
No. Trying to make a living.
Shut up, man. We saw you wearing Armani the last time. You say you're making a living. You should have seen the way this guy was dressed in a $7,000 suit. Is that making a living? Yeah.
Woman, ask him if he has seen Black League.
Have you seen Black League? He says he's on his way to come and join you.
Because we have not seen him. Maybe he's on his way to Japan.
What piece? Have we lost you?
You see, the network in Japan is not good. Later you'll be in America.
No, I think he may be attending. Maybe he's attending to his daughters.
No. I came to I went to the convenience store. My network changed to this convenience store Wi-Fi because I always come here to print out.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Okay, we were just joking with you whilst you were away. But let me take you finally to the space. Or you know the 14-year-old girl that we were discussing, who that's unaccompanied minor trying to travel through the Nigerian space. Big mistake. They sweated her for every penny she has to the point that she's alarmed to the public space. So what are you then making then of this traumatic experience? Experienced by this girl?
I had of it. It got me shaking. It got me too worried because my daughter, the eldest one, my wife actually pushing me to send her to Nigeria, bring her to Nigeria. That one that is scared of a bug. So you imagine if somebody now threatened her, collect her money from her. She was just met inside the airport. Imagine the trauma that girl that passed through. How they say trauma action. You know? It's
I
really
would not
sad.
encourage you to send your daughter to Nigeria and accompany though. It won't be a good experience.
Yeah, no, I would not. Even coming with her is a problem. Not to talk of sending her alone. That's what I'm trying to say. So it's very bad. It's very bad for us. Our immigration is not even improving. It's not improving. Every day, the airport is actually Nigeria airport is terrible. They beg from the beginning to the last, to the end. Everybody wants to get money from you.
You know, it's stuck in time, isn't it? You know, the way I remembered Nigerian's airport when I first started using it in the 17th century, that long ago, was still how it is the last time I used it. It's still the same ramshackled, run down, tout everywhere, officials on the hustle, open your bag, you can't take a pow, you have to leave the ekpa, give me 500 naira. It's just to the, and you go to the rest of these African countries, it's new spanking new Chinese built, everything gizmo. You know, the trolleys don't work, the conveyor belts don't work, the queue is just, it's like a torture chamber.
One man, they use battle to write.
Hold on, Thomas. Let's hear from her.
Yeah, nothing changed in Nigeria. Everything remains the same. Everything remains the same. And last time I came to Nigeria was the same thing. Actually, one man, I don't really have any answer to that because, like I said, there's not everything I have answer to. I'm tired of. If I should talk, I don't know where to start from. I don't know where to end. You know.
All right. People are interested to find out more about you. I think Jafar, he's actually, because I think when I was pushing you on what you do, that seems to rhyme with what he's doing as well. So so Jafar, what I will do is it says can you ask for his contact details if you don't mind? The Caterpillar statement is interesting. So what
just
I will do,
Mr. Wama, please just hold on a minute. Hold on a second. Let me get my grocery from this place.
Oh, okay. What I will do, Jafar, if you give me the signal, is I will give him your number, which I think you sent me. If the number is still the same, and then I'll give, because I think I have him on Instagram and I have you on Instagram as well. So if you give me the permission, then I will forward your number on to World Peace. You know. And you know 10% belongs to the house. Also, if you go and do your $1 million deal, 10% belongs to the house. So Komitewa, look at that, it's back to it again. So there it is, Komitewa. So thank you, World Peace. I think you're in the middle of transactions, so let me give you a moment to do that. So I'll seek to start to round off here, and I'll round off to land on Lord Michael. I'll kick off with Henry, and then we'll cascade all the way through. I want to hear a little bit more from our World Peace, and then we'll land on Lord Michael. So Henry, we've come to the end, sadly, but we're doing closing remarks now, so just a short summary or parting words. Henry, are you still there? Okay, I think we've lost Henry. So we've lost Henry, but thank you for the time, Henry. So we go from Henry, we go to Mike. Mike, to you.
Yeah. Well, I think Nigerians need to stop this complaining and discuss more about how to solve problems, instead of complaining. And I think one way I think I would advise Nigerians is to start approaching ways to solving societal problem. Is people need to start creating more of group, doing it as a group. Like-minded people need to start coming together to do things instead of trying to do it individually. You understand? It's kind of like the way America did it. Like people that really control America to their corporations, like they control many sectors and many areas, and they're actually the one driving the society. They are corporations, and corporation is not individual; it's a group of people. So what I think many Nigerians, especially those in the diaspora, they want to go there. They have vision or ideas how to go and change an environment. I think what they can do is find a lot of like-minded people and successful people like them, and just come together to do it as a group. And I know people say trust and things. I mean, if you want to make a difference, rule out the idea of profiting out of it, because that's when mistrust comes in. Because when people start looking for profit and things like that, that's when ideas don't really materialize. But if you rule out profiting, the profitability and things like that, just say, okay, I have this vision to go change this environment, this village or this state or this city, in Nigeria, and once you have that vision, your goal should be to make it happen rather than to profit from it or to benefit from it. But when people come together for a purpose of a vision, and they don't do it, they're not doing it for the sake of profiting. I think they will, at the end, it will be very difficult for them not to be able to work together and get it done. So I think if you go as a group, you have less things to worry about, less reason to worry about insecurity or one issue or the other, because once you come as a group, every issue that's going to be in your way, if you can tackle it as a group, it becomes easier. But even if it's financial, if you put the money together, it's easy to raise the money. So I think what Nigerians in the diaspora and those locally can do is find the capable minds, and we start forming maybe like corporation kind of organizations, and rubbing minds and strategizing on ways to get all these things to happen. Designing these visions, because these leaders that you're having, politicians, it's going to take a long time before you can change these kind of people. Trust me, they've secured our country, man. And it's not like they don't want the country to advance, but they just don't have the capacity to make it happen. So Nigerians themselves have to make it happen themselves. Like-minded people, the qualified people, intelligent, educated, technocrats, and they need to start coming together, forming organizations, and just going to make things happen in Nigeria. That's the only way forward. And let the leaders follow us. Because in America here, the politicians actually follow the corporations. The corporations call the shots. They tell the politicians, this is the way, that is the way. Even the American military, the weapon company is a private company that's making their weapons. They're the one that will approach the US government. Okay, you need this kind of weapon. We can design it for you. We can make this happen for you. You can make, So that's how Nigeria needs to start thinking now. Instead of sitting back and just waiting for the politicians to change the society for you. It's not going to happen. Forget it. So thank you, woman. That's what I have to say, Sha. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Mike. So thank you, Mike. So we go on from Mike to Thomas. Thomas, to you.
Oh, thank you, one man. I don't have much to say. Just to round up. What I really see tonight, that I don't think there is any headway for us until we have a new sheriff in town that will change things. Come 2023, we will still face the same thing. I would just tell people, please thumb up, like the station, like the platform, share, love. Yeah, thank you so much, woman. May God bless everyone. May God bless Nigeria. Thank you.
Oh, Thomas.
Yes.
All right. I said good night. Where are you speaking from?
Australia.
Oh shit, that's far. I have a friend there.
There you are. You are not the furthest. I told you we have worldwide reach. So there it is. That's the worldwide reach right there. So
which part of Australia?
Melbourne.
Oh, Melbourne. Okay.
Yeah.
I have friends there.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, my brother. Yeah. Good to hear from you from Japan.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, my regards to the family. Thank you. Yeah.
All right, thank you, Thomas. So we are coming to you next, World Peace, and World Peace. I've sent you a DM in the on Instagram with Jafar's number. So Jafar, you've seen it?
I've seen it. Yeah.
Okay, so he heard you say something about, when I was asking you what you do and you were talking about caterpillars. I think he may have interest in that direction. So try and reach out to him. Jafar is one of the boys here. So we're taking. Go on.
Sorry, which country is Jafar speaking from?
He's based in America, but he's from Nigeria, of course, from the north.
Okay. Okay. All right.
All right. So we're taking closing remarks. So your turn.
Yeah. This is a nice platform. I found it online. I don't know how it got to my phone, but it was a good thing. It got to my phone. Ever since I found on my phone, I've been following you guys, and I encourage other people to like and share the platform. There's a lot they can learn from this platform, and that's much I can say right now. Thank you, Mr. One Man. Everybody should have a good night's sleep. I'm looking forward to speak with you guys again.
All right. Enjoy the rest of your day with the kids. And don't forget McDonald's. So I hope you brought McDonald's money, because that's what always happens. Eventually you end up in McDonald's. But thank you, World Peace. So that was the World Peace, a new voice now that's joined us. But a voice, of course, that you all delight in, the mighty Lord Michael. Lord Michael, my lead.
Of this world. Hello. Una lawyer boy don't show again today. We don't land like Landers Brothers. We don't talk like Otokudu. I want to start to thank everybody who come this channel today. Plus the people who talk, plus the people where they chat, where they do everything. But to get one special person I want just here today. His name na Alexander G. Alexander Gomez. You know that Haley when he Hail Ojukwu, he just touched me well. One thing when President Jonathan talk. Ojukwu is dead, but his manhood lives on. Alexander, thank you for still raising that man. Praising him even though say he don't die. So I want to continue to tell everybody now so they talk. You know, it get us the matter done they be. Everybody head done the shape where, everybody mouth done the shape where. Because Nigeria can only bring the best out of you. We don't see and say headway not day. Now one bad news after the other. But we go feel make it all to good news. If we decide say enough, don't be enough. I see they are. Enough is enough. We don't tire for these people. I be with the mumu. Our mumu never do. We talk say we want die, so we want one Nigeria. Why we not the fight make the Nigeria better? The people will say they don't want. Say they want to divide and they want to go their way. Or make una let them govern themselves. All of us, or some people, they follow the fight and say they don't go. But when want to make it better, una no one even do the things that go make it better. Some people go see they support these people where the thief, where they thief us every day. If we not find out very well, we go see say our papa them. Now the promise what they promise them. Now they promise us so make we try, make we change things. Make we tell them say we not go agree. Say we don't wise. If not say anybody go join political party, go join. If not say you want to do I no go agree, go do. All we just want to say make things better. So I want to encourage everybody. I beg, make una they like. Una don't see as they like, they bring people. Our brother Henry come today because of the like una like. Our brother from Japan, he don't come again today. Get one of our new brother who will meet you. Anywhere where you do, we like you, make you come back. Oh, we don't they miss you already. Oh. So make I just leave on like this. People we don't arrange our brain, God bless you now. People we don't talk today, God bless you now. Tomorrow, make una look out for explosive time with us. God bless now. One love.
All right. Thank you, Lord Michael. Always a delight. So, Lord Michael, now the sessions will never complete until they hear you round it off in your manner. So that's Lord Michael now, the voice now that you all look forward to. So, Lord Michael, a real delight. So thank you, Lord Michael, and thank you, everyone. That has been the session. Encouragement to thumbs up the platform. We keep on saying this, and for reasons that Lord Michael just spoke to now. You know, you see all the new, look how far flung the reach is. Tony was that's the name of the world peace. Tony, he calls himself Edo Tony sometimes. So he was he was amazed that that Thomas was in Australia. Thomas amazed that he's in Japan. We are all amazed that Mike is even allowed out in public. So all manners of everything converges together just from that thumbs up. So do that immediately and right now. And I'll leave it there. Carry conversation within the comment section. But here, I say, peace.